จ้าค่ะ
Hi, Taggy. Give me some fashion advice for the day. Pass me the book I read yesterday.
Pain is the price for something
I'll be on my way.
down!
Testing one, two, three. So
Unstoppable! Shut down!
Welcome to the land of God!
Hi, Taggy.
Sweat
Give me some fashion advice for the day.
To be heroes, blood on your knuckles, heroes, on your shoulders, heroes, giving everything you've got.
Pass me the book I read yesterday.
Pain is the price for something greater. Everyone else turns back. It's safer, drown out the fear inside.
Want to hang out for a drink?
I'll be on my way.
Unstoppable! Shut down!
high-techy.
Now is the time, there's no more waiting. Who will you be when the light dawns? Sweat on your palms and your pulse is racing. Who will you be when the moment comes? Will you rise?
Give me some fashion advice for the
Will
day.
you rise to be heroes? Blood on your knuckles, heroes. The world on your shoulders, heroes. Giving everything you've got.
Pass me the book I read yesterday.
Pain is the price for something greater. Everyone else turns back. It's safer. Drown out the fear inside.
Want to hang out for a drink?
I'll be on my way. high-techy.
Now is the time, there's no more waiting. Who will you be when the light dawns? Sweat on your palms and your pulse is racing. Who will you be when the moment comes? Will you rise?
Give me some fashion advice for the
Will
day.
you rise to be heroes? Blood on your knuckles, heroes. The world on your shoulders, heroes. Giving everything you've got.
Pass me the book I read yesterday.
Pain is the price for something greater. Everyone else turns back. It's safer. Drown out the fear inside.
Want to hang out for a drink?
I'll be on my way.
Welcome to the land of God.
Hi, Taggy.
Now's the time, no more waiting. Where will you be when the light dawns? Sweat on
Give me some fashion advice for the day.
To be heroes, blood on your knuckles, heroes, on your shoulders, heroes, giving everything you've got.
Pass me a book I read yesterday.
Pain is the price for something greater. Everyone else turns back. It's safer, drown out the fear inside.
Want to hang out for a drink?
I'll be on my way.
Unstoppable! Shut down!
to the land of God.
Hi, Taggy.
Now is the time, there's no more waiting. Where will you be when the light dawns? Sweat on your
some fashion advice for the day.
Will you rise to be heroes? Blood on your knuckles, heroes. On your shoulders, heroes. Giving everything you've got.
Pass me the book I read yesterday.
Pain is the price for something greater. Everyone else turns back. It's safer, drown out the fear inside.
Want to hang out for a drink?
I'll be on my way.
together with the sun, even though your back's to the wall. One strike, go cut the murky mine. Your blade swing one time when clouds have cleared, sunlight can shine. One time, the fight is yours. I feel with your sword. There's endless power once you start. Never lose your heart. Tonight is dark and the shadows are deep. Who can protect the world? A light of hope shines in the dark. One strike, I swear by people's side. Keep faith just one time. I'm gonna light up all the fire. One strike for my desire, a light up so bright. Each of the power in my heart, I'll defend the world.
Hi, Taggy.
Now is the time, there's no more waiting. Who will you be when the light dawns? Sweat on your palms and your pulse is racing. Who will you be when the moment comes? Will you rise?
Give me some fashion advice for the
Will
day.
you rise to be heroes? Blood on your knuckles, heroes. The one on your shoulders, heroes. Giving everything you've got.
Pass me the book I read yesterday.
Pain is the price for something greater. Everyone else turns back. It's safer, drown out the fear inside.
Want to hang out for a drink?
I'll be on my way.
Well, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to M6 Myanmar Qualifiers. We are here at day 2 of playoffs. Only 3 teams are left, and one of them will get the chance to represent Myanmar in the M6 Championships. But before we get into the thick of things, I'm your caster, Moman, and joined with me is the one, the only Naisu. What do you have to say today,
What's up?
man?
What's up, man? It's good to finally share the desk with you. I feel like I was just watching you the past couple of days, of course, over there in Singapore. And I know you guys have your finals of going on, I think today too. But this is usually how it gets, Mo. Like we get to a point in the like competitive esports season for MLBB, and then everything just happens like at once. So for all the fans out there, whether they're from Myanmar, whether they're around the world, they have so much that they can tune in and to watch too right now. And obviously, what the main point is, all roads are leading to M6, and that's what we're here for, finding out today, at least for the Myanmar region.
Yeah, and who gets to represent them, right? So with this, they have been fighting over an entire month since September 13th. Finally, we are
Yep.
here, October 13th. So entire months, they have ruled out every single team. Only three of them are left. We saw Zeno Esports yesterday. This is a team that we will be watching today as well. And of course, the fan favorites, Falcon Esports, the representatives of MSC, looking at the team so far, right? Zeno Esports, it feels to me like Tut Tut, he's been the only member that's been in this regional scene. The rest of the members pretty much unknown, community stars, so to speak, but GPM off the
Yeah.
charts for Tut Tut so far.
This like, and that's the thing when you watch, if you got a glimpse of Zeno Esports, their performance yesterday, I feel like it wasn't the best representation of what they're capable of. Again, they got swept. They had a 3-0 going against Mythic Seal, but I feel like in a way they can just go ahead and take what they learned yesterday in that matchup. I'm sure they had some things that they had to work through, but hopefully they've adjusted from this. And Arrow, he even had a difficult time, man. Like, he had a very difficult time, I feel like, in that series that we got to see on stream here yesterday. So, but even if you look at his gold per minute and everything else, like, the main point here is how effective can he be for this lineup? Like you mentioned, that might not have, as much experience, for example, or much time, competing on this level against a team also, mind you, that Falcon Esports, we all know these players. Like, they have been
Yeah.
watching, internationally for a while, like, these guys have competed on the biggest stages of MLBB. So obviously that's something we always have to consider, is that experience factor for the players here, just in general. When you're matching up, I know we're only looking at, for example, the XP lane right now and going to certain head-to-heads, but really as a team, as a whole, that's really what we have to focus on. So I think that for Zeno Esports, whether it's Eru or not, someone really has to step up and able to, lead this team, shot call for this team, and even down to the draft, man. Like, me and Mirko talked about this a lot yesterday. The drafting
Yeah,
for Zeno Esports,
the
like,
drafts
it's
were
gotta be
kind of,
excellent.
yeah, it's kind of ambiguous to me. We
Yeah.
know Myanmar as the region with the weirdest drafts ever, and they brought, like, the likes of Ken. He brings in a new factor into this meta, and we are in that sweet spot, that evolving meta where Suyo is just introduced into that hero pool as well, and teams are starting to figure out how to use him, how to play against him. And the funny thing about Tut Tut, right? A fun fact that I would like to say is he is not an EXP laner. He used to be a goal laner. Then he became an EXP laner with the new iteration of Zeno Esports. So the current iteration of Zeno Esports, they are
Yeah.
all, like, 3 out of 5 of them are in Mythic Seal at the moment. So yeah, he might potentially be heading to face off against his ex-teammates if he does make it into the grand finals. But Falcon Esports, top 8 standing for MSC so far. It's not looking too good for them, especially since I like to talk about this, right? When a team has a coach or does not
Yeah.
have a coach. Falcon Esports, they do have a coach, and Zeno Esports, they do not have a coach. It's not
Yep.
even about that expertise, it's about that third person perspective into the game where you provide that win condition. You provide what do you have to do to your essential roles and essential breakdown of the game as well.
Yeah, I think again, when we were going through the draft, because for all of us, that watch competitive Mobile Legends, and even to those people that are just in their rank games, if you guys are just ranking up, how important the game can be won by a draft, and something that was very apparent
Yeah.
that stood out to us in just game 3 yesterday, that final game that Zeno Esports had. That was an apparent effect of, for example, not having a coach or an analyst there to help you guys through that. Because really, even when you look at the pickings order, what Mythic Seal was able to bring to the table, like, that is not a lineup you want to go against. We're talking about, like, the two double revitalize thing we saw yesterday, right? Where, their lineup
Yeah.
that Zeno Esports brought to that game, just recalling, like, there was a Phoveus and Nolan, a Mozkov, Edith, Valentina. and it was a 10.5 minute game. That's what I mean. Like, there are situations, there are games that are clearly won in the draft. And that was a game, for example, where, maybe that shouldn't have happened. I like what they did in game 2, though, because they had moments where it's like, oh, they're drafting even without a coach. It's pretty good. But again, they gave up a chip, and in response, they got a Matilda, 2 heroes that are constantly like banned out. But I think anybody would say, like, yeah, we would rather get the chip any day. Like, most people would rather get a chip any day and make it work. Plus the fact that, man, we saw 2 games from Mythic Seal where Ken just popped off on the Suyo. I don't know how you feel about it. You guys had it pop up in MPL Singapore, right? Like, a couple times, I think, at this point.
Just yesterday. So
yeah, how do you feel
yesterday
about Suyo?
was Suyo. It brings another, really another facet of gaming, right? We are at that assassin meta right now, and Suyo fulfills a different role. He's like a utility jungle, so to speak, that falls off a bit into that late game as well. So you need to have that late game assurance. That's what we see Singapore teams are drafting right now. When you draft a Suyo, you gotta have that backliner, the Moskov, the Nathan, something to secure your late game. And with Suyo, you bring out the possibility of that late game assassin. So you gotta do well in that early game. It feels like a Julian to me, that kind of power spike at that level 3 where you want to have that snowball going as much as possible. And if you don't meet those conditions, you just instantly lose the game.
It's weird because the way that, like, Ken played it yesterday was, he got the snowball every time, and that's what made it so deadly.
He got it.
And I know when it popped up in other parts of the region, it was actually over in Malaysia, where they gave the stat yesterday that we found really interesting here when we were going through the draft. Was this is changed by now, but it was picked up. Suyo was picked up 17 times globally in all the official tournaments so far happening, and he had a 64% win rate. Now, most people might look at that and be like, you know what, new heroes, every time they come out and they're available, like, they're kind of strong. Some people might be like, oh, they're OP and whatnot. But really, when you look at where we are in the meta, Suyo isn't, I wouldn't say he's OP right now. Like, he obviously has some weaknesses. And that's why, again, referencing what we're talking about in the draft here and why this is so important, having a coach and the effects of that, is because they took that weak point that me and Mirko were talking about yesterday about, he's kind of slow, doesn't have much movement speed except when he switches forms, and some of the sustainability, that's the trade-off for as much damage as he has, by the way. So what did Mythic Seal do? Well, they brought out a Rafaela, right? So that solves it. Like, it gives that speed, it gives that sustainability. And so, that's the thing. This new hero is going to pop up more and more and more. And I think even by the time we get to M6, man, like, it'll change obviously a little bit, from that point. But right now, he's definitely going to be a menace. And I think we still see that threat in this best of 5, and then also later on that best of 7.
Yeah, and it really, when it comes down to drafting, it's finding the correct puzzle pieces, like you said, right? Getting that Rafaela, getting that support into that utility factor that Suyo brings to the table. And that's what we saw in the previous meta, where we saw Fredrin being so dominant. We saw Boxia being so dominant, Barats as well, the trio, holy trinity of tank jungle meta. And that's when we saw heroes such as Florin pop off, heroes such as Angela become very viable in the meta as well, just because you have so much frontline capability. And I feel that Suyo, he brings a kind of duality where you have a very nice form of damage and a nice form of sustainability as well. So there's a possibility that he might work in another lane. Maybe the jungle isn't for him. I'm thinking
that's what I was thinking.
Lane Suyo. I might be overcooking here. Yeah, I really feel, a lot of the casters here at MPLSG, we feel that Suyo might not be a jungler, but he might work well with Assassin, and you put him on the EXP lane.
Good thoughts here, and we'll see. I don't know if one of the teams will end up doing it, but hey, I do know that on the mainstream they are doing an activity out there for the audience. They still have people in. It's almost packed, by the way. If you guys are if you want to
Yeah.
check things out, of course, go ahead and look at the main stream. Also, while you're joining us here on the International English stream. But I think while they're going and doing this activity for all the fans out there, we are actually going to be taking a short break here, Mo, while things get situated, the players get set up, and the crowd fills in, because this is a packed audience, guys.
Yeah, it
Unfortunately,
is.
we don't get the opportunity to feel that energy in the room. But we are going to be taking a break, about a 10-minute to 15-minute break, somewhere around there. So definitely go ahead and grab your hydration snacks, your snacks, and everything else, because this is going to be a jam-packed day for you guys, starting off with this best of 5. So sit tight, and we'll be back after the break.
Hi, Taggy.
Now is the time, there's no more waiting. Where will you be when the light dawns? Sweat on your palms and your pulse is racing. Who will you be when the moment comes? Will you rise?
Give me some fashion advice for the
Will
day.
you rise to be heroes? Blood on your knuckles, heroes. The world on your shoulders, heroes. Giving everything you've got.
Pass me the book I read yesterday.
Pain is the price for something greater. Everyone else turns back. It's safer, drown out the fear inside.
Want to hang out for a drink?
I'll be on my way. Hi, Teggy.
Now is the time, there's no more waiting. Who will you be when the light dawns? Sweat on your palms and your pulse is racing. Who will you be when the moment comes? Will you rise?
Give me some fashion advice for the
Will
day.
you rise to be heroes? Blood on your knuckles, heroes. The one on your shoulders, heroes. Giving everything you've got.
Pass me the book I read yesterday.
Pain is the price for something greater. Everyone else turns back. It's safer. Drown out the fear inside.
Want to hang out for a drink?
I'll be on my way.
Welcome to the land of Gun.
Fighting for no one would ever know your name. Who were you waiting for? No one would be there to save you. You would be alone when hope was gathering together with the sun, even though your back.
Thank you for the wait, ladies and gentlemen. We are back, and you will see our lovely faces. We are heading into the first game, if I believe, of Falcon
Yep.
Esports versus Zeno Esports, right? Zeno Esports. I mean, we've heard of that name pretty often. For me, themselves, they have a lot of spin-off teams, right? They have Zeno Lilies in MWI, and they had
Yep.
Zeno Zenith as well. And fun
Zeno Zenith,
fact
yep.
about Zeno Zenith. The player Zippy is currently playing for Mythic Seal. So yeah, he was an ex-Zeno Esports player, and now we have the bans and drafts already underway. We see the first few bans already being taken out. The priority on the Angela. The chip will not see the light of day, thank God. And the Fanny, Gato Kacha, Fovius, and the Harif as well.
Yeah, these are a lot of the we didn't get to see the graphic here today on the English stream, but I know they pulled it up earlier and even yesterday. These are a lot of the top picks right now. Not just here though in Myanmar, and I think this is just more of a global thing. A lot of the teams like to choose right now the Gatakacha. Obviously, we talked about the chip earlier on too. Matilda's still open right now this time around, but that first priority pick from Zeno Esports is actually going to be the Jushin. Interesting still that this is one of the picks that they go for. They are on blue side. There's a lot open here, but they went with the Jushin pick, and knowing that the Matilda is going to be open, and still the assassins that we're used to seeing, like for example the Hayabusas, the Suyos, and all those and everything else. It's almost worrisome for that first early utility pick being the Jushin, because here's the answer, man. Alpha right away. Matilda. I'm actually surprised that Falcon went with Alpha on this on this pick.
Yeah,
I
I'm
would
really
say that
surprised as
there's
well.
it's still a good pick. Don't get me wrong. Alpha's great and a little more sustainability that you can bring to the table because here's the answer right now from Zeno Esports.
Yeah, the Khalid will be picked up. I feel that Zusin is so much of a niche pick. It does extremely well against that fighter utility jungle where you need to get into the face and you're not jumping into the back lines, right? And they
Yeah.
do pick up that Suyo as well. So Zusin, it just disables any form of front line that you have because you can throw them around, you can body bag them with that lantern. And now with that Suyo, I mean, Zeno Esports, I feel that currently right now, yeah, they do have the upper hand.
I like I like the fact that they went with the Suyo because it was open. I was really expecting Falcon Esports to take it from them after maybe what they saw like Ken, for example, do yesterday in Mythic Seal. But right now, that answer being the alpha here, of course, the Mozkov still a big pick that a lot of the teams like to bring to the table. And even for, Falcon, again, they are a team that if the alpha is open, they'll take it. Minotaurs, usually for the mid lane too, they like to roll with the Vexana, which I don't know if this will be banned out or not. It would be, I feel like from Zeno Esports, hopefully it would be something they consider banning because the other thing that we've seen Falcon Esports do yesterday was a mix of, having even a magic gold laner. But the fact that they brought out the Mozkov, there has to be an answer here for that from Zeno Esports. And I'm really wondering, what they have up their sleeves because yesterday, looking at the games that we had, it was 2 Mozkov games and a 1-1 from them. So that's why that ban came out of the 1-1 because, hey, Falcon Esports knows we'll take the Mozkov from you, we'll ban out your 1-1, and now we're going to force you on a pick that maybe you're not so comfortable bringing against this lineup here. So yeah, we still go through this, waiting for the last couple bans. There's the Eve. Wondering if we have, do they have the Vexana ban next? Like, are they still going to go for the mid lane here? I'm not sure. Okay, it's not. It's a Feramis. They decide to ban out the Feramis. Okay, so they go that way. This leaves open a couple things here, though. There it is. All right, they just go with the Hylos. They go with the Hylos right now. Mo, I think I lost you for a second here. I'm not sure if you're back with me yet, but yeah, they go ahead and take out. They pick up the Hylos. This leaves 2 options left for, of course, Zeno Esports. Let's see what they go for. Mo, I know you'll join me back here in a little bit, so I'll just take this over for now. But at this point, again, last 2 picks here for Zeno Esports. What are we working with here? They still need that gold lane option. Not sure what they want to put. Is Claude available? I mean, they went with the Bruno ban. So maybe Claude. They could go Claude here if they want to. What else do they want to do? I think this is the hard part, once again, for Zeno Esports. On not having a coach, for example, what they have to work with. So at this point...
Yeah, the Hylos being...
Whoa, there we are. Mo, welcome back.
Yeah, I'm back. I was surprised. Right? I was just trying to speak, and then it felt like my connection was being cut off to you. So I was like, "Hey, Naisu, can you hear me?" And you're like, "Yeah, you got cut off," and I was still speaking, but I was like, "Yeah, it's all right. It's all right though." They picked up the Nathan. They picked up the Khalid. The CC, yeah, the CC being a very prevalent pick in this region as we've seen so far. I feel that CC, of course, strong hero, strong laner in that EXP lane. But when it comes down to the team fight, when it comes down to the 5-on-5 brawls, you don't really do too much. So in terms of Zeno Esports win condition here, right? They really have to pump up that early momentum, make sure that CC wins that lane, just dominates that lane, so that Suyo, he can have the space needed. Oh my god, it is going to be an extremely hard execution coming out from Zeno Esports. Falcon Esports, very well-rounded draft so far.
I like it, man. You know, even when I was going through that, when I lost you for a minute there, it's like I was wondering exactly what would be put in the gold lane for Zeno. Nathan is probably good for, you know, especially late game if they can get there. But I don't know. Let's see how both these compositions work out.
Yeah, we know the draft. We're heading into game one where it will be paused for a moment. But yes, this is Zeno Esports and Falcon Esports currently fighting for tournament life. Whoever gets away with this would be facing Mythic Seal at the upper bracket. So far, I mean, the drafts, they do look solid, but I feel Zeno Esports, they've gone extremely greedy with their draft here. Like, CC, it's a win condition. Suyo, it's a win condition. Nathan, yes, it's an assurance, but you can get destroyed so early.
You know, when I look at this lineup that they have here, you know, just again to refresh some of the viewers if they're just joining us, Zeno Esports, no coach. They go with a Jushin early pick. That was their first pick. A CC, a Suyu, a Khalid, and a Nathan. Like that's their lineup here. And this could work really well if they can end the game early. Like, this is one of those compositions where your only real, like, late game insurance policy for this is maybe the Nathan. Like, he's going to pop off if they get to a late game. The problem with that is what's across from them once again, and this is what we were talking about in the draft that they had yesterday, is, you know, for Falcon Esports, they've got relatively a tanky lineup. We're talking about a Hylos and a Matilda, both of those being available. You've got a, you know, semi-tanky jungler in alpha, depending on the build that's there. But also you have what I was saying in the draft earlier too, and this would have most likely been picked up, which was that Vexana pick. And so that's an extra body with the Eternal Guard, you know? So the problems here is if Zeno Esports isn't able to end the game early, I feel like they're going to struggle until they're just hoping that we're playing for the gold lane. And that's what we were saying yesterday too. They were playing for the gold lane. They were really trying to get to a point where, you know, the gold lane does his thing, pops off, gets to where he needs to be. The problem is like really, if you're going to pick a lineup like this, you have to end this game before it gets kind of too out of hand. Because right now for Falcon Esports, we know that they like to play aggressive too, Mo. Like, we've seen this from them time and time again. So if they still play aggressively with a lineup that technically, you know, should take some time to build up, Zeno Esports could find themselves in trouble. The big saving grace, I will say, is, again, Suyo. Great pick. Good snowball potential. And if they can get it, then I think they're off to a good game one.
Yeah, now that you mentioned it, right, I'm kind of worried for Zeno Esports because I'm thinking about the early and mid stages of the game. Where's the damage coming from? Where will the damage be from? Will Suyo just be enough? Because Nathan, at that point, he's not going to have any itemizations to dish out the damage needed to finish the rest of the team members off. But, I mean, it's very curious to see because you have to go through a lot of sustainability. You think about Royal Milk, having that Glorious Pathway revitalization, that's a lot of healing factors coming in. Are you going to buy a Necklace of Endurance just for him? Are you going to buy a Sea Halberd just for him? You can't possibly do that. And the synergy levels that Falcon Esports are showing in terms of just on paper alone, when they put down that Glorious Pathway, that Circling Eagle gets enhanced. Spear of Alpha gets enhanced. Vexana's only becomes super mobile, but we have a skirmish in the middle lane here.
Already the mid lane, going for it. The flare's going to be dropped down too. Good thing for Boy, he was there. It's going to force them off. Kid X disengages as well. And this is what we got to keep an eye on too. Rixum Leo on the Suyo. you know, whether they decide to go some of those build paths that you just mentioned, even for example, like the Sea Halbert to help with some of the sustainability that's going to be there, especially when we're talking about like Flask of the Oasis and Revitalize from Falcon Esports, like some of this for Zeno Esports, like, is all about timings in the early game. And so at least they avoid, you know, both teams kind of avoid getting that first blood this early on, just from that mid lane fight there.
Yeah, and what I'm predicting here is that Falcon Esports, they will start to ramp things up, right? Because they have the more mobile lineup, they have the Matilda as well, and here we see it, Spirit of Alpha being used on Tutu at the moment. Not able to find its mark. Yeah, so far, I mean, Falcon Esports, they want to use its mobility. They want to find these clashes as much as possible. And Zeno Esports, they might be walking into a meat grinder here.
Oh, they're going to pull PX7 back. Rixim Leo will get the turtle, though. Once again, with a flare, PX7 could be in trouble. They're going to engage Spirit Destruction to join the fight. Not going to follow up, though. Happy with PX7 down. Rixim Leo looking for Royal Milk. Royal Milk not level 4 yet. Rixim Leo now picks up the second kill for Zeno Esports. They get a whole lot out of the fight. 2 kills plus a turtle.
Yeah, Falcon Esports not able to capitalize off that turtle fight. Despite having that superior lineup, I mean, Zeno Esports, they showed that, yeah, in this early game power spike, if you do not finish me off, they will eventually add that damage. Even though it was a slow sustained damage, still, finishing off PX7 shows the cracks in Falcon Esports lineup, right? If you aim down the Vixana, they would not have that sustained battery to go on. That magic damage, that keeps exploding in the background.
That's the thing, though, you know, here, Mo, is like, I was saying, anytime you have this Suyo pick and you get that early kill, you kind of have this. And look at this play they're going to try to make on Benny here. Benny, I don't know if he's going to be able to escape that. Look at the damage again coming through, circling Eagle. Kid X not able to help in time as Benny goes down, even popping the Purify. Kid X looking for a kill himself, and meanwhile on the top side, a lot of focus here on Arrow. Oh, Kid X. I'm not sure what he was going for. He wasn't able to convert the kill, even burning the flicker in that exchange there.
Yeah, the rotations coming out from Zeno Esports, they are very deft. They are very swift. They want their key target to be Benny. And like you said, they're really focusing on that goal lane here. And if I was asking them, right, where's the damage? They're trying to build it up right now. Nathan would be that middle game damage if they can get an advantage for him. And he's still on that farming route. Meanwhile, Benny, he has to play safe. He lost his outer turret already. So he will have to meet
so early.
The Nathan on top lane.
Very early to lose, you know, that turret. They kind of like try to work from that, try to get, you know, avoid that sandwich play that just happened from Zeno, but you're 3K behind now at this point.
3K behind indeed. Circling Eagle though.
Kid X once again circling Eagle pop, taking a brunt of the damage already. Kid X, where are you going? As he falls again mid side. Now Royal Milk going to be the target as Rixium Leo picks up another kill. 2-0-3 now. Eternal Guard dropped down, but that's another objective in the hands of Zeno Esports. This is getting a little out of hand. You know, I was saying if they can end the game early with this lineup, Mo, they're off to a game win. And I think this is exactly what they want. This is exactly what they need with the lineup they have.
Their greed is working out, right? It paid off in dividends, right? Suyo, he got the early game snowball that we know he requires. And now, I mean, Falcon Esports, all they can do is hold back and watch their base get destroyed. Meanwhile, I don't think they can go out alone anymore. If they do get picked off, Zeno Esports, they have so much team fight capability to deal with. And that Lantern from Dusin is going to be a menace to the Alpha. He is not going to have a clear Spear of Alpha destruction. I mean, Spear of Alpha line to follow with the Spear of Destruction. That double Spear combo, not looking too good so far.
So again, trying to make a play here. Eru the target. Problem that Vengeance, of course, takes a ton of spears to the face, plus the Spear of Alpha. So as you were just talking about it, that time around, Dax will pick up a kill. in the exchange. Once again, Royal Milk, look at all of that. Retribution going to be used as well. Eternal Guard, not enough to save him, and now the objective, the tier 1 turn mid lane going down in exchange. Zeno Esports, you know, they might have lost a body down bot, but they're happy with it because they get more on the map.
Yeah, Falcon Esports going with whatever scraps they can have, right? They go in for the trade, and the best target of all is CC, because yes, it is that CC, and I believe that, yeah, they're doing the best to their ability so far, but they have to do it multiple times, and Zeno Esports, they're not going to let this go. I mean, there's only the third turtle spawning. When the Lord is up and running, whether they can take this team fight or not, it's going to be extremely hard for them, because Benny, he does not have the farm yet. In terms of that mid-game damage, I think Nathan is already there right now. Falcon Esports use the glorious pathway.
They're going to fight for it. Turtle once again, this time in the hands of Falcon Esports. Royal Milk, though, he's supposed to be a tank, Mo. He's just getting dismantled and deleted. 0-4 right now, and even though he didn't have the revitalize in that fight, man, it's just like you can't really do what you need to do as a tank when you're taking that kind of damage. Look at the play here on the tier 2 top side. The Spirit Destruction was landed from Benny, but he won't follow it up. Meanwhile, he's got to deal with Boya. Boya just kind of chasing him down. I'm not sure if he's going to re-engage on this, but Benny might be one of the cases where he's your saving grace later on in the game, because you're 5,000 gold behind. You're losing objective after objective, albeit one turtle that you got for Falcon Esports. But it's going to be a very difficult fight, man, when your frontliner's taking that kind of damage. Look at PX7. Holy moly. Eru will pick up that kill, and they sweep on in once again. Glorious pathway to cut him off. Royal Milk getting dragged back in with a flare. Rixium Leo wouldn't be able to pick up the kill on Royal. But now, once again, Zeno Esports will get win after win.
Yeah, I mean, Falcon Esports, they did not find the early rotations needed, and Matilda is not a hero that likes to play while he's behind, right? You get bursted out so easily, especially given the timing that Zeno Esports have right now. 5.6k goal lead, itemizations off the charts as well. The way that they cannot force any, even any of the battle spells away from Zeno Esports, that the flickers are all available. When Zeno Esports, they have this kind of resources, they have the flickers available, they have the retribution available, they are gonna just collapse on you, and you don't want to use your flickers defensively as a Matilda. It's getting harder and harder for Falcon Esports to come back, but they will have to go on the back of the very good team fight. But funneling farm on Benny is just the name of the game right now.
Yeah, you gotta farm Benny up. He's only got a Corrosive Scythe Golden Staff right now too. Saw on the other side, you know, Rixium Leo, where he needs to be building up. He's the Soul Sever, that second skill from the Suyo hit hurts so much. And, you know, that's why they're just going to go ahead and freely take a Lord here. There's really no contest from Falcon Esports that they can pull that off. Because, like I said, until Royal Milk is actually able to tank some of the damage and, you know, not use the Glorious Pathway defensively and can engage, that's what they're looking for. The problem is right now when you're going against this lineup that scales really hard in the early game with this kind of lead, you got to catch up time. This could be a play here, Boya, though. Kafu jumps in. Eternal Guard right on Kafu, but he's going to be fine with the entropy as well. Still working through it. Lord now spawning, goes up to the top lane. And it looks like Zeno Esports will wait for some of these waves, manage them the best they can, but Falcon Esports, can they defend the push here?
Hard look for them. They do have the Vexana, they have the high ground defense, but do they have the farm to do so? 6.6k already in the hands of Zeno Esports in that advantage, while the Lord marches down on the top lane. I mean, Zeno Esports, they have what it takes, but Falcon Esports, all they need is one good team fight with Royal Milk, who gets the perfect glorious pathway with the revitalization. Falcon Esports are still in it, ladies and gentlemen. Now the Lord crashes Raging Sandstorm.
Whoa, they go in! Huge Raging Sandstorm coming out from Boya, but they aren't able to capitalize it. Benny will go ahead and throw the Spirit Destruction. Doesn't want to join the fight, though. But man, even with a multiple target setup with Raging Sandstorm, not able to get the kills though, but Eru looking for Benny, and Yo-Yo will go in, picking up the kill. Eru's still going to be alive. Eternal Guard dropped down too, looking for that flare to bring them back a little bit further. But man, Zeno Esports not done just when you thought they were. They get stopped on the push, but they might be looking to get some more turrets at this point. It's up to Falcon Esports to go ahead and defend this mid the best they can. Glorious Pathway, Kafu jumps in, Entropy, but he gets stopped quickly in his tracks, and right now Falcon Esports holding on to that mid and top turret in the base, possibly looking for more Spirit Alpha from Dax. Will be able to find Kafu. There's the dragon, one more. Lyrixium Leo now on the backside, looking for the targets as Royal Milk falls in exchange. The 1-for-2 trade right now. Falcon still trying to hold on to the base turrets the best they can. Benny trying to clear out this wave. The turret finally goes down once again with a flare. PX7 in trouble. Eternal Guard won't be enough to save him. And even with the waves still managed, still pushing in, that might be all that ZINO Esports gets for now.
Yeah, it's all for damage control right now for Falcon Esports. If they can hold on, right, they can have that late game advantage because that CC does not bring in that team fight factor. But to show the mechanics of the CC, it's just fighting 1v3 against that Moscow. Is that lore accurate? Yo-yos are stronger than spears? Because, yeah, apparently it is. And Tut just showed what yo-yos can do, man.
I'm surprised that fight went as long as it did, and that ZINO Esports was actually able to go from a stopped push to even get more. Furthering their lead once again, furthering their control, getting those 2 base turrets. We'll see if there's a contest here. Dax really trying to get in that window, but he's not going to be able to. Eternal Guard going to be able to find 3 members with the Glorious Pathway, and there's the flicker forward from Boya as well. Now on the backside, they jump in, already utilizing the vengeance from Eru. No one goes down, but they get a whole lot of ultimates and battle spells down in it. This Lord making its way down the mid. We'll see if Falcon Esports, can they dig deep? Can they defend here?
That's the revitalization down for the next 50 to 60 seconds with the Lord. And this is the enhanced one, by the way. They might be able to end things right here because ZINO Esports, they want to go for the throw here.
Gonna have to. Once again, look how quickly they're going down. The base is gonna be worked on too. They're trying to clear it out, but the Lord's still up. And Falcon Esports can't defend as ZINO Esports will take game number 1 in this best of 5.
And something that we weren't expecting, right? The draft, it looked extremely greedy in terms of their win conditions, but they fulfilled every single win condition. They bided a time where Matilda is supposed to gank them. And Matilda and Alpha, it's not like they weren't trying. They were consistently trying to find the CC. They were consistently trying to find the Suyo, but they could not finish off the kills. And ZINO Esports, the moment they reached their power spike, it was just go time, and they never let go, man. They never let go.
Yeah, really impressive game, I would say, Mo, here for ZINO Esports. And again, you always got to give it up to the teams that are going into these games, into these matches on this type of stage and what they're qualifying for. Again, this is for M6 Qualifier. And they do it without a coach. They go through this draft that it's obviously a risk. Like when you look at this draft from ZINO Esports in game 1, it was a highly risky draft for game 1, which I think is the best time to do it, by the way. Like if you're going to take a risk with a draft, do it in game 1 in a best of 5, and play that aggressive style that we saw glimpses of yesterday from ZINO Esports. But unfortunately, it just wasn't, against Mythic Seal. It didn't work out because Mythic Seal is just like the more aggressor, like in that matchup, and they snowballed. But I think again, I want to reference the fact that I think this was a lesson learned from ZINO Esports yesterday, where they did draft in, the amount of utility with the Jushin, which is still, you don't see teams do that too often anymore, where they're first picking the Jushin. Like she's kind of changed value and positions over the course of the past couple of months when we saw her so much in MSC. And, but the fact that Lyrixium Leo took the Suyo after what he saw Ken do 2 times yesterday, he had a hell of a game here. Very impressive all around, just as a team. And I mean, even to the extent of Boya on this Khalid, man, like how many times did he find multiple members with the Raging Sandstorm,
Yeah, the only time that he died was that initiation, but still the teams got the 2 inhibitor turrets off that back of the Raging Sandstorm, right? And with Tut destroying Hylos in that EXP lane so early, I feel that Royal Milk was nothing more than a glorified gold delivery machine, man. Because every time he popped that Glorious Pathway, it looked like he was delivering some gold to Zeno at that moment, because Yeah, he goes in, but he dies instantly, and that's not what you want your Hylos to be.
Yeah, this is tough. Like I called it when you see, and I don't know. It's weird because this at least from yesterday and today, like Hylos just has not had the best time. I think the most successful that we've seen him so far was when he was paired up with a chip, for example, when that slipped through yesterday. But if you're a Hylos and you're getting, you know, literally deleted, like you are the tank, you have a revitalize, but you are getting blown up really early on, and you fall further and further behind, and most of your glorious pathways are used defensively. It's so difficult to, I feel like, come from that, like from that deficit, right? And even with the Matilda on their side, like they just weren't able to really capitalize on the draft that Falcon Esports brought to this game one. And even for, in Benny's case, like Benny was trying, like he landed a couple Spear Destructions, but he just never really had that window to follow up and showcase the damage that he had built up, the itemization that he built up with this Moskov, because there really wasn't a good time for him to enter, to follow through with that Spear Destruction. And that was the hard part, because it's all a scaling thing. We talked about this pretty much in the draft, where if Zeno Esports wants to win this, they have to win this fast. And this is exactly what we mean when we say win fast. Win after that, maybe even first Lord. They did push into the base off the first Lord. They had 2 base turrets down. They really put pressure on Falcon Esports, I would say. And so just overall a great game, great response here from Zeno Esports, I think. And for Falcon, they just kind of got outscaled too quickly. Mo, I can see you. I can't hear you. I'm not sure if if you disappeared on me again, but I can see you, Mo. But I'm assuming you're going to be talking about Yo-Yo here, the MVP of this game, the Jushin once again, 2-0-11, right? So 93% kill participation here. Great emblem usage too. Obviously running that the common emblem there, but then you get that Impure Rage, and you're moving, you're moving across the map with the blessings and everything else here, movement speed. But that was the thing. The Jushin's just annoying to deal with. It's too much to go ahead and deal with being dragged back to the team or away from your team, especially when you have, for example, like these slower heroes, or like Hylos who's trying to escape, but even when the Glorious Pathway is dropped down, you're just dragged back into the team fight. So very deserving MVP here. Performance, of course, from Yo-Yo once again. Maybe this warrants the early priority, I would say, in the future games if they want to go Jushin pick, because this is something that I believe, even through their previous games from group stages and everything else, that they like to go with, unless this is, taken from them from Falcon Esports. But overall, great MVP performance here. So we'll have to see if Mo gets to join me up again. But
Am I here?
We'll wait. There you are.
Oh, yeah?
Yes, you are, sir.
I'm here.
Hello.
I mean, I've been here. It's just that you couldn't hear me, Like,
I just
I'm
couldn't
like a
hear you.
ninja in the back. So, yeah, I totally heard whatever you were saying about Yo-Yo, and I hear you, man. Jushin, that first priority pick, it's always a very dangerous thing to do, right? You can instantly get countered out, but what's surprising to me is how Falcons responded to that Jushin first pick. They went with the Matilda, they went with the Alpha. And yes, it is a good response in a kind of all-encompassing way, but you don't have that backline jump. You don't really threaten the backline with the Alpha. Alpha is still initiating the fight from the front as much as possible. You're not going in from the flank, and really we do see the disparities here from Falcon Esports in this highlights replay, where Jushin is just dominating with that lantern, making sure that his teammates are always in prime position. And you see, Dex and Kid, they got ushered away by that lantern, and Yo-Yo is always in the thick of things, and he can be in the thick of things because his backline is never in danger.
Yeah. And this was like the thing is, like, if your backline's not if your backline is not in danger, like that gives you the freedom of, focusing on whatever you want, really. Like it kind of comes down to that, because you know that even for the backline, like they're going to be able to handle themselves. And, that could be either team here in that case. But, with this, when your backline is mostly Benny and he's not in these fights, as you guys see from this highlights, aside from this pickoff that they get, Benny was doing exactly what he had to, though. Like, I'm not going to say that he was playing it wrong or anything. Benny, as a Mozkov, when you're following this behind, like, all you want to do is push these off lanes, push these side lanes and try to farm up the best you can, get the items you need. But this is what I'm saying, too. If he's even down there and he throws a spear into these fights, there's no one to help secure yourself if you actually follow through with the spear destruction. You know what I mean? So
Yeah, because
you almost have to choose, like, hey, are we just going to go ahead and like push, or are we going to go ahead and like, fight these? Because look how these unfolded here. It's just a very losing fight for Falcon Esports a lot of the time.
I mean, look at that spirit of destruction, right? That shadow just hanging there. Do you want to go in? If you do go in, you're dead. It's kind of a damned if I do it, damned if I don't moment. And this is where, I mean, he thought he had the back of his entire team where he could go for that fight. But that yo-yo isolation coming out from Tut at that point, and he just fell, and just one by one, the rest of the team members just could not keep up because the lack of damage from the lack of spears. And if you look at the Glorious Pathway usage, right, there was only one Glorious Pathway where it was offensive and he wanted to go in, but he instantly got destroyed. The rest were all an entryway back to their base. They just wanted to get out of the fight as much as possible. And with Falcon Esports lineup, you have a Matilda, you have an Alpha. If you're not taking the fights, you're not going to do very well in running away either.
Yeah, it's one of those things again where, it was a timing difference from both lineups. Like that's how we look at it. We called it in the draft. ZINO Esports wanted to play that early game. They got it. They got all the momentum that they needed. And then over on the flip side, like, for Falcon Esports, like they needed to at least get to a point where they weren't getting snowballed on. Like, I feel like if this was an even game where, at least in the early game, I'm talking about even the first 3 turtles where, maybe a 1K, maybe a 2K gold difference, at least something more manageable. Yeah. But dude, we're talking about like 5,000-6,000 gold, like with a lineup that's meant to snowball and punish when it does. So for Falcon Esports, like they just couldn't actually keep that momentum from building up. And then, so they were playing from that back foot the whole time. And, Hylos is great. Hylos is obviously one of the most picked heroes right now, just globally. But if you're getting shut down, I think you said it really well, Mo, like he was just basically a delivery of gold at this point. Whoa. Like, you know what I mean? Yeah, there's like, come get me, and we'll try to run away. But again, that's why I think that Jushin pick was so clutch at the same time against, maybe it was more of like, we know they're going to pick the Hylos. Like, let them pick it. Drop down the pathway. We'll go ahead and pull them back if we can. And I think that's also why ZINO Esports moved around the map the way they did. They really wanted to fight a lot of those fights within like choke points around the jungle, because that's the thing. Like, even if you fight that and a Hylos is there, you could actually go ahead and use your beacon and then the lantern flares and everything else, right? So there was a lot of those fights where it was just favoring the lineup in closed, confined spaces around the map for ZINO Esports, and they really punished them. And the only thing that I'll say about Suyo, by the way, maybe it's a little overtuned. I don't know if some people feel this way or not, but that Soul Sever, that second skill of his, and it's the fanned, it's the fan attack basically I think it's when you hold it, that does a lot of damage, especially when you're fighting in those closed, confined spaces. So I think everything just kind of really lined up here for game 1 for ZINO Esports.
Yeah, it's totally not a result that I was expecting at all, because it was really hard to get the advantages that ZINO Esports were getting. And Falcon Esports, it looks like not even a drafting error. It looks like a slight execution error on their part. They did want to get that early game map advantages going on, but did not have any kind of contingencies prepared for when they fail. right? If they do fail to get the early pickoffs, if they do fail to find the advantages on the alpha, will you be able to match that Suyo in terms of having that power level, in terms of getting that man-to-man brute force going on? And it just looks like Suyo, he has more arms, and even though you have a little spear thingy shooting in the back, you have that beta
Yeah.
shooting in the back, it's not enough, man. Immortal form is just too tanky to go through. And Hylos, I can't let it go. Oh my god, it's just very sad to see. But we saw the way that Zeno Esports, they did dismantle the Hylo strategies that these teams might be bringing out as well. So what Zeno Esports they want to go for is to destroy the Hylos in the lane so that you do not have to farm to assist your team. Essentially, you become like a roaming Hylos because your lack of farm is so apparent versus whoever that has been destroying in the lane. So we've seen in other regions, they're using the CC to fight against the Hylos. In terms of fighting him in the late game, you got to rely on something like the Edith as well. So yeah, I kind of think teams are learning how to fight with against the Hylos now, and the cracks are starting to show. It's no longer the best pony in the world.
They are. Obviously, he's still going to be, I think, a big pick for a lot of people. But, while we wait for the players here to get set up for game 2, I believe we are going to be taking a short break, like 5 minutes or so, Mo. And we should be back after this while the players get ready and lobbied up for game 2. So we'll be back after this.
Fighting for no one would ever know your name. Who are you waiting for? No one would be there to save you. You would be alone when hope was gathering together with the sun. Even though your back's to the wall. One strike, go cut the monkey mind. Your blade swing one time. When clouds have cleared, sunlight can shine. One time, the fight is yours. I feel with your sword. There's endless power once you start. Never lose your heart. Tonight is dark and the shadows are deep. Who can protect the world? A light of hope shines in the dark. One strike, I swear by people's side. Keep faith just one time. I'm gonna light up all the fires. One time, for my desire, I light up so bright. Inside the power in my heart, I'll defend the world.
Hi, Techie.
Now is the time, there's no more waiting. Will you be when the light dawns? Sweat on your palms and your pulse is racing. Who will you be when the moment comes? Will you rise?
Give me some fashion advice for the
Will
day.
you rise to be heroes? Blood on your knuckles, heroes. The one on your shoulders, heroes. Giving everything you've got.
Pass me a book I read yesterday.
Heroes.
for a drink?
I'll be on my way.
Unstoppable! Shut down!
Mo, I can't hear you. Out here, Mo. You get your mic working again, and I'll go ahead and welcome everybody in. Welcome, guys, back here after the break. Again, I'm Naisu. This is Mo. Mo's getting his microphone fixed and turned back on because right now
I
we
think
can't
I'm back on.
can't hear him. Oh, there it
You
is.
can't?
Now we can hear you.
You
Welcome,
hear
Mo.
me. Yeah, we just saw the conclusion of that first game. A little technical error here and there, a little technical error, but then we had Zeno Esports taking the series 1-0 right now. It is still a best of 5 after all. Falcon Esports now on the back foot. They have to respond, but we know they have what it takes, right? I feel like we were talking about them having some form of win strategies that they were going for that Matilda, going for the Alpha extremely early. But yeah,
Yeah.
for Zeno Esports, they went for Tucson extremely early as well.
Okay. This time around, Mo, there's obviously a change inside here, which is going to change things up a little bit because we're going to see what the priority is for Falcon Esports this time around. For Zeno, they're still going with, they had to ban that chip out. There's the Matilda this time around, so that's going to be banned out too. But this will still leave that pick in question. I think if Falcon Esports doesn't go with the Suyo first pick, then we're still also looking at the potential where, even for Zeno Esports, they might just go with the Jushin again. Like, even though they're on the red side, they might just pick it up because it was an MVP performance that we just saw here from Yo-Yo, and he played it well, and it provides so much utility. I'll still say that, yeah, Jushin's value has gone down, but what hasn't is the amount of utility that she can provide throughout the entirety of a game. So that last ban was the Harith. So what are we thinking here for that first pick from Falcon Esports?
If you look at the pool, right, they pick up the Tucson as well. So yeah, there we go. Falcon Esports. I mean, it looks like Tucson is the flavor of the day so far, and we see both teams really prioritizing that Tucson, knowing that potentially you don't want to run a Suyo against this because you can be tanky, but you're gonna get thrown around by that lantern. And meanwhile, if Zeno Esports they play this correctly, right? They can jump the backlines, they can threaten the backlines, they can fight the battle on two fronts. That way, the lantern, that priority is shifted, and Tucson he has to worry about his own life as well. So something like a Hayabusa, something like a Ling, really a strong way to jump the back lines, and they go for the Nolan instead.
Okay. Nolan Edith. Edith is still a solid pick. Again, one of the top picked heroes right now. Really on-demand crowd control, and I think you made some good points, especially on the fact that the Suyo was still open. Maybe it's still picked up by Falcon Esports, but right now with the answer from Zeno Esports and the fact that they wanted to go with the Edith instead, and then the Nolan. Now Nolan was picked up yesterday. Was it Game 3? I believe it was Game 3. Yeah, from Zeno Esports. They picked up this combination as well, the Nolan Edith. And it was against that lineup that I was talking about, where you had a Hylos, you had an Aurora, a Harith, a Suyo, and it's looking similar, right? The only difference right now from Falcon Esports, from the lineup that Mythic Seal brought to that Game 3, where that Nolan and Edith were picked from Zeno Esports, is the fact that you have a Jushin right now. So I'm hoping that Zeno Esports doesn't have to face one of those lineups again that is just very tanky. At least they don't have to deal with the Gatakacha because it was actually Falcon Esports that banned it out. But because the Hylos is here, Falcon Esports still kind of relying on, hey, let's make this Hylos work. It did not have a good game in game number 1 at all. But so part of me wants to know like how Falcon Esports is going to round this out. They already have good early damage potential, good snowball potential with the Suyo, but so does Zeno Esports. And what we just saw them do, like they should feel pretty confident about that. Part of this though is my personal, I don't want to say it's a personal bias or like a personal hate toward Eve, but I just naturally feel like Eve right now in the current meta, like her real world manipulation setup is great, but it's just, it doesn't feel like it fits in completely. I mean, obviously you're locking down people, in the real world manipulation. She's got some slow, she's got some decent damage. But I guess in this matchup, Mo, I don't know how you feel about this, but maybe, you're just going to utility for utility in a way, right? Because you got a Jushin over there, and if that obviously the beacon's going to be brought and the flares are going to be there, then you might as well fight them in the box. You might as well go for, if we're going to post up here in this objective or in these choke points in the jungle, let's just fight them into it.
Yeah, and I feel that I kind of agree with you. Yeah, Eve doesn't really fit into the meta, but it's more of you need some other hero to make sure that you can put members of the enemy into the box as well. So you want something like a Ruby, you want something like a Tigreal, where you're able to control them in the box, because that real world manipulation at such a slow time frame of stun. You either need to have an extreme discipline with using that RWM when you want to just pop it out. And when you do pop it out, you're immobile, right? And that's what
Yeah.
the newer majors are seeing. They're extremely mobile, they're extremely survivable. And things like Zusin, you when you ulti, you have this like slight flicker movement where you can reposition, and it's sort of like
Yep.
a survivability and engagement tool as well. And Eve does not provide that same factor. Even with Aurora, you have a second life, but Eve is just too immobile right now. And yeah, having the Matilda would have made it work, but it's already banned out.
It's already banned out. There's the whoa, there we go too. The Tigreal going to come through for Falcon
Very,
Esports. We saw this banned so many times
very good denial.
yesterday. Yeah, so interesting. Tigreal is there. And so, like, that's, hey, man, that's a great answer, because everything I just said about the Eve, and you mentioned as well, like just wanting to fight in the box, that real world manipulation ultimate, like, who's better to do it than Tigreal to counter that, you know? Like, yeah, we'll fight, but then we've got an implosion to help us with that.
Yeah,
And so, what do you feel? How do you feel about that?
you know that Zusin counters Eve, right?
Oh, oh,
Oh my god! I think this is a debut here.
So I'm wondering if this is like a real pick, because we got thrown off yesterday. It was a Karina, but let's just assume, yes, this is a Yin here. Like, this is a Yin.
Yeah, this might be the debut of Yin. And yeah, as I was saying, right, Eve gets countered out by Zusin, because Zusin, with that lantern, you can actually pick the Eve up out of that real world manipulation. So if you are in that position where you can deny that ultimate, and that's a huge ultimate coming out from Eve, by the way. If you can deny it out, Falcons, their draft looks extremely solid once again. But as I said before, that they always lack that one factor to jump that back lines. If it comes to that 5-on-5 fight and they are unable to jump that back lines, I mean, Zeno, they will be able to find these pickoffs extremely well now that they have the Nolan Yin. But Zeno, they have only one frontliner, only one Edith to think about. So this is a completely different game for Zeno Esports. They have a lot more win conditions, but they have to find these pickoffs time and time again.
Okay, so it looks like we're gonna get a little bit here to talk about the lineups here a little bit more, but before we jump into that game, and I don't know, man. Like, even in the Philippines, I have not seen Yin at all. So, like, when I'm looking at this lineup, have you, like, in Singapore?
I've never seen it before either. I've seen it in community tournaments, yes, but this Yin is not even in the jungle, right? This is an EXP late Yin. So you want to take the fight offline. You want to take. I mean, it's such a double-edged sword. When you go into the ultimate, you either help your team greatly or you hinder your team, and it has to be used in the perfect manner. But I mean, this is why we are here at M6 Myanmar Qualifiers, right? We're here seeing the metas being put to the test. We're seeing the weirdest metas come out, and who knows, this might be the meta of tomorrow. Like,
You know, the last time I saw Yin was actually with Mirko on an online cast. We were casting for a different tournament, and we saw a Yin roam. Yeah, it was a Yin roam.
wow.
And so and we said the same thing. So, like, back then we were like, you know what? This is just where we are with the current meta. Like, we're in this kind of healthy space with the meta where, like, stuff like this can be used. You can pick it up. Now, like you mentioned, this Yin is going to go in the XP lane, but essentially, and like overall here, like, even in the XP lane matchup, man, like, how is this going to be against Royal Milk? I mean, this is a Hylos once again. That obviously you're going to be able to outdamage him, but I know we didn't get a glimpse. I'm really curious on what emblems are being run here too, just because, again, this is a hero that we don't typically see, and we know that even right now when we talk about meta, like, even emblems are pretty variety. Like, there's a good variety of setups with emblems, so we're thinking about how is the CN going to fit into the equation here. They have a ton of damage. Like, I'll put it at that. Like, this lineup is almost serving the same purpose that Game One did for Zeno Esports, just in a different way. It's like a different flavor because you still have, a hyper scaling assassin in Nolan, especially if it gets early kills. But now on top of it, you're actually able to go ahead and scale up to a point where Kafu doesn't actually have to have those moments like Benny did in the previous game. Like Kafu should be able to just farm up in these side lanes because the physical damage profile is already really good. And even with an Edith, man, like when Edith pops the Primal Wrath, like your damage profile from an Edith and the tankiness that she has as well is very heavy in the early game. Like their early damage profiles are kind of scary. But then again, when you look at the lineup that Falcon Esports brought, there's a reason why they are tanky, tanky as they are. Like they have to be able to withstand some of this. I'm assuming there's also, we didn't get a glimpse like how many revitalizers there will be. Probably just the one, I'm assuming, on Royal Milk. But that's the play here. If Falcon Esports can withstand that pressure early game, they didn't do it in game one though. Let me just remind you guys, if you guys didn't catch game one, Falcon Esports did not do it in game one. And it's almost a similar story, just a little bit of different lineup for both teams here.
Yeah, Zeno Esports, they're really going against the grain here. Like, it goes against everything that we learn in fundamentals of gameplay, right? It's really all for yourself. You drag someone into the dimension. You take a one-on-one fight. Nolan is fight somewhere else. Meanwhile, the other teammates, Edith, you wanna just be that frontline tank for your mage player, that Eve, and that rule manipulation suddenly becomes a lot more attractive when it's a 4v4. So who knows, right? Maybe Eve is gonna be enhanced by the power of Yin, because once you pop out and the real world manipulation is there as well, it might be an added factor to draw the members of the rest of Falcon Esports inside that box. Yeah, very, very creative thinking.
That's what I'm wondering too. Like, because we just don't see Yin competitively, what kind of build do you go with him? Like, is this like a tanky Yin? Is this a damage dealer Yin? Like, do you go with some type of hybrid build again? And I'm just, even in my own ranked games, like we don't see Yin that often. So like, I'm just kind of, that's my big question mark with this composition here. But part of it too is, and you already mentioned this, like you bring them into the dimension, I think what's his ultimate even called? It's my turn or something like that. So his dimension, basically, when you bring them through, like, even if you just do that and take out the Suyu from Falcon Esports, like I feel like that's almost mission accomplished. You did your job. You got them out of the fight. You pull them from even, let's say, the turtle takes or the Lord takes later on. And if you're able to go ahead and do that, and then let's say you even go down, like you get killed, you still did your job. You brought them out of the fight, and you're able to do that. So I think a lot of people are going to be paying attention to exactly how this Yin is built, what emblems are going to be taken up here, and then exactly how do you execute this. And I feel like that's also just a lot of responsibility on Eru's shoulders here with this Yin pick, part of it, because that's the thing. If he does build kind of hybrid or like kind of tank Yin, then you sacrifice some of the damage that he's known for, right? Where he's usually picking people off, pulling them through his ultimate and everything else. But I think that's also why they went with the Edith, so that at least you have another kind of front line when he's gone in his ultimate, because you're gonna have to either peel or something for the team here.
Yeah, the source of valuable damage coming out from Edith, I do see it as a very good factor. Yeah, and you bring up very good points about that build, right? It's going to be very interesting to see, because from what Falcon Esports are doing right now, they're playing off their team synergies, right? They are going like, yeah, we are all 5 puzzle pieces, we fit well together. That team synergy is going to go into that team fight where we have that glorious pathway, where we have everything set out for us. Dusin Lantern in the back, Suyo go in front line. Meanwhile, our goal laner deals damage in that back line. But now, with Yin, you take away one of those factors. Then it's like throwing a wrench in that machine where, yeah, if you take away the glorious pathway, now what happens? If you take away the Suyo, now your frontliner is gone. If you take away that Zhu Xin, now your lantern is gone. That Yin provides, yes, that double-edged sword where you take away something, but you don't know what exactly that Yin is going to take away. If I were the Yin, like I think I want to aim down that Suyo because that's an early game damage, right? All that
Yeah.
early game damage gone might look great on Zeno Esports when they fight these below 10-minute battles. But when they go into the later stages of the game, if you can find the goal laner, if you can find the Zhu Xin, that's a lot of control, a lot of damage taken out from the team fight. And Zeno can potentially turn the tides of a disadvantaged team fight, even if they're down in net worth. Because that net worth goes out of the window when you're dragged into the dimension with Yin. And here we have
go.
it. We're directly in the game.
Okay. Jumping in, we theorized as much as we could about these compositions and the fact that we're going to have a Yin, but I guess we get a little bit longer. This was just so the viewers here on the international stream, because I know they don't see the stage while we get another break here, is looking at this. I think it was Zeno Esports that called for the pause earlier, so we'll see if it's still going to be them while they sort things out. But we still do get a glimpse of this too, and it looks like, yeah, you got the two purifies, of course, over here being used. Royal Milk still running that revitalize, like we mentioned. Didn't get a chance to look at all the emblems just yet, but hopefully they can get things sorted out here, because I just want to see how these compositions end up working, for the most part here, and how this is all gonna fall in the series, because again, like Zeno Esports yesterday in their matchup, they got swept. They're playing definitely different, in game number one. And they're, like we said, they're doing this without a coach too. So when they bring something to this table like this through the draft, like either it's gonna be great, like it's gonna be wow, that's a high IQ niche pick, because that's every single time we see this mode, like that's what it is. Like if you see these picks coming up with heroes that are like, yeah, I've never seen this, or I barely see this, it's a niche, like cheese pick, whatever you want to call it. People call it different things, right? But nonetheless, like interesting picks like this are what makes the games, I would say, exciting. Even more exciting now that you actually have the room to be able to do this here. So again, thank you guys for being patient with us while we kind of figure this out with what's going on here. I'm not sure if it still is, esports that called for the pause. That yeah, until then, like all we can do is hope that they're able to execute the lineup they brought to this game too.
Yeah, all we can do is just hold on, ladies and gentlemen. You'll just enjoy our beautiful voices. Maybe not too beautiful for a bit while we talk about the rest of the games that will be happening for the rest of the day. So we will have this best of 5, right? Zeno Esports versus Falcon Esports right now, and whoever wins will be against the Mythic Seal at Mythic Seal Golden Road so far at the grand finals, who awaits them. And Zeno Esports, they just lost 3-0. I mean, I don't think Zeno Esports are a bad team. Maybe Mythic Seal is the true hidden boss of M6 Myanmar. Yeah, they're just that good. Because if I'm not wrong, right, Zeno Esports, they were at the top for a while, and they were with the members of Mythic Seal. So 3 out of 5 members currently. Now, Mythic Seal, 2023, they all went over, and now they just found their perfect 2 to fit in, and now they have that 5-man lineup, Golden Road all the way for M6 Myanmar Qualifiers so far. Yeah, that's going to be an insane match.
Mo, you watched yesterday, right? Did you watch all the games, or because I know you had to cast as well, right?
I watched the second series, so the one where there was an extremely long delay because of I'm not too sure what happened on the stage, but it was Zeno Esports versus Mythic Seal. Yeah, then Mythic Seal just looked poised to destroy Zeno Esports, and right now seeing Zeno Esports play, they don't look like a team that can be easily destroyed. They're playing like this against Falcon.
That's what I was going to ask you. Like yesterday, when you saw those games and you saw how Mythic Seal played, and then Zeno as well, do you think there's like what's the difference here? What was the difference factor? Like, is this game 2 draft going to get them a 2-0 right now, facing a match point against Falcon Esports? Like, what's the change in Zeno Esports that you've seen so far game 1? I know we're waiting for game 2 here, but just based off that, here we go. Tell me what you think as we go into the game.
And I feel that I see the shift in Zeno Esports right now. They're trusting into a lot more to make these plays, right? Giving him the comfort heroes like CC, giving him the comfort heroes like Yin, because he's the most experienced veteran on Zeno Esports that they have, and giving him the freedom to play all these non-meta heroes, so to speak, but really a comfort might give him that added degree of edge that he needs to win the lane and to win the game, right? Right now, we even see that he's having a great time against the Hylos. And as a Yin, that's expected. But Zeno Esports, they have to watch out for this Suyo.
This boy that goes in the onward, and now Rixium Leo joining the fight too. Wasn't able to get, there's a flicker for a flicker. Eru goes in, won't pick up the kill, so I mean, both teams really sacrificing a lot there to try to get that first blood. Neither does. And just to answer the question earlier too, yeah, you know, we were wondering what emblems would be brought to the game here from this Yin pick. It is going to be a tanky emblem set, so maybe that's going to reflect on the build too. Again, there's a couple builds that Eru could go with, but right now he's definitely going with the tanky emblems. So he wants that durability. Part of his job might just be get the right targets out of some of these situations, but right now Falcon Esports, Dax, going to go ahead and work on this turtle. We'll see if they have enough for response. Zeno Esports looking, but Dax will get the turtle now for the fight. There's the flicker once again. Glorious Pathway going to be dropped down. Boya in trouble. Even with the real world manipulation be a drop down, they're looking for more. They come in and they throw everything at Yo-Yo. Looking for more with the drag from Eru. Eru goes in into the Maya turn. We get a glimpse of that as well. PX7 with a 1v1. Eru, even as tanky as he is, won't be able to withstand it and goes down as well. 3 early kills for Falcon Esports.
Yeah, it's not your turn, my friend. It's Zusin's turn, as we saw on that Yin, pulling him into that dimension, but just getting bullied down, right? Maybe Zusin might not have been the primary target, but definitely there were a lot of members of Falcon Esports clumped up as they went for that death ball off a push. And this was exactly what I was worried about, that Suyo early game snowball that you might see. And Rixium Leo, he has yet to find any value on this Nolan so far. Nolan, I feel that he gets that similar status, that reputation of being that snowball hero as well, but he's more of a snowball assassin flanker. But now the implosion being used.
Boy is gone. The retribution too, and that's exactly what you're just building on. You know, Mo, like the snowball from Suyo right now that's it. That's the best you can have. And you have 3 early kills. I think Royal Milk's going to be fine. He's just going to stand there and go ahead and wait for this my turn to be done. Now for the turret, though, even with Rixium Leo, though, gets a little bit of extra gold, of course, from that turret. But, yeah, you know, he's tanky enough to even use that Revitalize, so Royal Milk completely fine. But I think that's the thing for Zeno Esports here, Mo, at this point. They got to be able to stop this, because look at the damage. Once again, the Soul Sever showing just how much pressure Suyo can put on these members on this team. Turtle's up, though. I'm not sure if Zeno Esports will actually be able to contest. Look how quick Dax is going to work on it. They put the pressure here on the purple buff. Rixium Leo does get it now. They're going to be a little bit too late to the objective, so Dax, once again, second turtle of the game.
Yeah, and you highlighted the damage coming out from this Suyo, and that was on the only frontliner that Zeno Esports has, which is Boye on the Edith. If he's dealing that much damage to your Edith, he might potentially one-shot the rest of your team members, but the Implosion,
Spirit Destruction going to land as well. Kafu will follow that one up. They drop down the real world manipulation, but once again, Dax going to jump in. Just tries to stop them from following forward, but now Eru goes down into the fight. Yo-Yo's going to be in trouble. Rixium Leo, what's he looking for? Under the turret he goes. He tries to bob, but Benny won't be able to get away with the weave. Now Rixium Leo goes down. The 1-for-2 trade Falcon Esports still finding the better one. Dax, what's he looking for? Boy, look at the damage once again. The Soul Sever. It's a little bit too much. Does Dax go for more? Keeping Boye from getting back to the base here. He's really delaying him. Goes in with the finesse.
Oh
and
my
Dax,
god.
he worked for it. He got the kill.
Yeah, it just feels like right now, Zeno Esports, they don't have any room on this map to breathe. Even if Yin can get the My Turn off onto a key target, right? Looking at his build path, he is going for this tanky build. He would not have the damage to take away any of the team members right now. He's just merely a distraction. And right now, Zeno Esports, they're all relying on that damage from the Nolan. We saw Nolan go in. Yes, he has damage to take out Benny. But when Kid X is frontlining like this, that implosion is always a threat factor that you have to look out for. The purple buff being popper, though.
Ooh. Good punish. Getting a little interesting real-world manipulation there. And now once again, Tut Tut just going to go ahead and bring them into the My Turn. Royal Milk versus Tut Tut. Turret's down, though. Tut Tut trying to get away, but PX7 there for the find the beacon there, and Tut Tut won't be able to escape that time around. Turtle, third one of the game, now up. Benny could be in trouble here, getting collapsed down with the sandwich. There's the play. Rixium Leo finally now back on the board, 3-1-0. Dax, though, still having the momentum in terms of the jungle matchup and snowball potential. Third turtle of the game, Falcon Esports. This one's clearly going to be theirs. They're going to be 3 for 3, so hopefully for Zeno, they can go ahead and adjust before that Lord comes up.
Yeah, what's surprising to me is the gold lead is as little as it is. It is only 1.5k towards, 2k towards the side of Falcon Esports. Meanwhile, Zeno Esports, they do need to get the funnel damage onto Rixum Leo and Kafu as much as possible. If they can drag it out to the mid game, they can force these segmented team fights when Tut Tut is able to deal a substantial amount of time wasting to Falcon Esports. That 5-on-5 is going to be very interesting, right? We've seen Yin trying to drag the high-lows in multiple times, but now we have Yin in danger.
Okay, he's going to be able to go ahead, and this is what they're going to do, right? They're going to put pressure on these buffs at this point. They've pretty much gotten the control of the map that they want for Falcon Esports. So for Zeno, this is what I was saying too. Like, as long as the lead isn't, what we saw in the territory of game one, where it was like 6,000, 7,000 gold, I think Zeno Esports is okay. Like, even if they give up that first Lord, if they're not able to contest it, they might still want to fight, but they're going to force it again. Glorious Pathway, cutting them off. They just want the tier 1, so Falcon goes again. Gets more space to work with here. Good push. Coming out, though, from Rixium Leo up top, at least.
Yeah, this is what we want to see, right? Slow macro plays coming out from Zeno Esports, trying to get back into the game, forcing this split push. Meanwhile, Falcon Esports, they will have to go in as 5. And Zeno Esports, they can potentially use that pocket of time to get the farm onto the Moskov, onto the Nolan. But when it comes to the 5-on-5, that's going to be very curious to see. He might be able to take someone out, especially when Rixum Leo, he is on that flank duty and he is able to join the team fight. His Spirit Destruction already landing, spotting Kid X out.
Oh, okay. He brought him into my turn. Tut Tut there. PX7 again. I'm not sure if that's who he wanted to take. So he should be able to survive. He does. Goes and gets out with a flicker, but now Lord is up here, so they're down quite a few ultimates. Even that spear was used earlier. I don't think they can do anything to contest this. They're going to try to jump in once again. Lord secured by Dax. Now the fight going to break out. Tut Tut already gone. Still going for more. Kafu trying to just fire back. Real world manipulation coming down, and they fire back. They're going to be able to find Kid X, but Kafu will get punished and go down himself, and now Dax in trouble, trying to get away, but he's able to get the godlike 7-0-1 with the Soul Sever, punishing Rixium Leo.
Anime battle going on and the back lines as Rixum Leo try to finish off Suyo, but could not find the finish, right? That immortal form proving to be a bit too troublesome for Nolan to deal with. And right now, already 10 minutes into the game, they do have a 6,000 gold advantage. Falcon Esports right now, they have the entire map advantage to work with. This is where Royal Milk essentially wants to shine. That glorious pathway will be used to deny away the space and make sure that that inhibitor turret is being used and being taken by Falcon Esports.
So they'll go ahead and march in with this Lord bottom side to work with. There's an implosion, but no flicker available here. They're going to work for it, trying to drag out Tut Tut, but he's having to go back to base. Glorious Pathway drop down as well. They kind of clear out the minions. Turret finally going down. Base turret, Lord, still about a quarter of the health. Will get cleared out here, but right now, Zeno Esports trying to hold on to what they can. The last Holy Shield will be popped top side. And Falcon, happy with the one base turret for now. Can they get more? As they still try to wait for some of these waves to push in, but Zeno Esports, their clear is pretty good, especially with Kafu when he's available. They're still waiting for that real-world manipulation, so once again, the mid-turret going to be the focus here. Taking a couple shots, still working through it. Turret finally goes down, and Rixiel and Leo jumps on the backside, but Benny's going to be completely fine as Rixiel and Leo goes down, and the shots coming through from Benny, and even with that, Tut Tut tries to run away. Flicker defensively again. The base still going to be exposed, though, working for it on the crystal. Falcon Esports, though, doesn't have any minions to help them push this one in, so Zeno Esports will survive for another fight.
Falcon Esports, the total victor in the total sum of victories. Rix and Leo going down, losing 2 inhibitor turrets as well. They are scaling up for that final push as they want to choke away the resources of Zeno Esports. This is what I like to see out of Falcon Esports, right? Most teams, when they are ahead, they tend to fall behind and give Zeno Esports, give their enemy a lot of space to farm up. And meanwhile, Falcon Esports, they do choke out all the resources, make sure that jungle is farmed up, and only retreat when the Lord is imminent. 10 seconds away for the enhanced Lord.
Given how that, that whole thing went for Zeno Esports, like, they're able to defend, but I'm still, like, scratching my head here, Mo. Like, what can they do with this? A huge implosion, though, able to find 2. Quickly working on Tut Tut's immortality. He's going to try to get away. Benny will be able to pick up the kill, and they fight into the glorious pathway. Kafu, though, takes way too many hits from Benny as he gets a double. Meanwhile, on the backside, Boya in trouble. Dax will go down, but Kid X and Benny still unleashing, forcing them on the defense as Boya and Rixium Lee are the only ones left alive, but Boya is gone. The recalls come out, and Falcon Esports ready to even out the series of 1-1, but before that, they'll take out the last kill. The wipeout is there, and Falcon Esports will even out this best of 5 to the 1-1.
Yeah, they tie things up indeed, and then we will have Falcon Esports showing that, yeah, you might want to pick something else, right? You possibly, I didn't really see that Yin providing a lot of value, even when he got the My Turn off, right? When he bought that space, there was no ability for the rest of the team to jump in. Like, the initiation factor was not enough. Maybe they thought that initiation factor was enough. And yeah, the Eve pick, once again, it's really surprising. Interesting.
Yeah.
Because he used it defensively, but it's not enough damage because they can just run out of the box. There's nothing to keep them in the box.
I don't know, man. That Yin was not it was not it. I know we try to, like, theorize as much as we could, but when it was picked up, but even as a tank Yin, and maybe even if the game plan was just to take out the Suyo or, like, bring them away from the objectives or whatnot, it didn't work out, like, at all. I mean, for the most time, even if he was able to bring in PX7, for example, into the My Turn, the ultimate, nothing was really happening with it, and a lot of the times it was just Royal Milk, so it's like just 2 guys going 1v1 in a ring that no one's going to die from it, So just a really tough game there, I think, this time around for Zeno Esports. It's good that they go ahead and try to limit test themselves, but, this is what I was saying in game 1, like, that was the time to do it. But ultimately now it's down, it's 1-1 here. It's even in the series. It is a best of 5. I don't think we see something like this again, like Yin, not just Yin, but a little bit too, left field for Zeno Esports, because they really need to be able to adjust from this and come up with a better game plan, I feel like, for game 3 here.
Yeah, I mean, going along with the lanes of something like picking like a Nolan, you still want to get that pick-off factor going for you guys. But honestly, it just felt like the entire draft of Team Zeno, they had very little synergy working with each other. Yes, there were some cool things that could have happened, but it was a woulda, coulda, shoulda situation because Team Falcons, they are not stupid, right? They are one of the best teams that you're playing against, and you really have to really put on your thinking caps and redraft a lot better because now with that Tigreal, they're going to deny every single space, and the threat
Yeah.
of the implosion is always imminent. And even if you get a foot forward with my turn, once the entire team goes in, if it's not on Kid X, he's going to implode on your team.
Yeah, it's and he had a couple good implosions, right? Like Kid X was able to pull that off, but I feel like even without the implosions here, Mo, like it still would have been almost the same course of action for the way that Falcon Esports approached this game, the way that they pretty much dominated the majority of it, if not all of it. Just because, yeah, even the XP lane, like you're like Tut Tut on the Yin was not able to provide any, I feel like, any value to this game too. With that pick, I would almost say like I would just seeing Yin the hero is great. Don't get me wrong, love to see it, but maybe at least from what I've seen online, like he seemed to work better as a roam. Like now that I've seen it in XP lane, like what is he gonna do, right? Like you're just taking him into the ultimate to like face him off in this, like you're literally 1v1 in a lane. What are you gonna do? Bring him 1v1 in your ultimate? You know, like that's kind of what was happening there for the majority of it. It's just a change of scenery at that point, Mo. Like it's, there's nothing else to it other than that. And a lot of the times when you even do that, you end up just coming back from the ultimate to my turn, and then like everybody else is there. So then you've got to, how many times do we see him defensively flicker to try to stay alive? You know what I mean? Whereas, for example, just thinking, left field here, and from what I've seen before on a different cast, the Yin Rome, when he had the flicker, he was using it more aggressively because a lot of the times he was catching these members or catching, the mid lane and taking people out, at least still even building to an extent of being more of a hybrid setup or damage build, if you will. So not to knock on the Yin XP lane, but I don't think it really did much in this game too. So with that being said, obviously Zeno Esports really has to adjust from here, because one thing that Falcon Esports does do really well is once they get momentum, like in a series, and I'm talking about even previous tournaments of theirs, like they usually roll on that momentum. And you saw how snowballed even the Suyo was able to get, like in this game too. So that could, even if it's not a Suyo, man, I know we've spent a lot of time talking about him because now he's competitively available. But like even if it was a Hayabusa or any of the assassins that you think, like the way that it's played there, like that's the danger of it, So hopefully Zeno Esports can adjust before their next draft, and that's the one thing we always have to keep in mind. They don't have a coach. They don't have a coach to help them with that. They got to do it all by themselves as a team here.
Yeah, and you know what? It feels like the Zhu Sin is that key to make Suyo work right now. This is what these few games have been like showing me, because
Yeah.
when you pick up the Zhu Sin, you essentially don't want to pick up Suyo on the other team. So you kind of grab it for yourself. So most of the time, if it's not banned out and you do pick that Zhu Sin, that's why we see such a heavy priority on that Zhu Sin first. Because if you do pick up that Suyo first, there's that possibility that the other team picks up the Zhu Sin, right? So going into the next few games, do we see them banned out, right? Just take out that Zhu Sin, take out that Suyo. Yeah, just ban them out, make sure that's an even playing ground, then we go from there, and we just reset everything. Just don't pull out the wonky strategies. We bring it into that assassin meta going in, because we saw Nolan being played and it was very well done. Benny, his spacing was incredible, but he could have potentially died to the Nolan multiple times. But it was the space bought by Suyo, right? Suyo was making sure that he was on that Nolan duty, permanently making sure that Nolan cannot jump in on that back line. But Benny made use of that space extremely well.
I would say even to the extent like, yeah, the positioning Benny played with, the fact that obviously he had a pure 5, but he also had the rose gold meteor there, like to help him, a little bit longer. Because a lot of the times, and then even with the Haas claws, like he was able to kind of sustain himself throughout some of these fights and everything else. And you'd be surprised too, like tenacity, that emblem there, it does provide that extra defense when you need it. And there was moments where, yeah, Benny should have been taken out. But the way that he built, the way that he played, the way that he moved, really kept Benny alive and was able to capitalize on that. So, overall it was just, again, a good adjustment from Falcon Esports, like all around the board. And I think I have to say, like, I have to agree with you. I think they really need to go ahead and like change things for a game 3 where maybe because this is such a high priority pick, like the Jushin we've been talking about, is maybe just ban it out and see what that does to change things up for the mid lane. Like, even if you take out the Jushin, though, like, we're probably still going to see a lot of Valentinas and Vexanas. There's still the occasional Aurora that does pop up here and there. But, overall, there needs to be either an answer for the Jushin or, like, either team, even the Suyo to an extent. Like, who are they going to take? Who are they going to ban out? The only problem with that, Mo, is, like, if you do focus on the Jushin or the Suyo, for example, you're going to leave something open, like we saw yesterday, where it was like that chip was picked up, and we've already seen a Matilda here and there, but this is the thing. Like, look at this. They're fighting in between tier 1 and tier 2 at this minute into the game, under 3 minutes, and it's all because they know that they can get enough stacks off and bring them back with a flare. Like, they can't escape.
Yeah, it's exactly. And we see like the implosion threat always being present, even though the Spirit of Destruction lands. Kafu, he just joined the team fight. They do manage to get a semblance of a team fight going, but the lack of damage is showing, right? There is no finish onto Falcon Esports. And when Dax actually re-enters that team fight, it is a lot of damage dealt to the other team, leaving Brixum Leo back in that back line just alone. And he does not have any team members to work with. But the way that Dax operates this Suyo, he is playing like the pseudo-assassin, kind of not frontlining, because he knows that, Royal Milk, you are all that the frontline needs at this point. So Dax, he can play for the damage. He can play for those kind of like jumping kills out of the bush. And he does that extremely well, making sure that they're permanently threatened. Zeno Esports, they don't have any space to move out at all. You have to worry about an implosion. You have to worry about that Suyo popping out of nowhere as well.
Yeah, it's almost like there's too many things to worry about. Even this 1v1 was insane. Like, I know that was a quick snapshot from the camera, but dude, the fact that he had like 1 HP and then he just soul severs his way and he's able to go ahead and punish Rixium Leo like that's just too much, Great, pretty much like you said, an anime battle there in the jungle, but ultimately, Falcon Esports, the way that they played this was really a team effort. It was a good try here from Zeno Esports on the defense, but ultimately, what ends up happening is again the objectives. Like, I think the whole game plan of having a yin is literally objective based. It's like we want to go ahead and get an advantage some way or another with using the ultimate my turn and taking out either the jungler or someone valuable, and that just never happened. So as soon as like that is your, maybe one of your main goals with the lineup that you have, and it's the box is not being checked, Mo, like it's just not going to work. You know what I mean? Like it's not going to be a game in your favor if you're one of your main contingencies is not happening. So good try there, I would say.
Good try. But speaking of the box not being checked, I got to talk about a little bit about that Eve pick, right? We saw in the last few fights where the real manipulation was not really used to its fullest potential, but we see that Zhu Xin was able to use the ultimate to go in, and with that lantern, bring him out of the real world manipulation. And this is where Zhu Xin really counters out, but that's because of the lack of frontliners that Team Zeno had. They only had the Edith to work with. Once Edith is on one side, Zhu Xin comes in from the right side, and that's just all she wrote for that game. Oh my god, ladies and gentlemen, we are tied up at 1-1 right now, but we will be going for a short break before we continue on with the rest of the series. So stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. Goodbye.
I'm not sure if we are or yet. I don't know if the players are actually going to be set up yet for Game 3 here, Mo. But um, let's find out. Let's get word on this
Okay.
because I know with it being a best of 5 and everything else, we'll see if they actually get set up for this the Game 3 right away. Again, we're coordinating. For you guys watching with us, we're coordinating here with the main
Yeah.
broadcast and seeing where things are going with them. Because sometimes, if they got the ball rolling and they got the momentum going, they like to
We
go
could just
game to
go.
game. So but yeah, everything that we broke down there from game 2, all it really, like, to sum it up, at least for me, is really just want to see Zeno Esports like not do something so out of left field. Like in a Yin XP lane is pretty left field. Like, it's as soon as it picked up in the draft, it
Mm,
was last pick, remember? So I'm sure that you can think of a handful of
a
heroes
lot
that
of
probably would have been better than the Yin. So a lot of people would go ahead and say, like, yeah, you could have gone something other than Yin, but I won't hate him for trying it. I think at this point it's just more so of like, we want to see them go ahead and get prepped and ready for a game 3, because now that it comes down to, it's a 1-1 in the series, they're going to have to go ahead and hopefully get the upper hand here. I want to see too if they switch sides, because that would play a part in this. Just to give you guys a heads up too, they do have, the sign going on that game 3 is about to start. So we are going to be jumping into the draft here very shortly, because it looks like the players are on stage and ready to go after their little break, which is good, because I think even mentally, both these teams kind of needed to reset things from here.
Yeah, both teams, they want to get the ball rolling. They want to get that mental reset as well. I mean, it is a long day for them, right? Whoever wins, they still have to go through another best of 7. And that's very taxing on a player to just play games entirety of the day. And for someone like Zeno Esports, right? They don't really have a coach to work with. They don't really have someone who will be able to draft for them. They are drafting for themselves, and they're
Mo,
playing the heroes at the same time.
let
Yeah.
me ask you this real quick, because I know you being in Singapore, right? Usually working with like over there, MPL Singapore. Is it common for the teams over there? Do they all have coaches, or have you seen? Are there some teams that don't have coaches?
There are teams that don't have coaches, but
So what do you see the impact that being like?
yeah, the difference in drafting is very, very apparent. Like
Mm,
when we talk about regular season, yes, there will be teams that don't have coaches, but when we go into playoffs, generally all the teams have coaches. So there is like a very big statistic increase of having a coach and going into playoffs, right? So the stats just speak for themselves, and I really feel it as well. Like as a player, they do talk about we've interacted with these players as well. It's really
yeah,
hard to draft with that emotional aspect of you playing that hero at the same time. And even when you draft a hero, you need to know your win conditions, right? The coach is usually there to tell you like what you have to do, what's your win condition. I'm sure as a player you understand it best, but providing that synergy with the rest of the team because he picked that lineup for you. It's what the coach provides in that third person perspective.
okay. So I mean, usually, and the reason why I asked you that is because, yeah, at least for
Yeah,
MPL Philippines, I mean, every team has a coach, So like, and there is a difference, because we've been through some of the international tournaments, like even back with other qualifiers, where we do meet teams that don't necessarily have the same amount of coaching support, or let's say even analysts there, or just general support, for teams or for players. But it always surprised me how far certain teams, certain players can actually get just with themselves, and that's where usually it requires like one of the team members to be the ones stepping up and taking that role as a leader, taking that role as a player, but also like an analyst and a coach, and so in this case, esports, like, definitely respect to them on what they've been able to do up to this point. The Yin, like I said, it had a purpose. And I think that's where you're talking about, separating sometimes that emotion of, and emotion and logic, basically, for some of the lineups that they bring to the table. So as we get to this, you can see that first pick from Falcon Esports being blue side is going to be the Angela. Are they going for the Angeling combo? Possibly, right? Zeno Esports, what are they going to answer with? A Hylos and a Suyo here. Suyu. So they go with this. What do you feel about that, Mo?
Yeah, Hylos and Suya, right? Really strong, but very strong opener coming out from Zeno so far. I really like the Angela pick, but they don't go for the Ling, right? They don't go for the Angela Ling combo. They really want to enhance the shielding factor that Benny has on that Harith. But in Singapore, we just pick out the Esmeralda. And now in Zeno Esports, they answer back with a Wanwan, who has been seeing a lot of play recently. And yeah, when you talk about having that Hylos and the Suyo now, yeah, frontline capability, you don't lack at all. You can play the same way that how Falcon Esports was playing, right? The early game capability will be unmatched, but they have yet to pick up the roamer.
Okay.
It leaves space for Falcon to ban it out.
Yeah. I mean, even if you go that route, you ban things out here, you do that. That's the best thing you can do. I'm almost curious though, because going back to what Falcon Esports did and picking up the Angela early on, and then also not picking up, for example, their jungler right away, which I would assume maybe the Ling, maybe something else. Like there are other options that the Angela can work with. It's an interesting route that they go with. There's a whole lot of shields though, number one.
Yeah.
And I don't know if Zeno Esports has it in them to go ahead and bring out, for example, an Esmeralda or something, because that used to be the go-to for dealing with shields. But even so, like Hylos being here, it's still flexible. It could go in the roam, could go in the XP. And that's what I think they're going to play around, the fact that they have the flexibility options. Fanny and Hayabusa were the last two bans from Zeno Esports. Want to try to cover the bases here. Interesting last ban to Mincetar over here from Falcon Esports. I know the Mincetar has popped up, even in other regions recently that are into their playoffs, that are into the last regular weeks of their regular season. So, they cover that base, they ban it out, but also this just leaves me to question, like, Falcon Esports, what are you up to here? Like, what are you going to pick for these last two picks? You've already got your gold laner locked in. You've got the Angela there, which, mind you, we've seen teams even flex the Angela, right? That she could go roam, she could go mid. You really can't leave it up to anything just yet until these last two picks are locked in. And so far for that fourth pick from Zeno Esports is going to be the Zask. So they lock that in. Wanwan has just, wow, there it is. So Ling, second phase. I'm surprised this wasn't banned out, man. Like, to be honest,
Yeah.
like, I almost would have rather
ban
had
out
the Ling banned instead of the Haya.
Yeah, exactly. Like you ban out the Fanny, you ban out the Haya, but you don't ban out the hero that Angela is best known for being with. And that's just very surprising banning and drafting patterns coming in from Zeno Esports right here. I mean, they believe possibly that Haya and Fanny are more of a threat, but they do have a very good pick still. Like I'm not gonna doubt the Zosk, even though it has been nerfed recently,
Yeah.
but it's only the early game. If they can go into that mid game, if they can go into that late game with that Zosk, he still provides a lot of damage and a lot of zones of control, right? Generally, we see the Hylos being used against the Zosk to mitigate the damage, but now that they are together, there's a lot of zones of control that they can play with. And now they go with the Cho. Wow.
This is, I don't know, it's a little scary, man. Because before the Ling was picked up, and I was surprised that that wasn't banned out. Like, even just going off yesterday's games, the Wanwan did not work for Zeno Esports when they brought it in game 1 against Mythic Seal. And so, like, Kafu really has to get that. He really has to be able to get the timings right. He really has to get the weak points off and then pop the crossbow of Tang. But even so, like, that's my point, is like, even if you get the crossbow of Tang off, like, this lineup, with the amount of shields and the amount of sustainability that's going to be there, 2 purifies, mind you, plus the vengeance from a CC, like, this is difficult, man, I would say, for Zeno Esports.
Yeah, Zeno Esports relying a lot on that Cho to be that main initiator, right? With the Way of the Dragon, you get that easy pick off, then you fight that 4v5, that crossbow of tank suddenly just becomes a lot of damage because you can't spread it among 5 members. You lose one more member to spread it amongst. But that Angela has to be that main target if we go into mid game. But Falcon Esports, their laning presence looks extremely strong, right? With a 1-1 versus Harif, Harif naturally is going to win, as well as the CC versus, I think it will be a Cho in that EXP lane, right?
He looks, yeah, it's going to be tut-tut on the Cho there. So they've got that. Concussive Blast. I think he just went maybe full tank emblems here. Over on the other side, too, you still have Kid X with that Grok. One of the picks that you don't see too often anymore. Hold on. A lot of early poking already happening here.
Yeah, a lot of early poking.
Kid X burning the flicker. He's fine.
Yeah, and this is what I don't really like about that CC and Cho matchup. You just picked yourself into your doom, right? Royal Milk is gonna have one fun time on that EXP lane. Meanwhile, Dex is facing a bit of pressure from Boye, but Boye, he might be in no man's land.
Okay. Early pickup. This is what we're talking about earlier, you know, with the lineup that was brought to the table in Game 3, the fact that they have this sustainability, the fact that they have an Angeling, mind you, you got to be able to control that. And if an early kill is going to go in the hands of Dax, a Ling with a Warcry emblem and everything else, like he's just trying to scale. And that's what this whole, like even yesterday, man, that's what the story was. That's what our meta is right now. Royal Milk? Okay, he's fine. Oh, Dax, though. He's got level 4. Heartguard's not available, though, just yet for PX7. But mid lane might be a fight. A lot of poking. Back and forth. Going to go for some resets. Royal Milk as well, hitting that level 4. So Turtle's up at this point, Mo. They're going to try to get in positioning. Right now, you've got PX7 just kind of clearing that out, keeping things together. Has the level 4. The Heartguard is there. So this time, Zeno Esports has to be very careful on this fight turning on its head very quickly. Dax will jump in. We've got half health on the Turtle and Royal Milk on that backside. Look at this.
Yeah, they're being jumped on right now. Heartguard being used onto Royal Milk, but he will not be able to survive. PX7, he is the second team to follow, but wall charge onto 4 with the Tempest of Blades. Very nice combo coming out by Dex. Gets 1, but 3 members of Zeno Esports, they managed to pull through triple kill coming out from Yo-Yo as they will get that first turtle fight going.
Okay. Not what I was expecting in that team fight, but Yo-Yo ends up getting 3 kills there. Massive damage, too, from the Zask. Again, this is one of the things, like, when we were in the draft, when the Zask did come through that 4th pick, like, you knew that he was going to have a ton of damage early on. That's why the Zask was so popular before and still pops up now. You know, no one was able to claim the Turtle, though, but I think at this point, like, you don't want to fight if Yo-Yo is there. Like, the fact that he got 3 early kills at this point and you've got a PX7 on an Angela, you know, you might want to try to go for a pickoff if you can, but I think they're just kind of outgunned right now, especially in the Magic department, but still, Falcon Esports wants to contest.
Yeah, wall charge being used as the first point of contact. Tempest of Blades and the back lanes as Falcon Esports, they answer back with their own 1-for-1 trades. You know, Esports, they do get some consolation prize gold, but it is a jungler trade for a roamer, though.
Oh, this might be difficult. Even with Rixium Leo down, you see how much they respect the fact that Yo-Yo is still there and they could just get outgunned and outdamaged. And even with that, this first turtle still being worked on. Rixium Leo, though, should be able to get it.
This is what we were worried about, right? Dominator's Descent being so prevalent, so dominating, right? They call it the Dominator for a reason. And that just gives him so much control over that zone. And the respect given by Falcon Esports is really due, because you don't want to fight in that. Royal Milk, he does not provide that much of tankability, that much sustainability in that team fight. Yes, he might have destroyed Tut Tut, but not enough.
Okay, you saw that too. Tut, as you just mentioned him, he picked up the Thunderbelt, so he's got that. One thing I will say about, the Cho picks, really, whether they're Roam, whether they're XP lane, his damage is great. I mean, with the concussive blast and with his passive and everything else, like, he's able to do quite a bit. Like, yeah, he's picked for mostly pick-off potential, but he can actually go ahead and be a bully in the lane, be a bully in some of these early skirmishes. And, he rushed that Thunderbelt, as you can see there. Some of these first items locked in. Obviously, Corrosive Scythe locked in already for Kafu, but meanwhile, Flask of the Oasis is a big pickup now with the Angela. So it's really going to help. They fight.
Yeah, Whale of the Dragon being used on Tutut right now. Glorious Pathway being used to supplement that slow factor, but still nothing being found. Tempest of Blades used as counter initiation. Kid X in that background, though, nearly gives away his own life. But that macro play on the top lane by Royal Milk while all this is going on.
Yeah, Tutut, I don't know. Yeah, he's just going to kind of stop that push happening. They're still focused on mid. Look at this.
Yeah, they really want to hyper-focus about this tower. First target being that Angela. And that's the key target, right? Zeno Esports, if they want to win this, they got to make sure that Angela is permanently on that back foot. Hard guard is permanently expended. Now, Benny, he might be in a lot of trouble here. Glorious Pathway, Zayman's forced used to escape. He lives for now, but Royal Milk is here to join the fray. But still, Zeno Esports, they have all it takes to re-engage. They have the crossbow tank still available. This turtle fight going in. Way of the Dragon in that backline. Royal Milk passes away, and now we have the Tempest of Blades. Will it be enough? PX7 goes down in the backline. Zayman Sports used as a disengagement tool. All members of Zeno Esports pull through, and they win this second team fight.
Man, Zeno Esports, they're
doing it,
giving it to Falcon Esports. This is not what I was expecting with the lineup that they had and everything else. Like, I'm really surprised with this, that they've just went, full pedal to the metal. They've got the objectives now. Now they're converting turrets as well. I was thinking that Falcon Esports, with the lineup that they had, that it was more, evenly distributed in terms of damage, even, that they would have been having a better early to mid game transition. But right now, Zeno Esports, you got to give it up to them. They have done a phenomenal job with this. Tut?
Yeah, Tut forced to use that Tempest of Blades to get out. He does have the hard guard, though. So, a lot of damage. You might not want to dive him here, Zeno Esports. Might be a bad mistake here. Dax, he is still 3-0-1, mind you. So, Zeno Esports, you got to watch out there.
Yeah, so Benny will go and push. So he gets the turret down. That's good for them. They're trying to at least keep that gold lead, from getting too crazy, too outscaled at this point. It is nearly 2,000 gold. But I think even when we look at this, where is that timing? Oh, hold on, Kafu. Whoa,
yeah,
Kafu.
Royal Milk being that first target. Crossbow Tang is in, but not enough damage. Wall charge in the back line. Benny finds the kill with the Synchro Fissure, and now Kid X will be out for the count. 1-for-1 trade coming through. Kid X, Roamer for Roamer, still both even Stevens. I mean, Falcon Esports, they have a chance back into this, but he's not letting it go. He wants to go in. Way of the Dragon still not available yet, but Hardguard is back up. Royal Milk, though, can he do anything as a CC? Finds the ultimate, leans the damage onto Bo. Yeah, that shred coming through from the yo-yo. Oh my god.
Okay. Hey, there's an answer from Falcon Esports. So they're able to find something. Kafu on that earlier engage, I guess he was almost expecting the team to kind of get to the point where we wanted to possibly engage in that choke point in the jungle, but then Kafu ends up getting taken out. He does have respectable damage, as you saw from the crossbow of Tang, but there's still fight here from Falcon Esports, Mo. They're still able to take some of these fights, some of these skirmishes, especially when the Heart Guard is available. And that is a sign that if the game extends, too far in, you could be in trouble if you're Zeno Esports. So Falcon Esports might be just playing for that long game, trying to get to the point. Again, Dax hasn't gone down. The Lord is up here, though, so this could be a disastrous fight for them if it doesn't go their way, like the previous objective fights have gone for Zeno Esports. So right now, big advantage is they still hold on to the tier 1 in the mid lane as well. Lord is up here. Falcon, are they going to go ahead and start this up and try to get this on their side? Kid X, too, if he could get a massive wild charge, that would be great, but really playing into this damage. There it is. Whoa, he already
Yeah,
kicked.
the Will of the Dragon actually being used on Kid X, so they won't have that initiation tool, right? The Zeno Esports MO so far has to be using that Cho as that main initiation factor, and they found some moderate success, right? But when Falcon Esports realizes this, right, all they need to do is potentially just place Kid X in danger. If he does life, it's all right, because if he gets kicked in, it's a potential for a nice wall charge.
Yeah, it is. Well, at this point, Lord up here. It's going to be work done by Rixium Leo. Kid X needs some of that. He's got to get healed up. This might be an opportunity, though. Are they actually going to press this in? Once again, Kid X trying to get some vision here. Boy, going to get forced back as well. Right now, Lord still not being committed by either team. So they'll work on this the whole time, too. Tut Tut just go ahead and managing that top wave, keeping things together the best he can.
Yeah, this is what I'm worried about from Zeno Esports. That crossbow of Tang, it is still not dealing enough damage to the front lines of Falcon Esports, right? We have yet to see Kafu actually pop off in that team scenario. He has been getting pickups, yes, but in that 5v5, Falcon Esports look all but poised to win if they do not get their key members picked off. It's Benny and Royal Milk and Dax. These three, they survive. That's all that they need. Because PX7, he will not be in this team fight. He just needs a hard guard from behind.
It's a big pickup. Oh, Glorious Pathway, Kid.
Yeah, being used, potentially picked off, but uses a wall charge, gets away. Royal Milk, though, he might be in no man's land. At the moment, hardcore has been used together with the Vengeance, and now Royal Milk will be down for the count, pulling PX7 in as well. And yeah, that's exactly what Zeno Esports need right now.
Man, time after time. There's the kick as well, Benny.
Not able to survive as of the moment. Tutut is on the job, giving his own life potentially. Gets out with the Shumpo, not enough, but Tempest of Blades have been forced as Kafu gets out with a sliver of HP. 4 members of Falcon Esports lose that total skirmish just for Tutut alone. Wow.
Man, what I was going to say is
that's
like,
just a joke.
Yeah, I don't know at this point, like, Falcon Esports, they're making so many mistakes really trying to do this, and Dax left to pretty much just try to split push at this point. But even when Kafu picked up the Wind of Nature, like, he's even going to be more risky in the way he approaches some of these fights because he's got that extra layer of defense, and right now they're going to assault the base here.
Yeah, Lord is already up and running. Dax goes in with Tempest of Blades, and the hard guard is being used. Crossbow of Tank counter engage as well. Kid X goes down, but Boye and Kafu, they fall, and the rest of Zeno Esports, they have to disengage as they pop down one by one.
Hey, that's a big gold switch right there that just happened off of that fight. Able to pick up a lot of extra gold, getting some key members down. Yo-Yo, Kafu, Boye. Falcon Esports is going to be able to play into this now. So a defense that was very successful, they still hold on to the base turrets. You know, they now finally can make a move here, grabbing some of the space to work with themselves, win a crown, immortalities as well. Defensively, Falcon Esports in a much better position. Zeno Esports doesn't want to let this slip any further. They've already lost the gold lead that they had. But now, once again, this is where they have to rely on that space that they have to work with when it comes to the team fights. You know, if they can get a pick off from Tut Tut, the right target with a Way of the Dragon would be great, but I don't know if that's going to be all they need. You know, part of this, again, is for Kafu. Like, he's got to be able to get the airtime on the 1-1, get the crossbow of Tang off. We heard the Wind of Nature earlier on, which he really has to rely on, but still, there's a good amount of magic damage, too, coming out from Falcon Esports as more items being picked up at this 14th minute of the game. You're still less than a minute away from the Lord here, but I think this is really going to be an interesting Lord fight. The next one that does break out, both teams pretty much even, you know, even at this point when it comes to the economy and how this it all unfolds is going to be down to some positioning and going from there. So Rixium Leo as well will pick up the Malefic Roar. If he can get rid of Kid X sooner than later, maybe even Royal Milk, then they can burst him down. One quick look at the items here, you're seeing just how different it is also. I mean, even for Kafu, like he's locked in. He's even got a Sea Halberd, right, to help with some of the sustain coming out from that Angela pick that we've been talking about. Good distribution overall, but even when you look at the XP lane, like that's where that difference is. And that's why Royal Milk, he's been pretty big nuisance, like in terms of Zeno. Oh,
But Kafu in a bit of danger here as the Tempest of Blades finds the mark, and Kafu just gets shut down from the game. And this is what I'm just worried about, right? Zeno Esports, they don't have the damage anymore because Crossbow Tank, sure, it's been used multiple times, but no kills so far. And Dex, he's been scaling up. He's 5-0 and 4, right? They have not been able to take him out of the game.
oh man, boy. Okay, he's gonna take some shots.
Yeah,
This Lord,
still
though,
on
I don't think.
zoning
Yeah,
duty.
oh no.
So he finds the way of the dragon. Very nice kickback onto the rest of the team members. Zeno Esports, though, they do look backwards here as Dex, he does have the damage to pull through. Zeno Esports, they have no answer for this. They have to use the Glorious Pathway to escape here.
Okay, so tier 2 goes down. Lord secured at this point. Falcon Esports going to be playing into this. I think we have to go ahead and look into Zeno Esports. How's the defense here? You know, how are they going to be able to actually withstand this push in now that you're 16 minutes in the game? And I would say like the clear is, it's not amazing. You know, it's not great.
It's not.
Kafu is gonna like the best thing about this is Kafu should be able to get the crossbow of Tang off relatively easy when you're talking about a base defense, but you're gonna really have to rely on this setup potential. Tut if he does go for a kick, it's got to be in the right direction too. So they're gonna buckle down. Zeno Esports gonna try to hold on to these base turrets the best they can. There he goes.
Tut tries, but he fails as he does not even get a kick through. Potentially, he did try, but he got shut down with the Lord already taking out that top lane inhibitor turret as Falcon Esports. They want to go for the throat, but they still have the mid inhibitor turret to deal with, and the creeps are falling low. So is the Lord. Will they want to push here? Glorious Pathway being used, if not forced by Zeno Esports. This is your time to go right now as the members of Falcon Esports are retreating, but Zeno Esports, they're just happy to hold just for another minute.
Well, they hold on. You know, they hold on to one base turret at least, able to keep that together. Still could actually, by the time the next Lord is up here, Zeno Esports still, I would love to see them contest, man, because their defense is not that great. Like, yeah, they were able to withstand that one, but eventually they're gonna really get collapsed down on, and that's what they have to watch out for. For Falcon Esports, if they can get a pick off again before the objective take, you know, I think that's going to be very devastating for Zeno Esports' chances in this game 3. Right now, as they try to work through this, Tut,
Oh, and
if he
Royal
gets,
Milk.
yeah, if he's able to get a pick, the way of the dragon, he's got to make sure he kicks in the right target, because even if you, let's say you're the Cho, right? Tut gets a kick that he's looking for. The problem is they can collapse down so fast. And so Boya might be forced to use a Glorious Pathway just to cut off that initiation. And all this leads to timing here, Mo. Like 20 seconds away from the Lord. Falcon Esports was trying to, like, if they could bait something out, then great for them. It doesn't happen, but even so, they'll just go ahead and get position on the Lord and start that up. Zeno Esports, the way they approach that Lord fight, though, while managing the waves that they still have to keep together, right? Because they lost the base turrets, top and mid. Oh, look at this. We're going for Royal Milk.
Yeah, Royal
good
Milk,
attempt.
I mean, he's just dangling himself at this point, right? He's just using himself as bait and potentially just drawing the vision out for Falcon Esports, knowing all the members of Zeno Esports at all times. Now the Lord is already enhanced. It's gonna be that 18-minute Radiant Lord, and with that Zask in that front line, that dominating descent is gonna come through.
Oh!
Glorious Pathway already being used. Crossbow Tang not finding any marks as of yet. Kafu does get the finish onto Kid X. Pops the Wind of Nature so far, but Dax is on a tear through with the hard guard as the members of Zeno Esports, they fall one by one.
Oh, that was worth. There's only 2 members left. They still got to wait for that wave to push in, but Falcon.
Yeah, this is the crystal just exposed with all members down, and now they get the finish. Falcon Esports, they take it decidedly despite the odds stacked against them, right? You saw that, yeah, they were winning team fights again, and it was on the back of the Cho finding that pickoff. But once they made that adjustment, they just started putting the baits out in front. Yeah, we put Kid X out in front. If Kid X dies, it's fine. We get the trade going.
It's I don't know, man. It's weird because when you look at this game, I feel like even team fight to team fight or economy wise, it was a relatively, out of all the 3 games we've seen so far in the series, like this was a closer game. In terms of like even fighting presence that we saw from Zeno Esports. But I don't know. I don't know why that in terms of like their execution, especially later on, like it wasn't able to work for them. And this is twice now that Zeno Esports has brought this 1-1 pick to a game. And yes, there's those minor moments of like, whoa, yeah, there's some pretty respectable damage on the crossbow of Tang. But then they just get, once that's gone, like I feel like it's too difficult to go ahead and play against just getting set up on. And that last team fight even, I always like to highlight this out. Like those choke points in the jungle are what they have to be extremely careful of. And you saw that wild charge hitting multiple members, going forward. And even so, like whether he got the wild charge or not off, Dax was really good at cleaning up that back line. And that last fight, he was able to go ahead and find Kafu and capitalize on that. And so there was a lot of good just back and forth between both the teams here, because when you looked at this from Falcon Esports specifically and having that Angela combo, they struggled early on. But if you remember, when we were talking about this throughout the game, we were like, if this gets to the later portion of the game, like the scaling for Falcon Esports is going to be really good. And I think that's what Zeno Esports had difficult dealing with. It is almost a 20-minute game. They had almost as equal amount of kills, but ultimately that value of damage that Yo-Yo brings here on the Zask early on, like when we saw him get the triple, it will fall off. Like Yo-Yo can't just be the only one doing that. You know what I mean? And this was one of the first games too where this Suyo pick didn't work out the way that Rixium Leo was hoping. And a lot of that had to do with the fact that, again, Dax getting that early lead, those, the early kills even. And when his team was losing the fights, like there was a moment when Falcon Esports was losing fights, like Dax was still on the side lanes pushing and pushing and pushing. And that's what Lings do, right? Lings are going to do that. Mozkovs are going to do that. Any of these assassins too are going to put that pressure there, especially when that, yeah, I've got an Angela on my team. And, so again, I feel like there was a moment there where for Zeno Esports, like they just couldn't keep up with some of the macro pressure that was happening. But even when it came down to the team fights, you're very reliant on trying to get that crossbow of Tang from Kafu off and then even, pumping out enough damage. Whereas on the other side, Benny, brother, all Benny had to do was drop down a Zaman Force, and he's usually good off that. Like Zaman Force with the wild charge, that last fight that we saw there, that was a whole lot. And for Zeno Esports, it was really tough to deal with for them.
And it's not as if Zeno Esports did not know which target to go for, right? They attempted to kill Benny multiple times, but he got out with that Zaman's Force. Don't know how many times. Like it was a multitude of at least 3 times where he dropped that Zaman's Force and he was out of there, like just got free, and the rest of the team members were unable to follow up. And if you think about, you were saying that Ling macro plays going on where this is what a Ling does to you. Split push, we have a Moskov as well. You essentially expect the split push, but for the side of Zeno Esports, it seems like they don't have anyone who can deal with that split push and then be back in that lane in time, right? This is what you pick, like potentially your Paquitos for, your Hayabusas for. They did not have that, and there we see one of the weaknesses of Suyo as well, his mobility in terms of joining the team fight and dealing with that kind of split push.
Yeah, it's a good thing you point that out, you know what I mean? Because even when he's switching between the immortal and the mortal forms, like he does have a moment where he's like slow, but there's definitely times where depending on the angles that you take on a Suyo, and depending on what you have there to support you, like you could be, you could be able to pop off and find the snowball effect yourself. But man, Mo, we're talking about Angela Ling. Like this is like one of the most classic combos
Yeah.
in MLBB, and that's why I'm going to go back to the draft. Like I'm still scratching my head on why Zeno Esports banned the Hayabusa instead of the Ling, because I would much rather have seen, like, if I was Zeno Esports and I was rooting for them, like cheering them on, I would be like, deal with the Hayabusa instead of the Ling and the Angela. You know what I mean? Like, or to a fact, like maybe let the Fanny slip through, because those were the last two assassin bands they went for, Fanny and Hayabusa. And if it happened to be a Fanny and Angela, kind of like pick your poison. Which one are you going to deal with? At least there's some other ways that you can also counter into a Fanny. And if you are able to get a lead, which again, Suyo statistically has been able to get the lead most of the time from these other teams, then if it's a Fanny across from you, you can at least put pressure on the purple buff, and you kind of get control of the game in that sense, So interesting once again. And I think this has been the trend, Mo, like when we talk about it, like this has been the trend of Zeno Esports. When they do take L's in game, it's usually like some of their draft decisions. MVP of this one is going to be none other than Dax. This is what we have been talking about here. This Ling was a big slip to let it go through, especially when the Angela was picked up first pick. And even if his team is losing fights, like that's the power of the Ling, right? Like you just push the side lanes and do your thing.
Yeah, and when you were saying, right, I don't understand what they were doing, and I was like, yeah, I don't understand either, because they picked a first pick Angela and you still don't ban out the Ling. Is that you saying that you know how to deal with the Ling, or
maybe it is? Yeah.
is it just arrogance? Because maybe they're more used to dealing with the Ling than dealing with Angela Hayabusa or Angela Fanny. But still, Angela Ling is one of the most scariest combos that you'll see in that late game, especially when Dax is available to jump in that back line. That crossbow tank, it didn't provide enough, and there wasn't enough burst damage, right? I was expecting the Cho to be on the roam instead of the EXP lane, because Cho provides a lot more invasion tactics, invasion plays as well when it comes down to the Suyo, because you bring that threat of the Way of Dragon at all times, you bring that threat of the knockup just to enhance that Suyo. Meanwhile, that rolling Hylos, it's just a stun, man. It's just a stun.
Yeah.
And you see him coming from a mile away.
Yeah, you can, and that's the thing, right? Like, you can usually see the Hylos coming from a mile away, either or, depending on what any lane that he's in, and so you play into that. But again, when you kind of break this down at face value, Zeno Esports just kind of lost that draft, and that's 2 games in a row now. Because like we already talked quite a bit about that Yin pick that we saw previously in game 2. And then this one, and maybe it goes back. Maybe we're full circle here, Mo. Where I asked you before, like, what's the impact of not having a coach or having that analyst there to help you through, the draft and everything? So, definitely have to go and kind of figure things out. Hopefully for them to extend the series, because right now with this game they're facing the match point over here for Falcon Esports and Zeno Esports. If yesterday was a preview, like I feel like when they are facing this, they might feel a little more pressure and they might kind of, maybe make a mistake in the draft. Hopefully not, because that's what happened with Mythic Seal yesterday. And we look at this from the highlight perspective, you're going to see what I mean. Like relatively, they like early game and mid game, they were doing some pretty good things. This is where we get that triple here for Yo-Yo. And this is where we were both like, whoa, this is not what we expected. But Falcon Esports, playing with that kind of experience that they have and the way that they know this lineup is going to work, they did capitalize on a lot of these early team fights, a lot of these early skirmishes even.
Yeah, and just Yo-Yo having that early game triple kill, feel that could have propelled the momentum, right? But that counter kill onto Rickson Leo that Dax got just gives him such an early game boost as well. And Ling, he doesn't really pop off early to mid game, but if you give him a few kills, he can do it. But Royal Milk, at this point, he's just bait, right? If he dies, it's fine. And Zeno Esports, they know that they made a mistake here by letting someone else get kicked in, which is Royal Milk. But once Kid X started being on that ball for being that bush checker, making sure that Tut Tut is never in a position where he's surprising you, it just went off the walls for Zeno Esports. That crossbow
This
tank
was a really
just not dealing enough
yeah.
damage. Yeah.
I was gonna say this was a really good attempt. Like this was almost like a risk from Kafu. Like he's like, come on, guys, we can make this work. I have crossbow tang, but you know, there was moments where like that happened and things should have been aligned, but unfortunately it wasn't enough damage in some instances. And then, like I said, like, you know, crossbow of tang is great. Even when he had the wind of nature, it was there. But the problem is there's also quite a bit of magic damage coming through from Falcon Esports, you know, that you kind of have to worry about, especially when you're fighting into the Zaman Force, for example. This was like, even for Benny here, this able to do that amount of damage to Tut Tut and like turn this thing around and try to make things happen throughout this game is what played a part here. This was another big team fight where, again, crossbow of Tang, see, it pops off, but then they get collapsed down on, and Kafu can't get away from the amount of like damage that's coming out. Royal Milk just being there. Again, he didn't even use Vengeance in that fight. So, and this one too, they collapsed down once again with the Heart Guard, even with the Wind of Nature. What are you going to do in that instance? The Zaman Force wasn't even used until after Kafu goes down. And with that lineup, that's the problem. Like once Kafu's out of the picture early on in the team fights, you lose a lot of that potential damage, you know, and time and time again, when we see these pushes coming through, like this is the good layering of a lineup from Falcon Esports.
Yeah, just very good layering of utility coming out. Even the hidden synergies coming out from here. And this is the choke points that you were talking about, right? Fighting in these choke points when you're against these kinds of heavy CC control, like Tempest Blades, there's a wild charge always at threat. And the Synchro Fissures, it's an AoE damage. It's not similar to what the Wan brings to the table, where it is just single target damage. And Falcon Esports, they really make use of the terrain really well, together with the fact that, yeah, there's this a lot of hidden synergies that they just brought out. Like, I saw the barrier wall being used by Grok, and Benny was dancing with that Harif on it. And that's one of the synergies that, really, like, that's why maybe Grok works so well with Harif.
Yeah, and again, it was good layering just of all the utility that they had with the lineup that they had. So, you know, like I said, guys, this is now at a point for these players where they're facing this match point against them. ZINO Esports needs to win the next game to get them to the full 5 series. But we're going to give the players a chance to also reset here. We are going to be taking a break now, about 15 minutes or so, for the players to reset, get situated, and get ready for game number 4. Again, Falcon Esports looking at match point. So again, I'm Nice Soup. This is Mo, and we'll be back after the break.
high-techy.
Now is the time, there's no more waiting. Will you be when the light dawns? Sweat on your palms and your pulse is racing. Who will you be when the moment comes? Will you rise?
Give me some fashion advice for the day.
Will you rise to be heroes? Blood on your knuckles, heroes. On your shoulders, heroes. Giving everything you've got.
Pass me the book I read yesterday.
Pain is the price for something greater. You realize turns back. It's safer. Drown out the fear inside.
Want to hang out for a drink?
I'll be on my way.
Unstoppable! Shut down!
Welcome to the land of God.
Fighting for no one would ever know your name. Who are you waiting for? No one would be there to save you. You would be alone when hope was gathering together with the sun. Even though your back's to the wall. One strike, go cut the monkey mind. Your blades.
And I was just jamming out to the amazing song once again there for Suyo. As much as we've seen him, you got to play the song, man. It's amazing. But again, guys, welcome here back on the English stream, the international stream for the M6 Myanmar Qualifier. I'm Naisu, joined here with my boy Mo. Mo, we are knee deep into the series, and I hope your mic is working, man, because I'm going to ask you right now, is this going to be a 3-1 for Falcon Esports?
I'm hoping it's a 3-1 because Falcon Esports, Zeno Esports, they're showing a lot of cracks in the drafting right now. And Falcon Esports, if I were them, I would just capitalize on those drafting errors, right? Zeno Esports, you cannot make these kind of drafting errors again. Really, it's hard to leak out that Angeling as it is in that current meta. And now they've currently leaked it out. And still, like Zeno Esports, they surprise us every single time.
Yeah.
We were expecting their matchup, their entire hero synergies to not work. But that early game coming in from Zeno Esports, it looks extremely strong. But Falcon Esports on the cusp of getting that 3-1. So
the
close.
3-1. They're so close. And I have to agree with you, Mo, like looking at the drafts that we've seen up to this point, even from the reference point of yesterday, man, yesterday when we saw this is where I feel like for Zeno Esports to, let's just say, their dream obviously is to be the M6 representative of Myanmar. Like, this is where they have to kind of like defy all those odds and everything else, because again, this is a team that doesn't have a coach. They're helping them, prepare for this draft. And we've already gone pretty extensively on, the mistakes that we see, at least when it comes to the drafting. And so if they're really looking to get that spot, get that qualifying spot, I should say, for M6, like this is where they really have to step up, really have to show with what they're made of and what they can actually bring to the draft. And maybe that means, again, going to something that's a little more standard, because you're facing the match point of being eliminated at this point. So whatever their standard is that got them through the group stages, because you mentioned this when we got, started here on the live stream today, like it's been about a month in total that they've gone through the course of things. And Zeno Esports is here for a reason. Whether they have a certain amount of experience or not competing against some other teams, the main point is that this team does have what it takes to get to the grand final, to go against Mythic Seal. And I'm sure they would love a rematch, man, after getting swept yesterday. So this is where they really have to like dig down, dig deep, and bring this to showcase here against a team like Falcon Esports as we jump into the draft here. Once again, game number 4. Match point currently for Falcon Esports, looking to face off against Mythic Seal, waiting in the grand final later today. That's going to be a best of 7, by the way. So sit tight for that, guys. We'll be bringing that to you as well. We'll be joined with Mirko later on. So it'll be me, Mo, and Mirko doing the grand finals for you guys. But right now we have to focus on the potential that this could be the last game for this best of 5, unless Zeno Esports fixes something. Like that's pretty much the theme here that we're talking about. Like they need to fix this draft and have the best draft potentially to get them to a game 5.
Yeah, potentially indeed. And a lot of the very heavy meta picks that we see in our regions, they've been getting skipped over by Zeno and Falcon Esports respectively, right? If you talk about the mages, now they are leaning more towards that Sin. Last game we saw that Angela as well, but now the Angela being banned out. Now the Phobius being leaked out would be picked up by Falcon Esports. And we see that, Falcon Esports, they sometimes want to lean towards that 1-1 as well. So with that Hylos being picked up, Hylos, you generally use that glorious pathway to counter out that damage coming out from the crossbow of tank, so that none of your team members actually just goes out to the crossbow tank, so that it does not latch out to another target. And with Phobius, you really highlight that, maybe I might want to pick up that 1-1. And finally, we do see the Valentina. We were hyping this up, right? We wanted Valentina to be picked so badly.
Okay. Yeah, I was wondering when this would come out, for the series. Valentina here. This could actually be beneficial in the fact that at least, for Zeno Esports, this also allows them to kind of have this influence on the draft. And that's what we've been, harping on for so long with them. And the fact that they have a Valentina, this, forces some certain decisions from Falcon Esports. And those are right now going to be the Vexana pick and the Alpha here. So what this is already showing here, Mo, is basically that Falcon Esports, they're willing to play that front side if they have to. They'll engage constantly with a Phobius, mind you, alone. But then you have an Eternal Guard and an Alpha. So if you're Zeno Esports already, even whatever this next pick is going to be to round out their first phase, you have to be able to fight toe-to-toe and know that you're going to be either being dunked on and like you're going to have this big body Phobius in your way the entire time, or you're also going to be somewhat in the air, right? I would love to also see them, and I don't know if they'll go to this way, but dude, if Falcon Esports gets a Minotaur in this like second phase of the draft, I'm worried. I'm worried for Zeno Esports, because I like to say it's the funhouse combination. Even with a Valentina across from them, they're going to spend the majority of their time in the air. So I'm not sure, again, what exactly will happen here. It looks like the graphics went down, but that was a Bruno pick that was picked up for that first phase over here for Zeno Esports. There we go. We get a look again. Okay, Dyroth going to be taken out here. Where are they going with this? We got to wait for the rest of those the picks to come up. I don't think anything should have changed, but as we get through this second phase, that's what I'm looking for here, man, especially even that Minotaur pick, like I mentioned.
Yeah, I really feel the Minotaur pick going on, but they go and ban out the Moskov, as we see for the last ban, the last few pixels of that graphic that we saw. And yeah, I'm not too sure whether it's accurate or not, but given that they have that Vexana, right? The
Yeah.
Minotaur, Minoan Fury into that Eternal Guard, it's extremely potent combo, as well as there's another hero that can do that as well, which is the Tigreal having that implosion for that added on control to land those blasts and that Eternal Guard as well. You'll be playing bouncy castles all day, right? And it's not a very nice look, especially if you have a Hylos. And Hylos, you really want to get locked down. You want to be able to run free because, yes, indeed, you are a tanky beast, but still, most of that sustainability comes from the ability to engage and disengage as you can please.
Yeah, I'm wondering, because I know the camera's back on us, so I'm wondering if we're gonna have a redraft. We got to wait for the information or not. But from what we were going off of, they were already through that first phase, and the lineup was looking pretty solid. Once again, for Falcon Esports on what they wanted to go into this game with, and so I don't know. Like even if we look at those first three picks that we saw from ZINO Esports, like I was saying, it's good. Like the Valentina, like we were waiting for this, and that's usually the classic matchup, like the Valentina Vexana right now, when that does come through. But again, you're looking into that Bruno, that Hylos, and the Valentina was the only picks that we saw. So again, let's figure out exactly if we are still going through that draft or not, or if something happened. Because again, like even yesterday, we did have it wasn't a redraft, but we had to have a game. Yeah. So it looks like okay. So I'm peeking at the mainstream as well because again, guys, we're going off of the mainstream over there in Myanmar, so they have to stay tuned. So I don't want to like dive too much into our ideas of the draft because I don't know, man. Maybe it changes. Maybe we actually end up getting something different for that. So. While we wait to see what ends up happening here, guys, again, it's a match point right now for Falcon Esports. ZINO Esports really needs to go ahead and win this next game to move on to the fifth game, extend the series and go that way. But as both players, like they got a little bit of a break and a rest. But I'm just gonna say if we do go forward with the draft that we saw, that's gonna be tough. So. I think, Falcon Esports already really having a good game-winning draft in that first phase. We did get word, so they are fixing some technical stuff over on ground. Again, guys, there is a massive audience out there watching in person in Myanmar. So, for me and Mo, we're not there, unfortunately. We can't be there, but they're going to get things sorted out, and then we'll figure out exactly if we move forward with that draft or not, because we were only halfway through, so... but Mo, I guess while we wait for this, I can go ahead and ask you. What do you think like right now? Let's just play a game of what if. What if it is ZINO Esports that goes to the grand final? No, like let's just say they win this. Let's just say they win the whole series, Mo. They win the whole series. They go rematch with Mythic Seal.
Wow, that's a tough question, man.
I know it is.
Yeah, I mean,
but we got time.
It's definitely okay. I would love to see Falcons go against Mythic Seal, definitely. But if ZINO Esports goes against Mythic Seal, right, and ZINO Esports somehow manages to win Falcon Esports, that means that your unorthodox drafts are all working, right? And this goes to show, right? It always when an unorthodox draft starts to work, you see a shift in the meta, and that provides a new way, a new perspective of looking at the game, and that's going to be extremely exciting because ZINO Esports, they have an extremely fresh take on the game, right? The way that they answer is not really what you would see. Like when people pick up a Jusin, usually the standard go-to answer is, we will fight him in the back line, we'll pick up in Hayabusa. But the way that ZINO Esports, they have been answering is with these unorthodox picks, they go for the Yin, they go for somewhat how to get counter out the Matilda and the Alpha as well. You saw in the first
Yeah.
game, they just picked up the Suyo with that Tsusin, and it feeling like the Suyo and the Tsusin really looking like a strong pair at the moment.
I think it is,
Like
but
they set that precedent.
yeah, I don't know if so. Right now, again, based off that first phase, like we're not. I don't know if we see the Suyo slip through.
Yeah.
Part of this too is just like either way. I think Zeno Esports, like they have to accomplish a lot. Like I'm going to be the realist here, Mo. You know, I'm going to say like Zeno Esports, they need to accomplish a lot to win this series alone. And you know, it really is just based off what they're going to be able to pull through, what they're going to be able to draft. Again, we don't know if that is the draft that we were looking at, or maybe they figure things out, and they got to get their things in order, I would say, for Zeno Esports to get to the grand final, and then that's a whole nother topic, right? But I do agree with what you said, and I think we'll see if they can make it happen. But right now, guys, we did just get word that there is going to be a break. It's about a 30-minute break, though, because they've got some, I guess, some electrical stuff they've got to sort out over on ground over there at the venue. So we do appreciate you guys being patient for us. We are waiting for this game number 4 once again, currently in this best of 5. So give us about 30 minutes. We'll get some updates for you guys as well over here. But again, I'm Nice and this is Mo, and we'll be back after the break.
Who are you fighting for? No one would ever know your name. Who are you waiting for? No one would be there to save you. You would be alone when hope was gathering together with the sun. Even though your back's to the wall. One strike, go cut the murky mind. Your blade swing one time. When clouds have cleared, sunlight can shine. One time, the fight is yours. I feel with your sword. There's endless power once you start. Never lose your heart. Tonight is dark and the shadows are deep. Who can protect the world? A light of hope shines in the dark. One strike, I swear by people's side. Keep faith just one time. I'm gonna light up all the fires. One strike for my desire, a light up so bright. Inside the power in my heart, I'll defend the world.
Hi, Taggy.
Now is the time, there's no more waiting. Who will you be when the light dawns? Sweat on your palms and your pulse is racing. Who will you be when the moment comes? Will you rise?
Give me some fashion advice for the day.
Will you rise to be heroes? Blood on your knuckles, heroes. The ones on your shoulders, heroes. Giving everything you've got.
Pass me the book I read yesterday.
Heroes.
Want to hang out for a drink?
I'll be on my way.
And we are back. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the stream here, the international stream. Again, I'm Naisu, joined here with Mo. And, we had to take a little bit of a break there because over on ground for out in Myanmar for the M6, again, we're here for the M6 qualifier for Myanmar. They had I believe it was a electrical thing going on. Again, this is, if you guys aren't familiar, there's a whole lot that they have to deal with on a daily basis. So, sometimes the power goes off for a little bit, but I think they got all sorted out, Mo. I know we're excited to see, number one, if this is going to be the same draft, by the way, or maybe they went through the draft. So we'll kind of have to wait to see if that ends up being the case. But let's see if we get a glimpse of it once again in just a bit, if it's going to be a redraft or same draft, at least for those first picks. So I'm looking at the mainstream, man, just for some early heads up. It looks like the draft is done. Like, it looks like the heroes are locked in. And so I'm just going to give a refresh. It was a Phoveus, an Alpha, a Vexana, 4 Falcon Esports, like I was talking about. And guess what the last 2 picks were? A Minotaur and a Nathan. And then over on the other side for Zeno Esports, you have right there, as you guys can see on your screen now, this is a Hanzo, man.
Oh my god!
This is a Hanzo pick.
I had a power outing myself, and now I'm back. Yeah, a Hanzo. Oh my god! This is Zeno Esports. I mean, you were asking me, right, if they do win and go on to fight Mythic Seal, like what it would mean, what it would take, and apparently a Hanzo, right?
I guess so. But let's go ahead again while we all kind of catch up here on exactly what the drafts are going to be. Welcome to, hold on, game number 4 is going to have to wait a little bit longer while we go ahead and take this pause. But it gives us a chance to catch up on the drafts here, man, because again, as we look at this, right, Falcon Esports, match point right now for them, this is that Funhouse combo that I was talking about, the lineup that they have. The Minotaur was locked in to go ahead and bring that all to basically the plan. And like I said, that's the thing that Zeno Esports, even without this Hanzo pick, man, like just the fact that you have a Phoveus, Vexana, Minotaur is scary enough, because not only are you dealing with that airtime, and then the Spear of Alpha too, like there's a Spear of Alpha from Alpha, right? But even without the Alpha, you're going to be crowd controlled quite a bit. You have to deal with sustainability. You have to deal with a lot. So for Zeno Esports, I'm almost wondering, like, where was this? Like, what was the thought process? I guess that's where I'm really wondering, to bring out the Hanzo, man, because this is like almost from game to game to game now, where they brought out these, like, niche picks. It's niche to them. And so it's probably a combination of also just being like comfortable, right? Like, I don't know, Mo, like now that we can bring this to the table, like, what do you think? Is this Hanzo a little too risky? Like for a match point game?
So I come from a region where we have this player called Slowly. He plays Hanzo on the professional leagues. He does it and he just pulls off the greatest heist of all time. So he is like the Hanzo, the only person that you might potentially want to ban Hanzo against. So if they do this correctly, and if they are able to get that early game advantage going for them, because Hanzo, despite the fact that, yes, you can have that ultimate permanently up, that secondary body always at all times, there's a lot of disrupt gameplay going on. You require a substantial amount of farm. You require a lot of momentum as well. You need to be making sure that you are ahead at all times. And this goes with Zeno's MO, right? Zeno's MO, it seems to me like every time they draft, they just want to win that early game and make sure that they keep that momentum going. So if they lose in that first 7 minutes, that ultimate coming out from Hanzo is not going to provide any value. It's essentially going to get sent back to the body multiple times, just again and again, and rinse and repeat.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing is like, Hanzo being like, he's fitting in the assassin meta that we're in, right? He's fitting there. And by the way, it looks like Zeno Esports is dealing with the pause here on their end. And I don't know if they're just unlucky, man, but I feel like that's been, you know, throughout the series, they've dealt with a lot for Zeno Esports. So once again, another thing that they have to overcome here. And part of that, like I said, is their drafting. Like when they go into the draft and they bring something like a Hanzo to the table, like how do you make this work, you know, against a lineup like this? Because who are you going to essentially pick off, you know, for the most part? One of the difficult things with this too is like you really have to rely on positioning when you're the Hanzo. Where's your body? Where are you actually going to be able to set things up for the team? And that's why you have to rely so much. Like I get it, because that's why they went with the Kufra and the Hylos. Like they have those, right? But you really need to be able to support this Hanzo pick. So we'll see if they're able to pull it off. We're now back into the game here again. Once again, it's a game at number 4, match point, Falcon Esports. Pretty much the funhouse combination we were talking about. And against Zeno Esports once again with a very interesting lineup. Hanzo this time. It's weird because Mo, we actually asked for this yesterday. Like me and Mirko were like, we know there's a Hanzo in this region. Like we wanted to see it.
Yeah.
And so who knows, you know, maybe this is the game for Zeno Esports to pull it off. Oh, PX.
Get what you wish for and a jump from Bo. Yeah, not finding PX7 as of the moment. He does have that flicker already expended, right? But Zeno Esports, this is their MO. They want to secure as much early game advantages that they need to, because Hanzo, you just need that early game momentum going. And this is coming from someone who has casted a lot of Hanzo because we have that player.
Ooh,
and now seeing it live, that's going to be crazy. Benny, though, forced to use that purified Zeno Esports, making sure that all the utility, all the battle spells are being kept in check. And Leo, we see the debut of his ultimate, not finding any value as of yet, but they will be needing to deal with this on a daily basis. So really, every time that he has it up, it's going to be a nuisance.
Yeah, that's what they have to deal with. Part of it, though, too, is like, you know, if they can go ahead and like pump up enough damage against when Rixium Leo does utilize that, you know, that form with this Hanzo here, then it's almost to a point where like his timing has to pretty much be impeccable. I mean, with this, he's going to do pretty good early damage though. But here it is, first turtle.
Yeah, first turtle being started out, Infernal Pursuit used by Milk to buy that time. But Rixium Leo, he is unabided, right? It is still the body to deal with, but he does not have the space to deal with that turtle anymore. And Zeno Esports, it looks like they will relinquish the control to Falcon.
Okay, you see what I mean, though, is
Entropy.
like, yeah. Oh, there's a jump.
Yeah, jump onto Benny, but doesn't have the Tyrant's Rage, right? Doesn't have the ultimate, not gonna be able to find any form of conversion. The thing that I'm worried about with Zeno Esports, right? With that Hanzo, you want to pair it up with some form of pick-off hero to make sure that Hanzo gets that free pick to get that momentum going. Zeno Esports, they don't have that. You don't want to really body that Kufra in front, like especially in the late game where you're gonna get bursted down.
Yeah, and this is what I was saying. Like a lot of this time, you know, when he uses the Pinnacle Ninja, so he just uses it there. Are they going to be able to get anybody? It doesn't look like it. This is the worrisome part about a Hanzo across from you is like even when the Flask of the Oasis is eventually locked in from Kid, you have a lot of healing to go through. Oh boy, I'm not going to find that setup that he was looking for. The Revenge Rage combination.
Yeah,
okay,
and
Kafu's fine too.
Slight bit of trouble, but still, I mean, Falcon Esports, I do see them struggling with one thing, which is Zeno Esports, they have that backline, right? They want to jump that backline, but Minoan Fury being used, double flickers away from trouble. I mean, Kafu, he does have that second skill, but Boye does not have that available right now, but Yo-Yo is here, and he has that IMU. Minoan Fury, Bounty Castle's back, and First Blood onto Dax has been delivered, but two members go down as the Eternal Guard finds its mark. Glorious Pathway already being used right now by Tucha, but damage control will be there in time. Rixium Leo, he finds the finish, and it's scrappy all around. Two members of Falcon Esports, double kill for Rixium Leo.
Really capitalize on some kills. He's got 2 now, so hey, this is a great thing just for him alone. Now, hopefully, they can convert that for the team as a whole, but You know, that's the thing. When you get this, you're giving up objectives. They might have gotten some kills. They've made some work, but ultimately where we are is, you know, an even economy. Things are falling into place. There's some good pushing happening as well because there was a pretty much swapping of lanes going on here. Oh, no.
Yeah, Glorious Pathway on the top lane. Vexana, a lot of trouble though. She's the only one in that tower and gets instantly sniped down, but Royal Milk is on the hunt. Kafu is already out for the count, man. Bruno, that's your gold laner down right there. They still have Rixum Leo to deal with this kind of split push pressure from Falcon Esports, but is it enough at the moment, right?
Good clear. They're still pushing though. I mean, both teams really playing on the macro level. It just seems like they want to be the ones to set the momentum. You look at the glimpse of the gold lane though. There's a little bit of a lead. 1,000 nearly here for Benny. The way he's been able to move and play around the map. And then on the other side, that minor lead right now for Rixium Leo because of the kills he got early on. So he's going to continue to try to do this, time and time again. But the only problem, and this is usually the case with a lot of Hanzos, he's even got a Sky Piercer, right? So if he does eventually get shut down, it's going to be much more difficult for him to find the space he's looking for, and that's why Falcon Esports is actually moving around the map the way they are. They don't want to give him an option to set things up here.
And they collapse over here as Tyrant's Rage is being used onto Dex. He will be the first target as Glorious Pathway is being used right now. Benny, he is online with the entropy in the back line. He's dealing so much damage. The rest of the team members of Zeno Esports, they have to fall back as it is still an even 2-for-2 trade. But it all looks good for Falcon Esports. They secured that middle turret.
Oh, Rixium Leo. He's going for it.
Yeah, I mean, he's trying to find Royal Milk at this point, but yeah, it's still a lot of damage from that Phoveus.
Yeah, that's, and that's why teams are prioritizing Phoveus when there's certain matchups that they want to go for. Royal Milk with the Vengeance even, and the Brave Smite emblem. Like, he's good. He's good to go 1v1. This turtle, though, is going to go in the hands of Zeno.
Yeah, they want to start it up, and Rixum Leo finds some retribution. Fear of Alpha being used backside Dex. He has to use it to escape. It's not a good look for Falcon Esports for this fight here. As Zeno Esports, they have all the momentum going for them, but the final ninjutsu, it just runs out. Benny goes in to counter engage. Minoan Fury is found, and only one kill, but Kafu will be the victim here. As Kid Dex, he's getting chased down by 3 members of Zeno Esports, and they find their mark. Wow, man.
Great. Yeah, again, great response. This was a great response from Zeno Esports. Not only did they get all those kills, but they also got a turtle. So this is looking like Rixium Leo doing a good job on the Hanzo mid.
Leo was able to finish him off, but now his body is still so far away, right? You deal with this husk, and Benny is having problems. Yeah, Rixum Leo is eventually found as Royal Milk puts an end to his reign of terror. Oh my god.
Oh, that's a good, shutdown at that point too. Rixium Leo really was trying to get that kill on Benny, and just Benny escapes, and so that is going to be a problem because, Benny's 3-0-3 right now. He luckily survived that, and he's going to be a big part of the damage profile later on for Falcon Esports. He's already starting to show it, but again, a punish there. Right now, Zeno Esports looking to get some space to work with on the map. They got 30 seconds for this Lord to come up, though. So, they're hopefully in a fighting position where when it comes to a team fight face-to-face for the Lord, they can actually utilize, their tanky frontliners that they have with the Hylos and the Kufra. Right now, this is just a space play happening here. Well, there's a push up top.
Now, yeah, Glorious Pathway being used as the initiation tool. The rest of Falcon will want to disengage until they have the entropy back up. Benny still in the back line, still alive, still dealing a lot of damage. Royal Milk playing Peel at this point, forced to use the Minoan Fury. Would be Yo-Yo on the IMU. And now with the rest of Falcon Esports being able to re-engage with the entropy, they bring the damage, they bring the take onto Zeno Esports as they cannot deal with the damage of Nathan at this point. And he deals so much damage, man.
Dude, that was such an extended fight of juggling back and forth between both of them. And Benny also just picks up the Holy Crystal, so he's got that now. But, you know, at 9.5 minutes in, that's a great power spike for Benny right now. The fight, though, for the Lord.
Yeah, the Lord is being fought for. Glorious Pathway. He's in no man's land at this point. Just trying to get the retribution for Hanzo, but not enough. Royal Milk, he's doing such a good job of peeling away the members of Zeno Esports. And this is what Phoveus is like feared for, right? This is what Phoveus do. And Zeno Esports, they're facing the brunt of it.
That's what I was saying, you know. Phoveus, anytime he's locked in, you know that the game for the team going against that, it's not going to be any fun because you're going to have to deal with Phoveus constantly just dunking on your team. Even when he has the Vengeance, we saw, you know, some variety of this where it's either a Flicker or a Vengeance, but with the Vengeance here, and now he picks up the Dominance Ice, so Royal Milk getting a little more tanky, of course. It's so annoying to deal with for Zeno Esports because the whole time that's happening, you know, it's Rixium Leo looking for those windows when he can go ahead, Pinnacle Ninja in, try to find, you know, this right setup like this.
And then they do find it, but Pinnacle Ninja really not able to get through, right? Not finding the finish, and the Lord is still up. Glorious Pathway being used, but it's all for naught. There's still so much damage coming from the back line. Benny is still alive with the entropy. Try as they might, they will get Royal Milk eventually.
Oh, that turret's still up.
Hold on to the turret. That's huge for Zeno Esports.
Yeah, they keep the turret up. It's one hit away. I'm not sure if Falcon can get close enough. Boy, though.
Yeah, he's trying to find the jump, but he might get just punished here, as the damage from the back line is really insane coming out from Falcon Esports. They have no way to jump the back lines. Rixium Leo, yes, he's the only way, but there's not another angle of entry where he's going to risk his body, right?
Oh, yo. Good damage. They want this mid-turret right now.
They do. They're forcing the issue here. Rixium Leo finding a lot of key damage on a PX7. Not able to find the finish. Spirit of Alpha being used to peel away. Falcon Esports, they have a lot of methods of dealing with Hanzo at this point. But Zeno Esports, they want to force the issue here. Yo-Yo, first point of contact, not able to find the Terrify. And still, Falcon Esports, they're happy. They're happy to disengage from this.
Man, there's a whole lot. I mean, this is the nature of a lineup like this, though, from Zeno Esports. Like, you have to play around the Pinnacle Ninja, like, ultimate, right? Like, you have to do that for the Hanzo, because there's going to be times where obviously you can get a set, you know, the setup that you're looking for, whether that's the Kufra, whether that's the Hylos to set things up. But if Rixium Leo isn't there when he needs to be, and then, you know, able to withstand this, they're forcing a fight again.
Yeah, forcing the Glorious Pathway out here would be the side of Falcon Esports, right? They just want to force these ultimates out again and again. Pinnacle Ninja at the back lane nearly finds its mark out of PX, but nearly is not good enough.
This is still, even given the situation here, Mo, you know, you're 3K behind if you're Zeno Esports. They still contest this if they want to, but they might be a little late. Oh, whoa.
That's a lot of key damage onto Lord right there, but Minoan Fury being used, a nice flicker as well.
Oh, wow.
The bouncy castle is coming to fruition. This is the funhouse that we were dreaming of, and Zeno Esports, they get crowd controlled into submission.
Oh, not only that, but they have that wave pushing in top. That turret's going to go down here. They're going to have to defend with 3 members.
Yeah, 3 members, not enough, possibly, as they have not found a way to deal with Benny. Pinnacle Ninja not able to stop the rest of the creeps from coming in. But yeah, he makes the first move, but it might be his last, as Falcon Esports, they're knocking on the door, and they are knocking their way into the grand finals, as they do make it 3-1, Falcon Esports. Congratulations to them.
Congratulations, Falcon Esports. You can see, you know, they've got something to say about it too, to the fans out there for us, you know, Esports.
That's Dax, by the way. That's Dax, by the way.
Yeah, you know, hey, it was a game where they brought in a Hanzo pick, and it could have worked. Like, there could have been moments where that worked, but Falcon Esports went with a lineup that we've seen before. And as soon as those first 3 picks got locked in before we had our, you know, little technical break there, I called it. I was like, if they get their hands on a Minotaur, this is over, because I knew that they were going to go for that, just the whatever you want to call it, the airtime lineup, the bouncy house lineup, fun house, whatever it is. You're not playing your characters. You know, whoever's going against that, unless you have an immediate answer to deal with it. And I'm sorry, but Hanzo, as cool it is to see, that's not the lineup you want to build around, because like I was saying before, those last fights broke out, like you really have to play around your Hanzo timings and the entries and everything else. You know, like you could have the greatest, setup from a Kufra or something, but obviously your timings need to be built around that. And even that last Lord take, that's what we saw. You know, they just got done with kind of an extended team fight, and then they wanted to go ahead and transition. They tried to get visuals on the Lord, which it almost would have been better with the lineup that they had to just wait, like just let it go through and try to defend. But instead they got caught out and then they get collapsed on. So that's the risk that Zeno Esports was willing to take with their draft again. And unfortunately, it wasn't going to work against a lineup that Falcon Esports brought, that has been a lineup that's been, tried and tested many times from around the world. This lineup between those three, like even just the Vexana and the Minotaur, you throw in the Alpha, like that is a tough lineup to beat. And even with the Phoveus, that's why I was saying that even with the Phoveus, man, it was tough to deal with, because you just always had him on the front side or even diving into the backside of your lineup here.
Yeah, and the way that the Phoveus was essentially just making sure that a team fight does not happen in unfavorable grounds, right? Like, despite giving up his own life, does not matter, because to them, as long as they don't lose Benny, that's the late game assured, right? That shred coming through from his right clicks, that's just insane. Like, when you think about this Hanzo versus Nathan, right? Hanzo really relies on that Pinnacle Ninja. Once it's gone, there is a lot of time that you have to wait. And even though that entropy is double the damage, yes, but Nathan still can deliver the damage regardless when he's around, because he has that farm.
Yeah, it's it was super intense for them to deal with. Unfortunately for Zeno Esports, they're not going to be able to move forward, but they got to this position. They, like I said, congratulations to them though too, how far they managed to get even without a coach. There's a lot of potential for them, and hopefully they can, learn from this experience and adjust from that. But that does mean, ladies and gentlemen, for the grand final, we will be having Mythic Seal versus Falcon Esports, two teams that I don't know what everyone else is voting for, but at least for me, keeping an eye on the Myanmar region, this is what I expected the grand final to come down to. And I wish for the best. It is going to be a best of 7. So, we're going to kind of recuperate, give the players, of course, their opportunity to go ahead and reset and get ready for the grand final, especially for Falcon Esports after playing the 4 games here. We are going to be taking about a 50-minute break or so while the teams kind of get situated and reset. And also we'll be joined for the grand final also with Mirko. So at least for me, I'll be joining in the middle of the series. I think it'll be Mo and Mirko to kick it off for the grand final. And we'll see you guys all in about 50 minutes. So sit tight, rehydrate, get some food, and we'll be back after this.
Hi, Teggy.
Now is the time, there's no more waiting. Who will you be when the light dawns? Sweat on your palms and your pulse is racing. Who will you be when the moment comes? Will you rise?
Give me some fashion advice for the
Will
day.
you rise to be heroes? Blood on your knuckles, heroes. The one on your shoulders, heroes. Giving everything you've got.
Pass me the book I read yesterday.
Pain is the price for something greater. Everyone else turns back. It's safer. Drown out the fear inside.
Want to hang out for a drink?
I'll be on my way.
together with the sun, even though your back's to the wall. One strike, go cut the murky line. Your blade swing one time. When clouds have cleared, sunlight can shine. One strike, the fight is yours. Now fill with your sword. There's endless power once you start. Never lose your heart. Tonight is dark and the shadows are deep. Who can protect the world? A light of hope shines in the dark. One strike, I swear by people's side. Keep faith just one time. I'm gonna light up all the fires. One strike for my desire, a light up so bright. In time, the power in my heart, I'll defend the world.
Hi, Taggy.
Now is the time, there's no more waiting. Who will you be when the light dawns? Sweat on your palms and your pulse is racing. Who will you be when the moment comes? Will you rise?
Give me some fashion advice for the
Will
day.
you rise to be heroes? Blood on your knuckles, heroes. On your shoulders, heroes. Giving everything you've got.
Has been book I read yesterday.
Pain is the price for something greater. Everyone else turns back. It's safer, drown out the fear inside.
Want to hang out for a drink?
I'll be on my way.
down.
Hi, Taggy.
Now is the time, there's no more waiting. Where will you be when the light dawns? Sweat on your palms and your pulse is racing. Who will you be when the moment comes? Will you rise?
Give me some fashion advice for the day.
Will you rise to be heroes? Blood on your knuckles, heroes. On your shoulders, heroes. Giving everything you've got.
Pass me the book I read yesterday.
Pain is the price for something greater. Every illness turns back. It's safer. Drown out the fear inside.
Want to hang out for a drink?
I'll be on my way.
Unstoppable! Shut down!
Welcome to the land of God.
Hi, Taggy.
Now is the time, there's no more waiting. Where will you be when the light dawns?
me some fashion advice for the
Will
day.
you rise to be heroes? Blood on your knuckles, heroes. The one on your shoulders, heroes. Giving everything you've got.
Pass me a book I read yesterday.
Pain is the price for something greater. Everyone else turns back. It's safer, drown out the fear inside.
Want to hang out for a drink?
I'll be on my way.
Unstoppable! Shut down!
together with the sun, even though your back's to the wall. One strike, go cut the monkey mind. Your blade swing one time when clouds have cleared, sunlight can shine. One strike, the fight is yours. I feel with your sword. There's endless power once you start. Never lose your heart. Tonight is dark and the shadows are deep. Who can protect the world? A light of hope shines in the dark. One strike, I swear by people's side. Keep faith just one time. I'm gonna light up all the fire. One strike for my desire, a light up so bright. Inside the power in my heart, I'll defend the world.
Hi, Taggy.
Now is the time, there's no more waiting. Who will you be when the light dawns? Sweat on your palms and your pulse is racing. Who will you be when the moment comes? Will you rise?
Give me some fashion advice for the
Will
day.
you rise to be heroes? Blood on your knuckles, heroes. The world on your shoulders, heroes. Giving everything you've got.
Pass me the book I read yesterday.
Heroes. Pain is the price for something greater. Every illness turns back. It's safer. Drown out the fear inside.
Want to hang out for a drink?
I'll be on my way.
Who are you fighting for? No one would ever know your name. Who are you waiting for? No one would be there to save you. You would be alone when hope was gathering together with the sun. Even though your back's to the wall. One strike, go cut the murky mind. Your blade swing one time. When clouds have cleared, sunlight can shine. One time, the fight is yours. Stop it with your sword. There's endless power once you start. Never lose your heart. Tonight is dark and the shadows are deep. Who can protect the world? A light of hope shines in the dark. One strike, I swear by people's side. Keep faith just one time. I'm gonna light up all the fires. One strike for my desire, a light up so bright. Each of the power in my heart, I'll defend the world.
Hi, Taggy.
Now is the time, there's no more waiting. Who will you be when the light dawns? Sweat on your palms and your pulse is racing. Who will you be when the moment comes? Will you rise?
Give me some fashion advice for the
Will
day.
you rise to be heroes? Blood on your knuckles, heroes. On your shoulders, heroes. Giving everything you've got.
Pass me the book I read yesterday.
Pain is the price for something greater. Everyone else turns back. It's safer, drown out the fear inside.
Want to hang out for a drink?
I'll be on my way.
of God!
Fighting for no one would ever know your name. Who are you waiting for? No one would be there to save you. You would be alone when hope was gathering together with the sun. Even though your back's to the wall. One strike, go cut the monkey mind. Your blade swing one time. When clouds have cleared, sunlight can shine. One time, the fight is yours. I feel with your sword. This endless power once you start. Never lose your heart. Tonight is dark and the shadows are deep. Who can protect the world? A light of hope shines in the dark. One strike, I swear by people's side. Keep faith just one time. I'm gonna light up all the fires. One strike for my desire, a light up so bright. Each of the power in my heart, I'll defend the world.
Hi, Taggy.
Now is the time, there's no more waiting. Where will you be when the light dawns? Sweat on your palms and your
Give me some fashion advice for the day.
Will you rise to be heroes? Blood on your knuckles, heroes. On your shoulders, heroes. Giving everything you've got.
Pass me a book I read yesterday.
Yo, what is up, everybody? Welcome back to the M6 Myanmar Grand Final Qualifier here. We got Mythic Seal taking on Falcon Esports for the Grand Finals. It's a best of 7, so we got a beefy boy here. And to accompany you through this best of 7, you got me, Miracle, together with Mr. Mo. How you feeling, man?
Yeah, I'm feeling great, man. Pretty pumped up for the finals. Falcons, they did their work to get here, right? Zeno Esports, even though they've got swept 3-0 yesterday, they put up a great fight against Falcons, and bringing Falcons here right now, I mean, Falcons, they kind of have some work to do if they want to catch up to Mythic Seal, like mechanically wise, I feel.
I think so too. You know, honestly, looking at the games just yesterday, Falcon Esports, mechanically, they're already pretty good, right? Especially Dax, the young jungle for Falcon Esports, with now a lot of experience internationally too. We saw him play just at MSC 2024. Sublime performance. Unfortunately, Falcon Esports didn't really get far, but it's still kind of a fresh team with Dax joining in. Meanwhile, though, for Mythic Seal, yeah, they got a whole lot of experience, man. That actually is the ex-Falcon lineup. What Mythic Seal have right now, everybody except for Zide was a part of the Falcon Esports lineup, right? Yellow Flash, Ken, Justin, and also Zippy, who's gone all over the world. Just last year, this year for MSC, he was playing for the Mekong region. He was playing for Zeno in the Mekong region, and now he's back. It seems like they've gone the synergy back again, and they can play with the old chemistry that they already have.
Yeah, it looks as if they have that superstar lineup already, 5-man together. But not forgetting, right? Not forgetting on the other hand, Falcons, they did go on that global region. They represented top 8 MSC as well. So they have that regional experience going in for them. And they fought on this high pressure stage as well. And looking at the meta going in, like meta moving forward, right? This has been the downfall of Roger, right? We've been not seeing him anymore since the meta changes as well. And Harif becomes more of a priority because this team fight base where the high lows is really prevalent. We see the Zosk as well, all these zones of control that they can put down. And yeah, we see the Myanmar region adapting really fully as well. Gato Kacha, what do you feel about him, man?
The Gato, bro. I've always been on the hype train of Gato Kacha ever since Mr. Beloyski in my region, debuted that pick. We already actually debuted that pick in a ranked game. I remember seeing Yaoi post a story about it, just talking about the Gato Kacha and saying, yeah, this guy's crazy. He's experimenting with all these different picks in a ranked game, and then decides to pull it off on stage, and it becomes just super meta. I think the reason the Gato is just so meta right now in a very skirmish-heavy meta is the fact that he buys so much time and distracts so well. With the Revitalize and just with the passive alone, you can sustain and deal damage for the course of the entire fight, I feel, right? Like, we don't have a lot of tanks who can do that, who could actually engage, sustain for that long, and stay in the team fight for all the way to the end, honestly. If you go and target the Gato Kacha, it won't be worth it. If you ignore the Gato Kacha, you can't do that either. So it's kind of like an already forced error whenever you see the Gato Kacha. And we've actually seen that even in Indo, the lower tier teams were able to pull off the Gato Kacha and get wins over the top tier teams. It's just one of those picks that you just never want to leave open. And I think, especially for Falcon Esports, they got to be careful. They can't let Mythic Seal get their hands on Gato Kacha, because we saw what happened game 3 just yesterday against Zeno Esports. What happened when Mythic Seal got the Gato? 10-minute game was what we saw, man.
10-minute game. Yeah, that was a 10-minute game. And oh my God, looking at GTM rankings right here. Rixon Leo looking like a beast. 1087 GPM. Okay, in our region, right, we say that 700 is good, 800 is great, 900 is godlike, and 1000 is just, you're having a great day, right? You struck the lottery, you're emptying the bank. Yeah, you broke the bank. And these players are getting it on a daily basis. What? High score. Yeah. Oh my God, man.
It's ridiculous, honestly. Right? Yeah, it's honestly just ridiculous. But You know how ridiculous it is, right? The fact that, all right, Alita, he's a gold laner. Rick Leo, he's a jungler, right? I mean, we can put these junglers and gold laners on a good game. You can put them there. But then you see Justin up in here and you think, what's a mid laner doing in the highest GPM score ranking? I wonder what hero he actually utilized and what game this was, because 992 GPM for a mid laner should be illegal, man. I don't know. I've never seen that stat. Not even in Indo or Philippines. You haven't seen that either, right? In SG?
No, I've not seen anything above 800 for that mid lane stat. So Justin getting that on a mid lane, that's a mage role, right? Usually you play that mage, you're not expected to be prioritized for farm at all. So this means that Justin just got it from his kill potential alone. So yeah, he's farming them heroes, man.
He really is.
Really, you were talking about the Gato Kacha, right? We were saying that he fulfills that role of just having that sustain and buying that time as well. I feel that he comes in at this correct timing right now between the meta shift, where we are moving away from that tank jungle meta, where we see more of this assassin / fighter utility meta on the jungle right now. So with that taunt available, you fulfill that gap that Fredrin has left behind. So he's like just fulfilling his destiny right now, just stepping in the shadows.
Definitely, man. I mean, Justin has been a household name in Myanmar for a long time now, all the way from when he represented Falcon Esports at MSC 2022. That was also a very ridiculous performance that he had. Not in the way of the GPM. It wasn't a crazy 992 GPM stat, but it was the Johnson and Kadita, actually, together with Naomi, I believe. That's no longer with the team, but now they got Jire, a new addition to the team. And it looks like with Jire, they've been able to get some of these really weird cheese picks to work too. Mythic Seal just yesterday, they showed off the Suyo, which me and Naisu just yesterday were talking about how he kind of lacks sustain and also lacks mobility when he's in the immortal form, that fighter form of his. And Mythic Seal decided to cover up all the weakness points, which is again the sustain and the mobility with a Rafaela pick. So gets additional mobility, gets additional sustain for someone that's already ridiculous when it comes to damage, right? Both on the immortal form, mortal form, you get that execute on your second skill too. And I'm expecting Suyo to be picked up here too. I think it's going to be first pick prio for both these teams because we have seen Dax perform really well on it. Ken has been amazing on it too, phenomenal. But I'm really interested to see the gold lane matchup aside from, obviously the other matchups that we have. Every single lane is spectacular, but the gold lane might be the underlying win condition for both these teams. Benny and Zippy, both equally as skilled, I would say, in team fights. But in the lane, I think I might have to give it to Zippy, who's just been able to perform so well. And this is it. Team lineup for Mythic Seal. We got Zippy, Jide, Justin, Ken, and Yellow Flash. The main lineup coming in from Mythic Seal in the grand finals.
Yeah, looking about to destroy this entire competition that Team Falcons are bringing, right? They've been on this golden road for a very long time. And yeah, you talked about this highlight matchup between Zippy and Benny as well. I'm looking forward to what Ken brings to the table, especially now that Suyo is available to be played as well. Suyo, yeah, you were talking about how you can fulfill the gaps, and really, teams are really learning how to make him work, because they are putting that Rafaela in. If you think about it, on the other side, we've seen Matilda's being banned out, and now Falcon Esports fully represented, right? Benny, Kid X, PX7, Dax, and Royal Milk. This is that OG lineup that went to MSC.
Yeah, this is it. This is the lineup that's been honestly conquering Myanmar for the last few different tournaments that we've had. Honestly, Falcon Esports has just been tearing it up there in Myanmar. Unfortunately, Mythic Seal has always been the runner-up, very close to qualifying against Phoenix. This was Phoenix back in the day before they actually rebranded again, or before they swapped the rosters from Phoenix to Falcon Esports. They were the ones to beat the Falcon Esports that had Justin, that had Ken. So they kind of already dethroned the old kings of the Myanmar region before finally cementing themselves as one of the best. And unfortunately, in the group stage, they did really well. It was a 4-0 start in the same group against Mythic Seal. They were able to get it done against Mythic Seal, but in the play-ins, they had a few mishaps, a few mistakes happen. They went down to the lower brackets, had to fight AI Esports in a very, very scary best of 5. AI were able to get game 1. Yeah. I thought just on that momentum, it would have been like AI Esports' series to win, but then Falcon Esports just showing how much experience they have, showing how much composure they have, obviously, from all of the different tournaments that they've participated in. And now, it's back to that head-to-head of Mythic Seal versus Falcon Esports. It honestly feels like just a historical battle. It's always Mythic Seal and Falcon for the most part in the grand finals.
Yeah, it feels like these top two teams will always be battling each other. And with Falcon Esports, right, fighting that lower bracket finals already, I have a question for you. Do you think
All right.
this is a buff or a debuff? Right? When you fight that lower bracket, some people say it's a warm-up, some people say, yeah, you get tired.
Honestly, like it really depends on how the format is, right? Because personally, for me, I think it's a debuff, especially if the team has to play on the day of the grand finals, and that's what we have here for Falcon Esports. They had to play just earlier, and now they're gonna have to go from that best of 5 against Zeno to going up against Mythic Seal. So it gives Mythic Seal a bit more leeway, I would say, to stay chill, to stay composed. But I could definitely see why that could be a double-edged sword. It could be an advantage as well. You can get heated up, you can get that those matches as a warm-up, and momentum is a big thing in MLBB. We can't really downplay that momentum. And we can see here for the head-to-head, Benny had a phenomenal series just earlier, going up against Zippy. KDA, 56, 25, 68 there. Way more kills and way less deaths here for the side of Zippy. But when it comes to GPM and the team fight participation, we're seeing a little bit of a stark contrast. Mythic Seal with Zippy, they really like to utilize Zippy in a way where he actually participates in fights very early on. Meanwhile, for Benny, he's a farmer. It's very clear from the GPM. 987 compared to Zippy's 804, but he doesn't participate up until he gets those item power spikes. And it doesn't really help the fact that he also goes for kind of late game heroes, the Claude, the Moskov as well. So it takes time for him to build up. That's why we see the 52% team fight participation.
Yeah, the utilization of the gold laners is very important for both teams. Like Falcon Esports, it feels as if, yeah, they want to prioritize the farm, that late game mentality going in. Usually you see Benny on that Nathan, as we saw in the previous game as well. They did so well in just holding out for Benny to come online. Meanwhile, Mythic Seal going for that separate kind of gameplay style, right? You want to have that brawling kind of gold lane. That's why you see Zippy in the team fight participation of 81%. But I want to see the versatility coming out from these two players, right? It's always about learning to adapt on the fly, especially when your pocket heroes have been banned out. And they have proven that time and time again, like even if you ban out the Nathan, even if you ban out the Harith, they will pull out something out of the bag, like the Bruto that we seen. Like that was just insane, man. Oh my
Really
god,
is.
the way that yeah, the way that these players have been learning to adapt on the fly, it prepares them for the international stage as well. And this is the culmination, right? Where whoever wins here, you're still not done. You're not the winner
Nope.
yet. You get to represent your country and win even more. So this is just a preparation year.
Absolutely, it is. And for both these teams, they've actually already had the experience of actually representing Myanmar. So again, I think it's great to have these two experienced teams here because there's not going to be any more excuses of like pressure getting on them, or them not being able to live up to the expectations of the Burmese crowd too, because they've been there. They've made it to even top 5, top 6, M4 it was for Falcon Esports back when they had Zippy, back when it was still Naomi as well in the role position for the Mythic Seal roster. That was Falcon Esports. So looking at it again, man, I'm just really excited to get into this matchup. I'm really excited to see each individual lane perform and how they'll play, the team dynamics for both these teams, because for Falcon Esports, they've been playing in such a jungle-centric playstyle where they really put the hyper carry pressure on Dax. They give him these big assassins like the Fanny, the Ling, and then they put all the pressure for him to carry the game. Put Mr. Bennyman in the gold lane on a weak side matchup. Doesn't matter as long as he's able to farm. Doesn't matter as long as he's able to get to those item power spikes. And for the other side, man, Mythic Seal, they really want to get the game going fast as possible. The Suyo, whatever it is in the jungle, even the Nolan, they just really want to look for that snowball in the early game. And for Falcon Esports, this becomes a big concern because yesterday, I'm not too sure about the matchup earlier against ZINO Esports, but yesterday it was clear cut, the weaknesses for Falcon Esports. If they don't get the early neutral objective wins, they lose out in the game. And against someone or a team like Mythic Seal who have the control in the early game, so early on, you're going to have to give it away. You're going to have to go to look for some trades and mirror on the map, man.
Yeah, that's exactly as you described, right? The only reason why it went into that 4-1 state, I mean that 3-1 game, is because during that first game, they lost all that early game momentum going from
Yeah.
Zeno Esports. Zeno Esports, they just held on to the advantage. And Falcon Esports, after, it seems as if, right, once they lose that early game momentum, there's no way that they can come back. And they seem to struggle on that front. So Mythic Seal, their playstyle might be more suited, like kind of a scissors paper stone, rock paper scissors kind of thing,
Yeah.
where early game meta versus late game meta, and Zippy, it's just kind of their kryptonite, so to speak. Yeah, it's just their
Yeah.
weakness.
You could definitely say that, man. But also, I mean, if we're on the point of like kryptonite, on the point of the patterns as well, Falcon Esports, I don't know what it is with this team, man, but always, even yesterday, they always seem to drop game number one. It always seems like game number one is kind of like a read. It's kind of a download game for them. They utilize that game to try to read. It's not even close, by the way. Like even yesterday, today, I think Zeno were able to just stomp down on him in game number one, right? Similar to yesterday against AI Esports. AI Esports were all up on them in that 1-0 victory. They just stomped through Falcon Esports. They even got me questioning Falcon Esports at that point, right? I was like, wait, this isn't the Falcon Esports I was expecting, especially after watching the group stage, especially after seeing the play-in stage. But no, they showed up in game two. It almost felt like game one didn't even happen. It was just there for them to give a chance over to their opponents. And for Mythic Seal, it's completely different. They went to win game one. They stayed consistent in game two, and game three it was just a stomp. So they get better throughout the games. That's also one of the really cool dynamics that we can bring up here for this grand finals, because for Falcon Esports, they tend to start the series kind of slow with game one. Mythic Seal goes guns blazing in game one. And both of these teams actually get stronger as we get to the later parts of the series. So again, I mean, hey, I don't want to throw my predictions just yet. Usually it's a curse from me, but I want to ask you, Mo, since you're pretty safe now, I don't think you have a curse going on for yourself, right?
Oh, yeah, not as of the late, not as of late. But
All right.
yesterday I guessed everything wrong in MPLSG,
Oh.
so yeah, you might not want to ask me.
Yeah.
but
We might be
but
on the same
of course,
boat then.
Of course, I'm still gonna throw out my prediction out there. I feel that
All
Mythic
right.
Seal, they might be able to take this series. Maybe I'm gonna give it like a 4-1 leeway. 4-1 leeway. Maybe Mythic Seal, the shoe, is gonna be on the other foot this time. Where similar to Falcon Esports, they give up the first game.
All right. Well, 4-1 to Mythic Seal. That's the prediction for Mo. I'm going to have to join you on that Mythic Seal train, brother. I think Mythic Seal, they've shown me enough of, from all the different experiences that I've had just watching them as well. From M4, it was MSC 2022 as well that I was really impressed by this roster.
Wow.
So I can't wait to see them back again at M6. But we'll have to see, because Falcon Esports, they're definitely going to give Mythic Seal a run for their money, especially after we get to... Especially after we get through game one, all right? We got to get through game one. That's just the Falcon Esports thing. Get through game one, lose, win, whatever. Game two is where the Falcon Esports, the real Falcon Esports, shows up. And we do have information of the bans. The drafting phase has begun. I guess we'll just have to wait for that a bit longer. So please do be patient with us, folks. We're still waiting to get this show on the road for Falcon Esports versus Mythic Seal. Now, while we're waiting for that, you guys can go and comment down below who you think is going to win. You guys agree with us, Mythic Seal hype train, or do you think Falcon Esports can get it done? Because we're going to jump straight in to the drafting phase of game number one of the grand finals of the M6 Myanmar Qualifiers. Falcon Esports on the blue side, Mythic Seal on the red, and the instant respect to the Fanny already. Dax, really phenomenal performance just yesterday on the Fanny. You got to take it away from him.
Yeah, you can't take any chances when it comes to Dax. You can't take any chances when it comes to Ken. There is so many heroes that you want to ban out, but you only get 6 choices, right? So you go for the Gatokacha, that hero that we've been talking about, and the Harith Matilda as well. Very prevalent in the Myanmar region and the other regions as well, but not seeing much priority in Singapore as of the late. But yes, Falcons, they've been showing a lot of love to Sin, and they do pick it up first.
There you go. The Juicin pick that has just been really, really getting more popular now. I don't get it, right? Right after the patch, people just completely forgot about the Juicin. And then now, no patch, no nothing. People finally adjusted to the Juicin. Shows you that even without a new patch coming in, that the metas can change. The first pick prio can change. And so far, yeah, we have seen the juice in really just being the number one prio every single time it's left open. But it does leave Mythic Seal to go for something like a Khalid, which they'll ignore, actually. Alice and the Angela pickup. Not too sure if they actually want to go and utilize the Alice-Angela combo that we saw in Indonesia. It was from BTR, and they utilized the Alice in the jungle. Or is this a flex pick? Usually when we see a pick very early on, it usually is flex. And technically for the Alice and the Angela, both can be really, really good flex. Nolan pickup, though, for Falcon Esports, plus the Phoveus that's been left open. Still, the Khalid up for grabs for Mythic Seal if they want to get a strong XP to try to enable what they have in the jungle here for the Alice.
Yeah, do they go for that Khalid though, or do they want to bank on that Angela trade, right? I'm thinking maybe you put Alice possibly on that gold lane Alice, then you have that Ling, then Agiling combo in that late game scenario. So now you have two ways that you want to engage into that battle. So with that Phoveus pick, I was really expecting, right, Falcons to go for that Suyo, because you pick up the juice in, it really highlights that Suyo as well. But wow, throwing all expectations against the wall, they do go for the ally.
Yeah, literally the same composition that Bigatron Alpha went for at MPL ID. The Alice, the Arlet, and the Angela. The only thing missing here is the Gatot Kacha that props to Coach Nyo Chow for banning out, because if you give the Gatot Kacha over and Mythic Seal actually do get the Arlet too, it'll be a scary, scary lineup. This is the lineup known to basically be able to survive the entire fight, and you have so many constant resets for the Vengeance here. You have the Angela dishing out some CC2 with her second skill. You have, obviously, the Alice putting the immobilization down for the Arlet to get the Vengeance. So it's like a constant chase whenever you have this three heroes picked up for your composition. They ban out the Cho and trying to take away anything that can really lock them down solo, and this does actually leave me to believe, at least, that the Alice will be going to the jungle. And I'm not too sure who they want to go for in the goal lane if they already have an Alice and the Arlet plus the Angela, the triple A combination here for Mythic Seal. If we're looking at BTR as literally, the pioneers of this kind of strat, then I'll have to say personally that the Beatrix was the choice that Eman went for. I don't know if Zippy wants to do that. Maybe they go for a little bit more mobility. If Falcon Esports pick up the 1-1, then Mythic Seal could probably go for the Irithel.
Yeah, and they are starting to zone out that gold laner possibility, right? They do ban out the Moskov. Meanwhile, Mythic Seal, they do take out that Grok already. But with Moskov, I don't feel that it's necessarily a priority ban. Yeah, I would ban out the Claude instead. And yeah, they do take out both of them, both the late game kind of insurance that Mythic Seal might have on top of the sustainability that Alice can provide in that mid game. They still lack that late game damage to go through. And Mythic Seal, I mean, with the Claude Moskov being taken out, there's still a lot of choices. Nathan does a lot of magic damage, but you kind of focus funnel all into magic damage, and it becomes very easy to itemize against, especially if you are the Phoveus. So there is that possibility that they might go to something along the lines of carry, baby.
Whoa. What? They go for the Belleric. Yeah. This actually has been picked twice in Myanmar somehow. I expected this pick, if we're casting MPL PH, maybe we'd see the Belleric from Chaknu. But no, this is a Belleric pick for Mythic Seal. I'm not too sure how it'll work out, because in the Philippines, at least, how the Belleric was used was you get a Lo Yi together with the Belleric, so you get him into these creative angles with the diversion. But it does seem like, it's going to be the Angela mid, and it's going to be Belleric robe, so no possible Lo Yi pick unless they want to pull off something crazy in the gold lane. It is good, however, by the way, against the Phoveus, against the Nolan, that's a Bruno and a Tigreal. A very normal composition for Falcon Esports to go up against a very gnarly composition of Mythic Seal. That's a Belleric, and now last pick, it's a Mia. What is Cook Zaya cooking? Belleric is already wild. They go for the Mia pick, and I'm not too sure about this, man. What do you think, Mo?
We are in uncharted territory right here, right? Two of the least picked heroes that I've ever seen, and Mythic Seal, they pull out the Mia out of the bag. This is some pocket strategies. This is some dark web stuff, man.
Oh, it truly is. This is This seems like it's illegal to pull off in a competitive scene, let alone a grand finals, to qualify for a world championship. I don't know about this. Mythic Seal, what are you cooking? It's Jine Ozo with the Revitalize, so it's not going to be a flicker. It's just purely a reaction Beleric. He's going to try to use the Wraith of the Dryads purely to counter some of the setups, some of the engages that Falcon Esports can put on them. But remember, man, for Mythic Seal, they're going to have to rely on the late game quite a bit. The Mia scales in the mid to late, the Alice as well. And that will give Falcon Esports at least some time to go and invade in the jungle. We'll see, folks, Falcon Esports versus Mythic Seal in the grand finals of the M6 Myanmar Qualifiers. Crazy drafts from Mythic Seal already as we get into game number 1. They're starting off, as expected, guns blazing. Falcon Esports, though, as usual, will take their time to try to download their opponents as we get into the land of dawn, but we're going to have to chill for a bit here. Let's talk a bit more. We have some more time now to talk about what this Mia and Beleric was picked for. What do you think it was picked for, man?
Bro, I was just telling you, right? The difference between Zippy and Benny, the way they utilize their gold laners. Zippy seems like he wants to engage more often. Mythic Seal are going against the grain right here. Putting Zippy on a character like Mia would mean that, yeah, you don't want Mia to be engaging in your fights as of often at all. You want Mia to be farming. So Mythic Seal, it looks like they're going for that, the OG Chinese strat, protect the president, 四保一, just protect one person, and Mia will be that president.
Definitely seems that way, right? I don't know how they're going to protect Mr. President all the way when you've got so many assassins, at least in the early game. When it comes to the front to back, yes, I definitely understand how much peel that they have with this composition. Heck, even healing. And Zeep is actually doing a good job popping Inspire already, too. Man, early resource burnt out. You're very vulnerable here as a Mia. But Zippy knows how to play the Mia, it seems, to all the way. Like he knows the calculations of this hero all the way to the T.
Yeah, we do have a skirmish in the mid lane. The Lantern finds its mark. Justin already using that flicker, but he does not get out. The first blood will be given to Falcon Esports, but they are continuing the chase. But I doubt that they can find any more kills. They don't have the damage, but the vengeance comes true from Yellow Flash, and Dex gets the follow-up kill onto today. It's a 1-for-1 trade still. Dax getting chased down. That's the Nolan. That's all the early game advantage on the Alice, already proving to be a menace in the early game. The Sacred Hammer coming out from Dex as he finds his mark, and they do clear out Ken. They just wipe their advantage away. It's an even 1-for-1 trade.
It's a 3-for-3 at the end of that skirmish, but honestly, I feel like it's worth it for Mythic Seal, a team that needs to scale into the mid to late. Just got 3 kills on the board. That's a fair trade. Up against Falcon Esports, who, on paper at least, we should expect to actually take the early game a bit better. No, Mythic Seal were the ones to initiate it. They were the ones to play in the early game. Already kind of, wiping our expectations here. Mythic Seal, also Zippy playing very aggressively, but Falcon Esports wants to fight again.
Yeah, the turtle being gone on. Hard guard already being used. Infernal Pursuit popped as well. Ziddy is dangerously low as he falls. He does get the kill. Dax still in that background. And the rest of Mythic Seal, they are low. The hard guard with the Angela is still available. Alice, he's at a sliver of HP and he manages to get her scot-free. But they lose the turtle. 2 members of Mythic Seal go down in the end.
Oh, man. But again, though, for Mythic Seal, we got to remember their game plan, their win condition here. And their win condition is literally just to get to those item power spikes for Zippy and Ken. The fact that even in the early game where Falcon Esports should have an advantage, aren't able to deal with Ken just yet with the hard guard. It's already becoming kind of a problem for Falcon Esports. And to make it even better for Mythic Seal, Ken survived. He got the turtle. He will be able to scale even more now as he continues to farm up his jungle. Meanwhile, for Kid X, yeah, with the Tigreal, you can go for the lockdown. You can go for these big pickoffs. Oh, mid lane, Justin.
Oh, not finding its mark with a fracture on Justin. Justin, he will be the main goal of Falcon Esports, right? If you take that Angela out, the hard guard is taken out of the equation. There is nothing to worry about, so you can go for these free and easy picks.
Very easy, very clean, as long as, Mr. Justin, man, doesn't keep healing. Yellow Flash.
Yellow Flash. Oh my god, that final slash coming through. They do find a flash kill onto PX7. And PX7, similar to how Angela will be that first pick for Falcon Esports, Mythic Seal, they want him to have PX7 be on that back lanes as much as possible. They don't want him to be in front. Just pepper spray everybody in front. And now we do have a slight engagements on the bottom lane. Final slash being used. Royal Milk actually goes down. This is huge for Mythic Seal because they are fighting for the mid to late game, as you said. And now with that, they secured that gold advantage.
This is massive for Mythic Seal. Massive in the early game. The fact that you already have what happened there? Ken was able to get a turret down below too. Seems we are gonna have to kind of throw away a little bit of those assets. But yeah, Mythic Seal, they have a 1,000 gold lead building up almost in the early game, in the first 4 minutes of the game, because of the first turtle, a few of those trades happening on the board. This is more than just great. This is amazing for Mythic Seal scaling, and they can continue to just look for the fights.
And yeah, we do have the Sacred Hammer being used as an initiation, but does Falcon Esports actually want to initiate this?
Wow.
They might not want to do so. Hardcore already being popped. Royal Milk will be the first victim to fall as we have Kid X in that fray. He does not have the implosion, nothing doing for the side of Falcon Esports as all the members, they do have to disengage. Oh my god.
That's
it's
ridiculous.
Hard. It's hard.
It really is. I mean, what are you supposed to do here? It's anti-MLBB. You can't deal damage. You can't go for fights. And Zippy can always just pop that ultimate to escape from any of the assassination attempts from Dax here. That'll be very, very tough already. Add on to that ultimate. Add on to the outplay potential of the Mia. That's a free turtle to Mythic Seal. They don't even need to use the retry on it. Ken? Oh, going in for Kid X.
Yeah, final slash. Trying to force some team fight, and Kid X actually goes down here despite having that Sacred Hammer, not being able to pop it off in time. That lockdown just proving to be a bit too strong coming out from Mythic Seal. And this is a team that should not be winning the early game here. Dex, though, he's trying to find some sort of consolation prize onto Zippy, but he gets taunted. He's the one in danger. How is he the one in danger? He is a Nolan at this point. And Mythic Seal, they have defied all expectations. The draft that should not be working, it's completely, fully functioning right now. Fully functioning.
It's because of the Angela. It really is because of the Angela. That global presence of the Heart Guard as well. Whenever Zippy is in any danger, yeah, he can pop in that ultimate, can pop into Inspire, has outplay potential, but then there's going to be another layer of HP. Yellow Flash!
Flicker with that final slash onto PX7 instantly gets decimated. Royal Milk will be second on the chopping block. Pops the Infernal Pursuit, survives for now, but Zippy already on the back line, joining the fight, dealing the damage. Implosion on the back line. Zitty, he will give up his life, but they do get the middle turret and another kill. Kid X will go down. 3-1 will be the exchange as they go for more. They want that secondary turret. Dax, he is around. He wants to deal the damage, but Ken spots him out. Dax, he's nothing doing at the moment. He has to run away.
Man, Mythic Seal just utilizing the mid-game power spike that honestly we were expecting. The mid-game power spike for Mythic Seal is where they should be looking for fights, where they should be thriving. But like you said already, Mo, they didn't do it in the mid-game. They didn't get stomped in the early game. They were actually fighting. They were the ones that go for these skirmishes in the early game to get that lead as well. Now it's a 3.4k goal lead at the 7-minute mark. We're getting into turtle number 3, and it already seems like Mythic Seal have outscaled Falcon Esports because take a look at Zippy. This is not the Zippy that we know. You said this as well. Usually Zippy wants to participate in these fights, wants to go for team fight participation with the early game gold laners. No, completely different with the Mia, and Mythic Seal are looking for another fight.
While all this is happening, Zippy on the bottom lane, going that macro game. Mythic Seal, even if they lose this fight, they do get the macro advantage going for them, but Alice is ready in. Infernal Pursuit pop, and Royal Milk dies in that 5v4. Yellow Flash going in, showing why he's the Flash with that final slash. But now a lot of damage dealt to that bottom lane turret. And losing that team fight, Falcon Esports, they are in dangerous territory, man.
Very dangerous, very dangerous. And honestly, usually when you're in a dangerous territory, there's going to be warnings, there's going to be signs, you know, to tell you to walk away. But Falcon Esports can't really do that. They can't walk away from this. If they do, they're going to have their turrets taken away. If they fight, Zippy can just go onto the other side of the map and look for a trade. And again, Dax, you can try all you want, but Zippy will have a hard guard, will have an ultimate as well. That's anti-CC. That's a literally a built-in purify to just escape. And for Mythic Seal, I was already saying, right? Bigatron Alpha, the team that actually utilizes composition in MPL ID, they used the Gatot Kacha instead of the Bellrig. The Gatot was banned, and they were able to find a replacement with the Bellrig that does a very similar job, has a lot of CC, especially if people try to dive onto him, and can bring up the Revitalize to help Ken even further out that lead that he has with the Sustain. It's already ridiculous to have the Alice plus the Angela together. You add in someone that can bring in this Revitalize, and it just becomes an unkillable Alice. Even in the early game, Dax should be able to recall still. Mythic Seal just playing it slow, knowing that there's no real need for them to rush, right? Because again, this is a mid to late game composition. They are literally in no rush to go for skirmishes, but Falcon, they are.
Yeah, they are in a rush and pepper spray being used, but then the implosion not being able to find and smart Zippy. He will survive for now, and he's dealing the damage. He's still alive in the back lines. As long as he's alive, the rest of Falcon Esports, they will fall, and 3 members do indeed go down for the side of Falcon Esports. Hard guard.
It's ridiculous stuff.
Too much right now.
It's too ridiculous. What are you supposed to do against this, right? I had the same sentiment, same statement. It almost feels like deja vu when I casted that match when BTR got the Gatot, got the Alice, got the Angela too, and it's the same here. Mythic Seal are controlling the game, but even better. They're doing it so much better. They're playing in the early game, winning it out in the mid game. This is what you can expect, even if they bait out the ult from Zippy. We were talking about that. Yeah, you bait out the Inspire, you bait out the ult from Zippy, you can go for the CC, but then there's going to be another layer of, white HP bar that you're going to have to deal with. Plus, the re-engage potential of Yellow Flash, the re-engage potential of ZINO, and then, last but definitely not least, the cleanup potential of Mr. Ken on the Alice. It almost feels like it's already a done deal unless Falcon Esports catch Mythic Seal making a big mistake, like diving into the base without, with some of their resources up. But even now with Zippy, final slash.
Final slash, not finding its mark. I mean, PX7, he does have that mobility in ultimate, right? And the worst thing about this is, right, Zippy looks like he has no boots, and they aren't able to catch him because of that hard guard alone.
You're really, it's going to be tough. I don't know how they're going to be able to catch him. And Ken, he's going for something completely different. He's going for the Holy Crystal. He jumps in as well.
Yeah, we do see him jumping in the back line. The implosion onto 4 members. This might be it for Falcon Esports, but Mythic Seal, they are proving to be too sustainable. The rest of the damage, there is no damage onto Mythic Seal. They are the damage as they usher in the Lord and they get the first series. Congratulations to Mythic Seal.
This must just be a Ken special, man. And Indo, the player who utilized the Alice, his name is also Ken, Super Ken. And here in Mythic Seal in Myanmar, we have just Ken. What a performance by Mythic Seal. An amazing improvised draft towards the end as well with the Gatot Kacha banned out. They found a replacement to it, got the Belleric, and that was all they needed to stomp through the game. How fast was that game? They used the first Lord, man. We were talking about how 10 minutes was the mark to beat. They got an 11-minute and 20-second game in game number 1. Though we have to remember, folks, it's not over just yet. This is a full, lengthy best of 7. Falcon Esports known to come back from a shaky game 1 to take over the rest of the series. That's happened in the last 2 matches in the playoffs here. Day 1 yesterday and just day 2 against ZINO Esports. So we can't count them out just yet, even though, Mythic Seal looked really, really impressive with that strategy. Now I got to throw out another question to you, man. Do you ban the Alice? Do you ban the Angela? Do you ban the Arlet? Which one do you want to try to ban out? Or do you want to try to face it head on again?
You banned the Mia, bro. You banned the Mia, bro. I mean, in that case, right? The Angela is really the key enabler for everything. It feels as if they are unable to find these pickups just because of that hard guard alone. And we can see why Angela is such a key priority pick for most teams going through because of that global presence provided by that hard guard. And it just feels as if like that hard guard is a get out of jail free button for Mythic Seal. Even when Zippy got jumped on, the worst possible target who could not survive, right? You are Mia, 0 survivability. All you can do is pop your ultimate. That hard guard is just, yeah, you're free, bro. You're free. Just go. And Zippy just stayed alive in that back line, dealt the damage needed. And with that, the entire team was already too far in. Falcons, they committed. And that hard guard made that committal into a mistake. And that's how just Mythic Seal made use of that hard guard to its ultimate degree, man. Oh, Falcon Esports.
Man, I don't know how Falcon Esports will deal with it, like you said, man, because again, for Mythic Seal, the weak point was very, very clear, honestly, from the draft itself. It should be the Mia, right? In any case, the Mia should be the lane you want to try to target. But if Falcon Esports did put their resources to shutting down the Mia, then the Alice would just snowball out of control. The Arlet will do the same, the Belleric as well. The Mia was literally just a weak side pick for him to just go and farm. It was a Benny pick. It was a Benny pick for Mythic Seal, right? Zippy, again, not known to go for these very passive, farm-only type of heroes that waits for the item power spikes. And Benny, yeah, he does play well on the Bruno. He does really well. But against a Mia with Inspire, the Bruno really isn't able to force out any of these skirmishes. In every single all-in that you attempt against the Mia, it'll be the Mia winning out every single time with the Inspire on, right? So all Zippy needs to do is play it safe. And man, what's crazy to me is the fact that you're already on a Mia. You're already very vulnerable. Yes, you have the Inspire. Yes, you have your ultimate. But the fact that you went for Weapon Mastery and Fatal over what tenacity that you would expect from a Mia, at least in the early game, right? You want to survive in the early game. That's all you want to do to get to your item power spikes. No, Zippy says, I don't need it. All I need to do is deal damage, get Weapon Mastery so I can get even more damage once I get the gold. And he definitely did get the gold. The guy was a farmer, an absolute beast of a farmer. 810 GPM, the damage dealt 48,000 from Ken. So already very different to the Ken in Indonesia, who built the Alice Clock of Destiny into full tank. We have a Clock of Destiny into Starlium Sight, into Holy Crystal. This is a full damage Alice from Ken of Mythic Seal. Phenomenal performance. And I don't know, I have to try to look back there at the itemization, but the Angela, I don't know what the Angela went for. Was it also damage? Did he go for damage? Hey,
I
no.
know he did.
All right, so it's pure
he
utility.
went for one
All right.
damage item. I think
Yeah,
he had a
glowing
glowing wand at the end.
Yeah.
Yeah, he had a glowing wand
So-
at the end, but the other two was the Oracle and the Flask.
Mhm. So it's just utility.
Yeah,
It's
so,
a utility build, unlike Indo.
Yeah, utility. And what I wanted to say was that there's very similar damage numbers, right, on the board. If you're looking at maximum HP bars, you have similar damage numbers. So by theory, similarly, you should have equal number of kills. But there's where the hard guard comes into play, and it's just so much sustainability. The way that Alice can just survive all these team fights as well, it's just impossible for them to break through that white HP bar that you were talking about. And Belleric, while you were trying to break through that white HP bar, what that Belleric does is he takes away the damage. He uses his own HP bar as a sacrifice, so he taunts himself. And that's just amazing synergy coming out from Mythic Seal that it's just unprecedented for me. Like, you pick this Belleric and you make it work. Wow. Just wow.
We were talking about the Belleric plus the Mia. We were already shocked to see it. It's like zero times it was picked up. Now it's standing at 100% win rate, by the way. But for the people back at home, please don't try this in your rank games, man. You know, I don't want my rank games to be full of you guys playing Mia and losing on it. No, but the Belleric too. Oh, gee, it's a different take on the Belleric. It's more of a reactive Belleric. It's not the Belleric that we saw in PH. Even like in the Philippines, when the Belleric was picked up, it was actually together with a Luo Yi. So you can send a Belleric with a diversion over to different angles to get flanks and to get that Wrath of the Dryad over to multiple members. It's kind of like a pick-off tool. But here, yeah, it's just very, very different. The way that it was played as well. It was literally just purely to set up for the Alice, purely to set up for the Arlet. It was all of that together. And if we take a look back at the bans, right, in the first phase, it's not like Falcon Esports completely ignored all the prio picks. No, they've actually dealt with the prio picks. Falcon Esports banned out the Mathilda and the Gatot Kacha. Those two picks should be banned out. I don't know, though. Maybe if they are on first pick, they might want to leave the Gatot Kacha open. They might want to pick it up for themselves because this Juicin, though we have seen a lot of value on the Juicin for like the last 2 days of the Myanmar qualifiers, I'm not a big fan of the Juicin first pick. Like, it's still good. It's very, very good still. Conditionally, though, I think as a first pick, especially when you're up against a team that can utilize a ridiculous composition like this. Shout out to Ken, our MVP of the game. It's him in the jungle, 8-1-7. This makes his total count of MVPs 3 out of the 4 games that he has played in the Myanmar qualifier playoffs.
This man is just on a mission, man. He is on a mission to collect all the medals, collect all the kills, and collect all the sustainability. Right? The way that he plays every single Junker hero, he's the one that actually brought a lot of the new metas into Myanmar region as well. And the way that he played that Suyo yesterday, he might be bringing a new meta as well. This is this is like one of the meta definers of to speak right now. And he brought out the Alice jungle. This is something that we have not seen in an extremely long time. Usually now that, especially in the Singapore region, right? Alice is more favored in that gold lane right now because there's no back lane jumping without that burst. That sustainability, he just fully made use of it. And the team synergy that comes through with the help of the other 4 members, Ken is just riding on an all-time high.
Really is, man. Clock of Destiny, the Starlium, and the Holy Crystal. I think he's building towards a Winter Crown. I think the Winter Crown. I think if he was building to a Sky Piercer, that would have been a bit too crazy. But who knows? Who knows? Maybe that was going to be a winner, a Sky Piercer. Just trying to deal more damage, execute these targets. But yeah, safe build would have definitely been the Winter Crown. And Inspire, Season Hunter, the Mage Emblem with the Impure Rage is getting more mana there. As much sustain as possible. Really well played by Mr. Ken here. From Mythic Seal. He's always kind of known as an assassin jungler. So seeing him on an Alice, seeing him on a utility is always strange, but he makes it work. To be fair, like this guy was able to make the Lancelot work in the utility meta. The Lancelot tank jungle, he was the pioneer of that crazy build. So it's not unlike Mythic Seal, Coach Zaya, Ken, these dudes, you know, from Myanmar. Even the Burmese ghouls came into M2 with their own meta on the Diggy, that Diggy feeder strat. They're always able to create such creative ways to play the game and to take the games over against their opponents. And for Falcon Esports, I, again, don't want to count them out. They have shown in the last 2 matches in their lower bracket series that they can come back. They can utilize game number 1, even if it's a stomp, to download their opponents and then come back in game number 2 with a more, what I would say, a more redefined, a more coordinated draft, because it really felt like they were also kind of confused as to what their win conditions were. They were playing straight for the neutral objectives. They weren't trying to trade at all. And again, this was what we brought up before the game itself. Falcon Esports, they like to tunnel vision on just one win condition. And when they don't get it, they usually don't have a plan B.
Yeah, and really that early game momentum seems very important for Falcon Esports, right? That once they lose it, it just feels as if Falcon Esports gives up on the rest of the game. They don't have any, it feels like they don't have any more contingency plans on top of that. Yeah, they do have heroes that can do that. But once Benny is not on the comfort picks, once he's forced to go on something else like the Bruno, and he will not winning the lane, he is not winning the lane. It just feels as if, yeah, all is lost. And Mythic Seal, they just take advantage of that so well, right? Putting him in that 1v1 matchup. And yeah, I really agree with you about the Dusin pick. It fulfills that condition. But what is that condition? That I feel that for me, that condition would be that you have that utility frontliner. Then you can destroy that utility frontliner with the lantern that you have. Then you can just pepper spray him. You can just bring him anywhere that you want, body bag him around. And this is what he tried to do to Ken, right? But Ken was permanently on the ball, making sure that PX7 is not having a great time. Sure, Ken did go down the first few times, but the next few times with the hard guard up, you will not be able to pepper spray him down anymore. That's just what happened.
You know, it'll just be very hard. Even if you do have enough damage, like DOT-wise, even if Ken did die here, they would have been probably able to still take their own purple buff. And again, it's not like Mythic Seal are strong all the way from the early game. This is a composition that kind of is weaker in the early game. Like Falcon Esports could definitely have capitalized on that early game a bit better, but I just don't get it. I don't get how Mythic Seal had that confidence to go with a mid to late game composition, a composition that really is reliant on items being built, on them reaching a certain threshold of levels. They decided to just go for fights all the way from the start, getting that gold lead. And again, even if they didn't get the gold lead, even if it was an even trade, or even if it was a bad trade, Mythic Seal could be 5,000 gold behind, and they would still be able to pull off this draft. This is why this draft is just so ridiculously strong. And even here, 3 members. No, wait, was that 4? 4 members got locked down by the Tigreal. They went all in. They went for that damage. That was just not enough. None of their damage was enough to deal anything to Mythic Seal. Like, they were tickled, basically, in that skirmish, that final skirmish. So for Falcon Esports, they got to play it perfect if they want to try to beat this kind of composition.
Yeah, it feels to me, right, like whoever made that first move, that final slash or that implosion, whoever pulled the trigger first would be able to win the team fights. And yeah, initially they were trying to engage, right? They were trying to counter engage as much as possible. That implosion was popped early, but once we see Yellow Flash get steamed, that final flash being used to put team members out of position, it was consistently to a point where Falcons, they were struggling to keep up. They were struggling to make sure that, yeah, team members are safe, but they had no way of making them safe. They had nothing like an Angela. They had nothing like Florin, nothing like the hearts of anything to heal. Like Minotaur, maybe a Minoan Fury, nothing.
You saw the Nolan pick very early too. You saw the Alice Angela, so it was a Juicin into the Alice Angela to the Nolan, right? I'm not a big fan of that Nolan pick now in the meta. It's pretty good, but not against the Alice Angela with so much sustain, because again, for the Nolan, you're already very reliant on your cycle of skills. Once you use that cycle of skills, the Fracture 2, it's going to be quite a big window for the opponents to actually take the fight over again, right? And especially when you have that sustain. Usually, at least when you have those resources up, you can threaten a one-shot. But against that sustain, you can't even do that. So the Nolan essentially becomes kind of useless as we get into the mid-game. Early game, yeah, you still have that pressure. We did see Dax get some of that pressure, but even then, it was difficult for him to go for burst with the help of a Juicin, because Juicin in itself, it's more of, it's literally a control mage. It's literally a utility kind of pick, right? You want to pick people up, you want to CC them, and you want to bring the members over to your damage dealers. But in that game, you bring them over to your damage dealers. Your damage dealers are the ones that are at threat of getting killed. The Alice wants to get close. Every single member wants to get close. That CC that you provide too is not enough to keep them at bay, because the sustain just keeps on going. They're overhealing themselves, I would say, right? In that skirmish, in those fights. I'm trying to find solutions for that draft, man. I've been thinking of solutions to try to beat that draft all the way in Indo too, when I first saw that in Indo. And yeah, I think the best way would be the Arlet ban. Arlet ban is really good because with the Alice Angela, it's already such a ridiculous composition to have. The Arlet has a lot of chase potential. And for the most part, to lock these members down and to continuously go for that chase, it relies heavily on the Arlet to get those kills, to get those resets on Vengeance. If you deal with the Arlet, you ban it out and you win out the early game hard. At least that was how Onyx dealt with BTR's Alice Angela.
Yeah, just forcing away that primary initiation, or maybe better yet, right? Just pick up something that can initiate better than the Arlot. Maybe you want to pick up something like what we see in the Singapore region, where they will want to pick up the Jawhead, something like a Kaja, something along the lines of having that single lockdown control as well. We did see the Cho getting banned out, but in terms of assassin picks, I do have to agree with you. There's a lot of better assassins that were in the pool other than Nolan. The Ling was still there. Hayabusa was still there as well. And these were not picked up. Ling having that late game priority could have potentially fought against Damiya in that late game as well. Tempest Ablaze give him a lot of iframe and to deal with and to get away from that Alice Angela combo. It's just plain disgusting to see, man. I'm just disgusted at the moment so far, because that Bellaric, that I don't think it should have worked, but now I suddenly feel that Bellaric is the best pick ever. So yeah, Mythic Seal, I don't know what you are doing to me, but I don't know why I'm feeling this way.
Coach Zaya, who let him cook? The guy has already been a coach for such a long time, back in MSC 2022 as well. I already kind of we spoke a couple of times at MSC 2022. I respect the man's vision of the game, right? His way to draft as well. And he was actually fortunate enough to come over to Indonesia to coach for RRQ. And there, I saw him as a pretty good coach, honestly, especially when it comes to the draft. This guy was really, really good at utilizing what his team can bring to the stage into the Land of Dawn as well. And we're waiting on that drafting phase to come back in. Falcon Esports, we just have to see how he adjusts to Zaya's mad strategies here. Because yesterday, we didn't get to see a single game on the Atlas. We didn't get to see anything of the sorts that we saw here. I just don't know if they have more cooked up in their oven or if this is the only cheese strat, right? Maybe they go back to the Suyo, to the normal composition that they utilize to beat ZINO Esports, the normal composition they utilize to go and qualify to the upper brackets.
Yeah, and that versatility of the team, where Zaya actually brings in a lot of pocket strats, and it still works. It's always very dangerous, because if you think about the banning and drafting stages in general, there's only 6 heroes that you can potentially ban out before the full strategy is fleshed out, before you get your pivotal first pick. If you're on the blue side, if you're on the red side, you get your 1-2 pick as well. Then if so, right, you get that piece already in, and enemy does not know what it is. That's what Zaya shines at, right? Your enemy not knowing what you're doing. And Zaya is the king of doing that so far, because since yesterday and today in the first game, he's been showing that, yeah, you guys do not understand the depths of my thinking. And right now, we will see the true depths that Zaya can actually go.
Let's see. Drafting phase, game number 2. Mythic Seal already 1-0 up. And just to remind you guys back at home, if you guys are just tuning in, it's a best of 7 in the grand finals for the M6 Myanmar Qualifiers. And there you go. That's the answer. Alice going to be banned out. You need to try to deal with it somehow. And I guess the real way is you ban out the Alice. No more problems with that. But if you ban out the Alice, there's going to be a lot of different picks that are still open. And it does seem like Coach Zaya wants the Gatot or Mathilda. I think what would be a wise choice for Falcon Esports would be to just go for the trade on the Gatot and Mathilda, right? If Mythic Seal go Gatot, they go Mathilda Alpha. If Mythic Seal go Mathilda, then you get the Gatot yourself and maybe possibly a Phoveus pick.
Yeah, 2 of the most premium supports that it is right now, both having that extremely invasive capabilities, especially in the early game. They have unpaired mobility and sustainability as well, given the fact that, yeah, with Mathilda, that guiding wind, it's just an enabler. Yeah, I stumbled on my words a bit, but it's an enabler. It enables the rest of your team with that guiding wind, just to the fact that you can engage and disengage so easily. And that circling eagle is a free initiation every time you want to do it, or you can disengage as well. The versatility of that hero is unmatched. And that avatar of the Guardian provides the same thing. But really, it seems like Jusin is the flavor of the month right now. Flavor of the day, right? It's being picked up by every single team. We see such a high priority of it, but now it's on the hands of Coach Zaya, right? How do you make this Jusin work? And I really feel that when you pick up the Jusin, you're trying to deny away the Suyo from Falcon Esports so that they cannot play the Suyo, so that you can pick it for yourself in the second or third pick. But now they do pick up the Suyo.
Ooh. Yeah, I think the Suyo pick, though it can be good, right? We've been talking about how Suyo can be really good, especially if you want to dominate the early game. But yeah, the Jusin actually is a very good tool to go up against the Suyo. Why? Because the mid prio is immense from the Jusin. And honestly, for Mythic Seal, and now especially after seeing the Edith and the Suyo, they can go for the Alpha Mathilda. So they'll have a very, very good jungle to stop that early game pressure of Falcon Esports. And we got to remember, through the games of Falcon Esports, usually they tunnel vision a lot on plan A, and their plan A definitely is snowballing right now with the Edith and Suyo. If Mythic Seal can just beat them straight off the bat in that department, in that win condition, that is the early game with an Alpha Mathilda plus the Jusin, it'll be very difficult for Falcon Esports to even come back, because momentum will be very much on the side of Mythic Seal if they get this game over with 2-0 against Falcon Esports. It's going to be completely different to a 1-0 start that Falcon Esports have been able to come back from. We'll see, though. Will Mythic Seal go for the safe choice, or will they take a gamble with some of those crazy Zaya drafts? They go for the Gatot, which is an amazing answer as well. You don't need to go for the Mathilda and Alpha when you have a Gatot Kacha up in for grabs. Plus, the Hayabusa that can actually enable a mage pick or a magic damage pick later on in the gold lane, possibly a Natan for Zippy if they want to have plan B.
Yeah, and something that we generally see being used against the Gato Kacha and has been more prevalent as of the late is the Khalid as well. So I feel that, yeah, the Khalid still in that pool. You can take it up. You can pick it up, but the synergy is still lacking, right? You have to get that really invasive capability going for that Suyo. Suyo wants to just pummel you early game, get that momentum going, that Marches-like character, but they go for that late game assurance. Moskov, I don't really like this pick. You can go later on. You can pick another potential gold laner later on. You can pick the Claude later on. You can potentially still pick up the Moskov, the Nathan later on. But right now, what are you doing to enable this Suyo and Falcon? They have not shown.
I don't think they've shown it with the Moskov. I don't know. The win condition for Falcon Esports seems to be, like we said, the early game potential of the Suyo, the snowballing potential of the Suyo. But yeah, they go for a weak side gold laner, which makes sense technically. You have a Suyo, you want to play for the Suyo, so you want to put your gold lane in just with a safe pick, right? And technically for Benny, that is his signature style with the Moskov, with the Claude. As long as he's able to farm up to his item power spikes, he usually does well. But the thing is, Mythic Seal, they're much more dynamic in a way where, yeah, they have the Gato, they have a Hayabusa, they have a Juicin, they can go for the early neutral objective contest, but they can also very easily mirror up and utilize the strong side of the map that could very easily be their gold lane. I think, as of right now at least, with the last two picks still not being visible for the side of Falcon Esports, if they don't have any more heavy CC or heavy initiations, Mythic Seal could honestly just go for the Brody and play for gold lane, right? The Brody already an amazing matchup against the Moskov. Put in that Hayabusa kill pressure in that lane, and Moscow's not going to play the game. It's just going to be a bad time for Benny Man, right? And even if he plays a safe route, just stay under the turret. That turret's not going to survive for too long if Mythic Seal puts resources down there. And they're already banning out those big initiators, like I mentioned. So setting up for a possible Brody strong side pick, that'll be very, very scary to deal with.
Yeah, and with the Grok being taken out of the pool as well, I mean, it seems to me, right, that for the side of Mythic Seal, they don't want that kind of front line that I wanted Suyu to go with, and they chose to go for the Moskov. Yes, but now what about your frontline roamers? Do you put Edith on that roam? Do you put Edith on the EXP lane? Yes, it's a strong flex pick, but I really prefer that Edith on the EXP lane, especially if you're wanting to fight against the Zusin, you want to fight against the Katokacha. You cannot have similar levels of farm on that Edith one-on-one. Let's just say roamer to roamer, right? Katokacha versus Edith. I always favor the Katokacha every single time because of that Avatar of the Guardian.
You can rotate so much faster. It's a Zosk pick, 65% win rate. Though the nerfs have kind of hurt the Zosk in the early game, in the mid to late, you actually do scale much better compared to the previous patch. So there's a give and take with the adjustments to the Zosk, as it is with the Juicin as well. You know, a lot of players have been able to finally adapt to the Juicin, the new Juicin, and now the Zosk is making the appearance again. Many more appearances, getting a lot more popular here. But for Mythic Seal, rounding up their drafts, I think it'll be a bit too risky to pull off the Brody now, even though they've already done, you know, their the setup for it, banning out the Minotaur, banning out the Grok. The Zosk would be a big problem for that Brody, and they might just have to go for a safer gold lane. I don't think the Claude will be a good option, but again, I think the Natan would... Oh, no, they don't care! This is a completely different game, right? You would expect the Mia to be used with those four frontliners from the previous game, but not in a normal composition. But Zippy says, no, bring it on. It's the Mia and the Mathilda, the double M combination against the Moskov and the we'll just have to let him cook, man. Honestly, there's no way. There's no way that we're seeing the Mia actually rise up in popularity to become a prio pick, right? This is just a Zippy thing, right? Are we welcoming Mia into the meta, or is this just a Mythic Seal Zippy thing?
Someone call the esports police, because it feels like Zippy is purposely inflating the stats of Mia so that, people can throw my rank games, man. So, yeah, it feels to me, right? Like, the Matilda pick, I'm surprised that it was not banned out. They went for the Ala and Khalid instead. But the Matilda is such a premium pick, and they still let it through in the second phases of the picking and banning stages for Team Falcons. And yet, they want to ban out the Khalid, which is not really much of a threat to them at this moment.
Yeah, not at all. And I guess we'll see how the Mia performs here. Zippy was able to already perform really well just earlier with the Mia. It was up against a Bruno, and now it's going to be up against a Moskov. So I think the Mia should actually have a better time now. But I think it really depends. Moskov is a bit more tricky when it comes to the laning phase, having that Spear of Misery. And it seems like, man, Mythic Seal will be trying to utilize this Mia maybe all the way to the end. Putting the MY in the Mia from their Mythic Seal logo too. We'll see with Yellow Flash on the Gatot Kacha. It's going to be an XP Gatot with a Matilda Rome and Kid X on that Ruby, trying to stop these assassinations, trying to stop the snowballing from happening against Mythic Seal.
And a very interesting meta shift that we've seen so far is the Gatokacha not going for that vengeance, going for that revitalization, right? Having that secondary life factor and healing your team as well with the Avatar Guardian. You can be like this global medic where you function like a tank, but you bring in the heals like an Angela. So it is an on-demand healing and peeling factor for the rest of your team. And now we have it, ladies and gentlemen. We are heading into Game 2 of the M6 Myanmar Qualifiers. We are already up 1-0 for the side of Team Mythic Seal. Can Falcons potentially pull a tie? But, of course, we start with a technical pause.
Yeah, gotta give us some more time, man. Thank you to the production squad there for the pause, because honestly, we need to talk about this Mia more, right? we definitely need more time to talk about this. Well, what is the idea? I mean, to be fair, I get it. No one can really get to the Mia, especially in the later stage of the game. Suyo scales off pretty hard too, so he actually does fall off. But in the early game, and especially when they go for these skirmishes, Zas could be in a good position to actually catch Zippy. Are they just not worried about that? Do they think they can outdamage Zask with the Inspire and with a 2-item Mia? Plus, obviously, again, Royal Milk, right? On the Primal Wrath, he should be able to pose a bit of a threat to the Mia in the early game, at least. In the late game, yeah, I think the Mia should be able to outdamage all these players from Falcon Esports, all these heroes as well. But what about you? What's your take on this Mia?
I feel that to me right now, this Mia pick does not matter. It could be a Nathan at this point. It could be any other thing at this point. Because for Mythic Seal, they just want this gold laner that secures them that insurance into that late game, right? They want that extreme late game insurance. They want to put Falcons on the clock. And Mia being the best there is available. So it really puts Team Falcon into that mentality where you have to end the game as fast as possible. This might just be a 40 chess move right here, right? Where you pick the Mia to be like, yes, now that you're aiming the Mia, you're actually kind of bringing the taunt onto yourself. Then Team Falcon, they're forced to engage time and time again. And Mythic Esports, they want to thrive in these engages as much as possible. They have the Gato Kacha. We know how fast Yellow Flash clears out his lane. Priority is there, and he will be there at the team fights in that first 2 minutes in a heartbeat. And this is how Team Mythic Seal are playing right now. It's extremely scary to watch. And definitely one to watch right now is also Kid X versus Zide. On the Matilda, on the Ruby, the invasion factors, they're going to try to get the jungle rotations out the Hayabusa as much as possible. We know that Hayabusa on that assassin, he's fastest level 4. Technically speaking, as of this patch, he gets the level 4 fastest on that assassin hero. And he will be unhindered if Kid X cannot find that invasion together with Asuyo.
Yeah, it'll be really tough, honestly, if they actually want to look for these setups too. I guess we're just going to jump into the game and let the players do the talking for us, right? Let the players do the answering for us as we raise those questions back again. And yeah, Zippy, Inspire. I guess this is more of a anti-Falcons esports kind of draft, you know? Because for Falcon esports, looking at the stats and looking at the way that they play, yes, they do utilize the Moskov in the weak side, or just Benny in the weak side almost always. So getting Zippy on the Mia, someone that also wants to be alone in the side lane, but it can also actually technically 1v1 Benny every single time with the Inspire, makes Benny a non-factor in the game. That's what happened last game, and now on the Moskov, I think it should be a bit worse. Ken already with a Quad Shadow coming in and stealing away a camp. Might be going for the Shadow kill. Nope, respects Kid X a bit too much. PX7 will be brought back by the Lantern Flare, but he will be able to escape just with a sliver of HP.
And that's what I was worried about, right? That Zusin is such a lane bully. And we see Zusin being used as the lane bully versus most of the lanes, but this is the Zosk. Usually in the previous meta, just before the changes to Zosk, Zosk would be just thriving in his lane right now, but given the recent nerfs, his early game prowess is not as dominant. We don't see as much damage coming out from his little summon, and he will be falling behind in terms of lane priority. This really enhances Mythic Seal's ability to just encompass the map as we see them on the top lane right here, right now. Royal Milk.
Brought back again, pops in that Earth Shatter, doesn't really find anyone, but for Mythic Seal, it's really just all about, again, playing to Falcon style. Falcon Esports want to play to the turtle. They want to play to the neutral objective. Mythic Seal, they have level 4 on Yellow Flash. Crimson Beacon with the Lantern Flare coming down in the retreat still from Dax to secure it away. Yellow Flash dealing damage. Royal Milk popping the Primal Wrap, but Ken can come in to try to go for the cleanup here. The Quad Shadow connects with the Shadow kill. Oh, all the way in the back, finding the damage, but the Onward was able to lock him down just a bit. Royal Milk taken out by Yellow Flash. A trade 1-for-1, and Falcon Esports were the ones to take the neutral objective, so it's a dub for them.
Yeah, it's definitely a win for them. They do get the turtle objective, and they do take out the jungler, right? They are trying to get that early game advantage, but Kid X, he gets slain. Like, did they? Out of nowhere, like, just Yeah, not expecting the amount of damage actually coming out from the Lantern of Justin. And this Juicin will start to build up. And this is what I'm worried about. Justin, he is going to be that frontline factor to prevent Dax from getting that frontline sustainability going. He will be able to throw him around, but whether or not Kid X can actually find the I'm offended on the correct targets, because he's the only one, and this time it's not an Arlon. This is Ruby, so to speak. The range is a lot shorter, even if you're working with that flicker. That's going to be very hard as well. But Zippy, first item has claws. That's a lot of sustainability coming out from the side of Mythic Seal. And I really love this itemization coming out from Zippy, because this means that, yeah, I'm not playing to win the lane. I'm playing to just survive. I'm playing to just stay in the lane, get the farm needed, and be that late game assurance. And force Falcon Esports to be in the back of the heads, thinking that, yeah, there's a Mia. We have to be on the lookout for this late game Mia that might be split pushing and that might be able to flank us with the ultimate. Now the turtle already 13 seconds away from spawning. This second objective coming in from Falcon Esports. I mean, Falcon Esports having that Tsuyo, they want to fight this as much as possible, but yet we have yet to see a singular initiation from them. Kid X, it's all on you right now, and whether he can find this key target.
Good stun over. Dominator's Ascent already used up. Justin, Crimson Beacon onto the back. Dax is going to be changed CC'd by the Lantern Flare as well, taken out by Justin. Meanwhile, Yellow Flash with the initiation over to Royal Milk. Good Don't Roll Wolf King to go for some damage with the Revitalize. Grants them all the HP. Justin again with the Lantern Flare, getting the double and the triple with the help of Zino and Yellow Flash. 5-1, 4 minutes in. That is their first turtle. Zippy winning in the weak side too. Everything going well for Mythic Seal.
Yeah, it feels as if Falcon Esports just ran into Mythic Seal's trap. It's not even a trap of during the game. It's a trap of during the draft, right? We pick the Tsusin. We dare you to pick the Tsuyo. And this is what happens when you pick the Tsuyo against the Tsusin, because you're going to get thrown around. The amount of damage in that early game, yes, it might not look like much, but it stacks up. And we have a bit of shenanigans on top lane, and Kid X, he might be finally making his move so far, but yet to be seen.
You can't really make these moves anymore. Not with a Mathilda, right? So even if you go for these pickoffs, you go for, the I'm offended, you combo it together with the onward, one guiding wind can get you out. And Justin has a Crimson Beacon, so these vulnerable targets that we would think is vulnerable isn't really too vulnerable. The Juicin is not vulnerable with the Crimson Beacon and the Purify. There's so many ways to escape. Ken is probably the only one that doesn't have a Purify that you can really capitalize on. And up top, Royal Milk gonna be ganked again, thrown down to the air, taunted, and just stomped down to the ground by Yellow Flash. The Circling Eagle coming down. Good, I'm offended, but built-in Purify from Zippy and the Inspire getting him out for a bit. Now the reinitiation with the Spear of Destruction and the Dominator's Ascent will be able to get him down as Dax also gets out. Meanwhile, though, Yellow Flash posturing up, spots Kid X there, goes in for the taunt, doesn't find it, but now it's going to the Lantern Flare, flickered out of by Kid X. Some respect over, but Benny doing a bit of damage. Mid lane turret going down. Ken looking for the angles to go for a Dax. You gotta be careful. Oh no, the quad shadow landed, and he's able to follow it through. Benny gets away, but Mythic Seal, he might be able to go for more Avatar of the Guardian, locking Royal Milk down. He does have the Primal Wrap, but he's not gonna be given the chance to even use it. Flickers out to safety with the onward defensively. And Falcon, I don't think they can go for the turtle without Mr. Dax. He's there's still 3 seconds for him to respawn.
And it's a huge series of unfortunate little mistakes, like, so to speak, like micro errors from Falcon Esports that start to add up, right? Dax falling extremely low, and then the mid lane turret going down to Ken off that split push. That's a situation where it should not be, because that mid lane turret is extremely important for Falcon Esports. It opens up the rest of the map, and now if we look at the itemizations coming out, we see that already the Hayabusa has the 100 strike available. Yes, there is that same itemization coming out from the side of Dax from Tsuyo, but Tsuyo is unable to find its space because of Tsusin. Meanwhile, Hayabusa, he has that quad shadow, he has the ability to jump your back line, and Falcon Esports, they have to be so scared of that at all times, because PX7, his HP, is not long for life. He will be forced to use his Dominator's Descent. And this is what Mythic Seal wants to do. They want to use the utility time and time again, but look at this, Ken, in a lot of trouble.
Okay, Crimson Beacon with the flank as well. That's going to be Ken dealt with by PX7 where Dominance is set, but Royal Milk still caught in that Lantern Flare. They are going to be able to recall, but look at what Zippy's doing. He's going to trade Ken's life for a tier 2 up top. I don't know if he's going to get this. It doesn't look like he will, but still, oh no, he will. He's just going to commit onto it. One last shot. Zippy gets it. Falcon Esports, they got Ken and a tier 1, a Circling Eagle, just to zone and screen them away, stopping them from recalling. And I don't know, would you say that's a worth trade there? A tier 1 for a tier 2 and the turret? Wait a minute, Justin. Purify, not a vulnerable target.
I mean, the name of the game here for Mythic Seal is, right, you want to just buy space for Zippy. Yeah, sure,
Wow.
As long as you can get the trades going, he's going to get the split push going. And it's just like you have a Lord permanently in one of your lanes, and that Zippy is just providing that kind of pressure, right? Even using that Inspire. Like, if he sees Inspire, it's on cooldown just for the second turrets alone. It's clear to me that he does not want to engage in this team fight. He just wants to be on the back of Falcon's Esports' head. And look at this, Kid X.
Great, I'm offended, but Zeno was able to purify out. Now Royal Milk going to be caught by the Shadow Kill and the Quad Shadow. Does he time it well? Nope. Earth Shatter whiffing there. Ken still able to dodge away with the Quad Shadow. As, meanwhile, in the bottom lane, as usual, Zippy just keeps on clearing. And, hey, man, even in our ranked games, whenever the Mia free farms, we get scared. So imagine what Falcon Esports are feeling every time they see the Mia free farm in the bottom lane. Quad Shadow over to Kid X. He can pop it again. Oh! Fast hands getting onto the Don't Roll Wolf King 2 from Ken. Well played there as Falcon Esports try to get their hands on the Lord, but Mythic Seal just holding onto it so well.
Yeah, Zippy for the first time has joined the fight, but look at the Earth Shatter Flicker coming through with the Spirit of Destruction.
Not gonna be enough there. Zippy just cleaning up. Pops into Ultimate Avatar of the Guardian from Yellow Flash. An instant Purify from Betty, but the chase continues. Even under the base turret, you're not gonna be safe. It's a full dive as they just tank through it all. That's a guiding win, and Yellow Flash, he doesn't even need help. He wants to stay there. That's his domain now.
That on-demand healing with the Avatar of the Guardian, right? That on-demand revitalization. The rest of the team will be topped up at this point. The Lord has yet to be called out. It eventually does come, but it looks like Mythic Seal has complete control of the map. They can start choking out resources from Falcon Esports. The entire jungle is unsafe, and it's really hard to come back. But the only way is that magical team fight that they are dreaming of. I'm offended into multiple humans. PX7 landing a Dominator's Descent on the backline, zoning out Zippy. This is the dream that they were going for, and it seems as if they are not going to be able to find it. Royal Milk, as of now, he is a roamer. He is unable to find that farm. No, he is the EXP lane. He's unable to find that farm, and still does not have that itemization needed to shred through the Primal Wrath. But Avatar Guardian.
What? Did you see that Dominator's Descent? It almost looked like it was... Oh my god, the dive from Zeno going in for the dive and getting the assassination on the Mathilda. Pops in the Purify, escaping his Royal Milk. Now will be isolated. Mythic Seal are playing it perfect. Ken in the bottom lane now with the Quad Shadow and the Shadow Kill, distracting them all as Zippy goes for the base. They might be able to end the game 11 minutes again. Game 1, Game 2, both 11 minutes. It's a 2-0 lead for Mythic Seal.
Somebody call the esports police, right? Because right now Mia has 100% win rate. And it just seems to me like it's working so well for Mythic Seal. Whatever they do is never wrong. Whatever they pick is always correct. And Falcon Esports, it seems like they are facing the brunt of it. They did not have the tools to face against the rest of the 4 members of Mythic Seal. If you think about it, Zippy was never present in most of the team fights. I feel that the damage dealt by him is just mainly to towers. The arrows were never on the enemy heroes, and yet they still found the damage. They still found the sustainability with the Gato Kacha off the back of the Avatar, the Guardian, and the revitalization coming through. The global medic, man. The global medic.
The global medic. At this point, right? We saw the Alice ban. Do we really need to see a Mia ban? Do we really need to see a professional Mia ban, like a grand final match where we'll see a Mia ban down. I mean, at this point, you might have to in the second phase, right? It wasn't like the draft was bad. It was just because the Mia was able to deny what Moskov does best, which is side lane pressure, clear up the side lanes, participate in the fights. But when you're not able to match up the 4v5 and you're not able to 1v1 the Mia, it creates such a big problem. The Moskov, again, was a non-factor. Benny was a non-factor in both these games. The Mia was what made Benny a non-factor. We might see the Mia banned out in game number 3.
Yeah, it seems to me like it's just a case of just Zippy saying that, yeah, I'm better at what you do, and I can do it on a hero like Mia. And it just feels like a mechanical level of difference where Zippy understands the map and the game sense a lot more than Benny, right? The way that he rotates, the way that he engages in his team fight, he might have been taken out in that early stage of the game, but it does not matter because, yeah, to him, it's all for the game. It's never for that 1v1 skirmish, that small little battle. He might have lost his life just a little bit, but it does not matter. It buys his team so much space. And Mythic Seal, they ride off that space so well. But of course, we have to highlight how Ziddy played on that Matilda as well. The way that he always consistently threatened that back lane, PX7 on the Zos. You think about it. You have to dominate his descent. You're not supposed to be able to die to a Matilda. Nope. Yeah, but Ziddy's the assassin. He is the assassin, not the other Hayabusa. It was him in that backline with a circling eagle, finding the key target on the PX7 when the dominator descent was not available. And the way that they cycled the utility, Mythic Seal, they have that inbuilt timer in their heads, right? They use this. So they don't have this available for the next team fight. So let's force the next team fight. Even though Zippy is not around, does not matter because they don't have this utility available. If Dominator Descent, that high cooldown is not available, they force a team fight again. And Mythic Seal take full advantage.
They really did. And they took advantage not just of the Dominator's Ascent, but they also took advantage of the early game Zos that was nerfed quite a bit, right? We were already talking about it when the Zos popped up. It's like, yeah, after the patch in the early game, the Zos isn't as strong as it was before, but in the mid to late, you actually do become stronger. And yeah, that was the window where Mythic Seal utilized to completely bully the Zosk. When he was trying to defend from the base turret, before the base turret, he popped into Dominator's Ascent, and his Dominator's Ascent just got wiped. I don't know who did that, or if it was like just a coordinated kind of thing from Mythic Seal. They did it all together, but that was ridiculous. Usually the Dominator's Ascent is always a problem for you to deal with in the enemy base. Like, all right, whatever. If you want to ignore the Dominator's Ascent when he's already behind in these team fights outside of the base, it's whatever. But inside of the base, you can't just do that. But they did that, right? Mythic Seal pulled off such a crazy burst with a composition that, in a way, yeah, it has a lot of burst, but in another way, it's kind of like DPS in a way. Jusin and Mia, it's not instant burst on the Dominator's Ascent, but yeah, it just disappeared. And that's what gave the opening for Zidane to go in with the Circling Eagle to assassinate PX7. It's not every day that we see the Mathilda become an assassin, but I guess it is if it's Zidane. The carry was Justin. GPM still, obviously, Zippy. He was always in the side lanes. If he doesn't get the GPM, that will be a bit weird, but getting the tier 2s, getting these trades, even when Mythic Seal lost out on Ken, it was always still value. And I think that's why Mythic Seal got both games under 11 minutes. There were no trades available for Falcon Esports.
Yeah, and just the early drafting, it just really throws me off. Like, I feel that Jusin is being picked to make sure that Suyo is not picked. And now Falcon Esports just dive head straight into it, right? They just go head first and be like, yeah, I don't think Jusin is the counter to Suyo, man. And I'm telling you, it is. I'm telling you, it is. Because that's what happened to Yasuyo, because he was thrown around like a rag doll, and the ability of him to jump in really is hindered by his own mobility. Once Jusin throws you behind, you can't walk back in. You can't walk back in. You're hinging on that skill 1.
You really are. And again, on the Suyo, the big problem for the Suyo is you are very reliant on the early game. You're very reliant on actually getting a lead. If you do get a lead, you're going to be a monster in the mid game. But if you don't, that's what happens. He was already outscaled at the 11th minute of the game by the Hayabusa, by the Mia even. I don't even think he could actually jump onto Mia and kill him, right? If Suyo jumps on Mia, he's the one dead for sure at that point of the game. And that wasn't of a Wind of Nature Mia, by the way. It was just a Mia that has gotten so many items to a fact where he can just pop in that ultimate. He doesn't even need the Inspire to beat up the Suyo. So when a marksman can assassinate your assassin in the mid game, that's when you have a problem. And that's where Falcon Esports, again, this is a weakness point for them that we've been talking about in their match against Zeno, in their match against even AI Esports, is the fact that they're very one-dimensional in a way where they want to just fight for neutral objectives. They want to get the early game. And when they don't get the early game, when they don't get those neutral objectives, they fall flat. So now they have to try to adapt on the go. They need to try to look for a new angle of attack. They need to find that plan B that we were already criticizing for Falcon Esports, right? When plan A fails, they don't have plan B. Now they got to find plan B. And the plan B is hard to find when you're up against a team with so many pocket picks. You ban out the Alice, the Mia still comes through. Now you ban out the Mia. Is the Bellrick going to come out next again?
Contrary to what you think, I kind of have a hot take here, right? I feel like they do have a plan B. Their plan B was Benny. And they showed their plan B a bit too early, right? In that first 3 picks of the game, they show Benny already. It's like, yeah, Moskov is our late game champion. Yeah, that's what we're going to go with. And then Zippy's like, yeah, you know what? Let's pick Mia again for the second time without the Bellrick. And that just completely countered out what they wanted to do. Because they already picked Suyo into a Zusin, and then they showed their hand too early by picking that Moskov. So that goal lane matchup is just secured for the side of Mythic Seal. And yeah, it just feels to me like they have that contingency plan. They know they have that contingency plan, but they are not knowing why they're failing at all times. And our MVP of the match would be Justin, of course, having that lantern available at all times. You could see him being that highest damage dealt as well as the highest kill participation. He is always there in the team fights, the way that he disengages. And if you take a look at the emblem, without that mage emblem, right? You technically don't need that mage emblem on that Zusin because you never fall into that mana problem. And the ability to have that ultimate to just re-engage, disengage, be that mobility tool, and you can go for that purify. That's just a lot of added layers of sustainability to deal with. And if you want to talk a bit about the item builds, you can take it away.
Yeah, and the 4 kills that he got, 3 kills were from the second turtle it was, where he got the triple kill. So yeah, he didn't really get any more kills after that, but that one moment where he was able to outplay the entire roster of Falcon Esports while they were just clumping up together. Yeah, that's what I mean from plan A, right? For the side of Falcon Esports, they really just go for these neutral objectives, and even when they're in a losing position, they still go for the neutral objectives. And in a way, yes, the Moskov is plan B. It's a way for them to actually have a backup, but I'd still say that still comes down to their plan A. The Moskov weak side is to carry them in the late game, but they still need to go even at least on the other side, right? Which is their plan A, neutral objectives. So the fact that the plan A already fell so hard in the early game, the Moskov couldn't lane up against the Mia. They got to either strengthen that plan B in the Moskov being the carry, or they got to ban the Mia, man. I don't know what it is with this Mia. Game 1, all right, cheese pick. Game 2 works again against the Moskov. Now we have a problem. I don't think don't be afraid to ban the Mia, right? It's a competitive game. I know when it comes to pride as well, you probably don't want to ban the Mia, right? As a professional team, it's kind of like, yeah, you don't want to ban the Mia. You don't want to ban the Layla. You don't want to ban the Mia. These heroes, there are certain heroes that will definitely get to your pride, but they're up 2 games now. It's dangerous to leave these picks open, especially if you want to play the same style. Now, if you want to change it up, if you want to play strong side gold, then it changes up a whole lot, right? Then maybe, yeah, you can leave the Mia open, because the Mia, even though it's been amazing in the last 2 games, is very vulnerable. We've been talking about this. It's a risky pick still. Despite the 2 wins, it is a risky pick, and you can't just make it work in any situation. If you have to use assassins like the Ling, like you said, the Hayabusa even, there are going to be ways to get close, but the Suyo is probably, a very difficult assassin to make work up against the Mia, because the Mia has a built-in Purify. So even if you use that immortal version of your first skill and get the stun, he just purifies out of that. If you go for damage against the Mia, pops in Inspire and sustains back up while also dealing damage back to you. The Suyo may also be why they went for Mia. They were like, all right, there was literally no kill pressure. No one can get to me.
Yeah, it just feels to me like Falcon Esports, they're showing their hand a bit too early in these drafting stages. And yeah, it just makes that Mia pick really viable. Like if you're gonna start showing your hands, you better start betting out that Mia. I kind of have to agree with you right here. Like it feels like Zippy is just destroying them mentally on this Mia. Sure, he might have went down this time, but does not matter. He's going for that late game. He's playing that 4D chess. He's playing for that war in mind. And Falcon Esports, if you do ban out the Mia, you're gonna go back to regular old Zippy where he's gonna be joining the team fight and he's gonna take an honest battle and still kind of win you because then again, Mythic Seal, they have been showing that they have a lot of contingencies. Even when they are down, they will come and find a way back into the game. And with the Gato Kacha pick, I'm very surprised that the Gato Kacha pick got leaked through as well. It just enhances the survivability of the team by that much. Having Avatar the Guardian, having that revitalization, Yellow Flash being able to just freely engage and disengage at all times. Meanwhile, this enables Justin to do plays like this, right? Where he is just running in on the Zusin with the ultimate. That's the disengagement tool. He jumps in with that. And then he just goes, yeah, you can't kill me, nanny nanny poo poo. Yeah, that's what he does.
Yeah, I really can't believe the Gato Kacha and the Mathilda got left open. Like you said, the Gato Kacha in itself, it's like, all right, you left that open. It's kind of a mistake. The Mathilda, and then not deciding to go for the Khalid, the Moskov, I think was a bit too early. But even then, maybe it's just Benny's hero pool as well. If they want to play that weak side matchup, it's always just the safe heroes with blinks, right? I think if it's not Moskov, then it's Claude or it's Natan. It's either one of those heroes. And yeah, maybe we can understand why they went for Moskov instead of the Khalid, if that's the case, if Benny's hero pool is something that can be exploited in the second phase. But maybe they need to ban out the Mathilda, the Mia as well. Like the Mia, all right, you know what? Maybe they don't want to ban the Mia. Maybe they would just want to ban out the Mathilda because the Mathilda was also a key factor as to why they were able to win out a lot of the neutral objective battles, right? Because you were already talking about how the Gato Kacha is a global medic, has to revitalize. Yeah, you add the Mathilda, it's technically another global medic in a way. Like she doesn't have a jump from the skies like the Avatar of the Guardian, but she can fly by everywhere, especially with the Wilderness Blessing and the agility. She's just so active around the map, and we saw that in the game itself. He was able to go bot and then instantly to top, especially after the changes of the river giving you movement speed now whenever an objective is about to spawn. That makes you just so much more active. So the Mathilda is already very valuable because of her mobility. Plus that is just ridiculous. And you have that global healer. You have that global medic. Comes down, pops and revitalize. There's a photo there. It's like a dream made in heaven, right? It was just a combination that was too good. The Mathilda plus Gato and everything else that they got in the composition. The Juicin too, because no one can hit her. No one can get to her. Whenever you do get to her, there's a blink. There's a purify.
Yeah, and it's just so hard. Just so hard for Falcon Esports right now. It's back to the drawing board for them, but that just sums up game 1 and game 2, ladies and gentlemen. We will be heading to game 3 really shortly, but we're going for a short 5-minute break before these players get back into the land of Dawn. That's it from me, from Mo. We will be joined by Naisu, and Mirko will be continuing the rest of game 3 cast. So see you guys after the break.
Hi, Techie.
Now is the time, there's no more waiting. Will you be when the light dawns? Sweat on your palms and your pulse is racing. Who will you be when the moment comes? Will you rise?
Give me some fashion advice for the day.
Will you rise to be heroes? Blood on your knuckles, heroes. On your shoulders, heroes. Giving everything you've got.
Pass me book I read yesterday.
Pain is the price for something greater. Everyone else
Want to hang out for a drink?
I'll be on my way.
Unstoppable! Shut down!
And look at that. We switched things up, guys. Welcome. I'll welcome myself in here too, because of course we have to say goodbye to Mo. Mo did a fantastic job, starting with me in the best of 5 earlier on, then into this series now 2-0. And also congratulations to Mo, by the way, for winning best talent
congrats.
over in MPL Singapore. So congratulations to him. But once again, you're joined here with me, Naisu, and Mirko, who has been carrying the game through now 2 games into this last series. Right, the last series, it's the grand final here. It's a best of 7, and it's been pretty decisive. I'm sure you would agree with this, Mirko. It's been quick games from game 1 to game 2.
11 minutes, man, for game 1 and game 2. It looks really, really dominant by Mythic Seal. And so far, whoa, it's an Angela first pick. Not something we actually have seen. Well, technically, when they were on red side, we did see the Angela first pick with the Alice. And this is another setup for it. So they're going to go for the Alpha. No Mathilda. Oh, they can go for the Mathilda too. It could be an Alpha Mathilda against an Alice Angela kind of situation.
Okay, we saw this. We saw this in the first series where Angela was first picked, and then like Ling didn't come through. It wasn't banned or anything like that. But then it came through the second phase to pair up, and it was pretty devastating. I mean, like the Angela Ling, a classic combination, you know. So I'm not sure if that's going to be the play here. It looks like it's going to be Alice and Arlott. Three A's for the first pick so far from Mythic Seal. And this is still a lot of sustainability, man. Like when you look at those already, ton of sustainability, ton of just able to extend team fights really with those first three picks. Even though Arlott himself, like in some form or another, is tanky, able to set up with the Final Slash, obviously. The answer, though, from Falcon Esports, I'm liking the way that this is going for their first three picks. They got the Gattacacha, they got the Alpha, and they have great crowd control, because I feel like that's what they're going to need here, man. Like, even relying on the Eternal Guard from this Vexana pick. But I don't know. I don't think we see another Mia game on either side. I know you guys talked about it quite a bit. I was as surprised as you guys, though.
Are you sure about that, though, Naisu, right? Are you sure there's not going to be a Mia this game? Wanwan's banned out, right? So at least we're not going to get to see a Wanwan. This Wanwan ban reminds me of how, Moonton usually does their patches as well. It's like Mia did really well in the last two games. Let's ban the Wanwan. It's kind of like, oh yeah, Lake's doing really good in the ranked games, right? Let's nerf the Wanwan real quick.
Let's nerf the Wanwan.
Always the opposite of literally the other side of the hero pool thingy-majiggy that gets nerfed, even though some heroes are broken. But Minotaur gets banned out still. They're really respecting Kid X on the roam, huh? We saw Minotaur and Grok banned out just last game as well. They're always taking out these big initiators. And again, this may be because they're scared of the layering of CC that they could have to try to beat the Mia. Honestly, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I'm part of that squad. Yeah. For Falcon, though, I think they need to ban the Belleric. If it's not the Mia ban the Belleric out, because the Belleric was a pretty good answer, or a pretty good replacement, rather, to the Gattacacha for this kind of composition with the Alice, Angela, and the Arlott. Usually we see Alice, Angela, Arlott, and Gattot. Gattot's picked up. They decide to go for the Bruno ban. Okay, so no Mia, no Belleric. This should be another Belleric pick for Mythic Seal, and honestly, might be another Belleric plus Mia. That's a Grok ban again, look.
Okay. You thinking, all right, Nathan's the answer, at least for Falcon Esports. If this is a Belleric Mia, it's going to be pretty insane that goes through now 3 games in a row here for Mythic Seal. And, like I said, looking at the first 3 picks that they have, most of that extended team fight territory is already going to be covered. But so far in the series, they haven't had to get there, right? Like, what was game 1? I know game 2 was like 11 minutes, right? Were they both 11
game
minutes?
Game 1 and game 2 were 11 minutes, yep.
Sheesh. So, there it is. You got to be joking me. You got to be.
And the Lolita.
It's Lolita. Dude, this is a lot of shield work that is going to be used through here. So, Tigreal, good answer. I mean, I guess this is probably one of the better options that you could go for. They've got a lot of durability. When I look at Falcon Esports' lineup, of course, with the Gattacacha plus the Tigreal, they're going to have that extra body with the Eternal Guard. So, the way that I see this is if they're able to pull off that, overlapping of the ultimates, like if they can get that, the implosions or what have you, like they have so many options, then they might be able to go ahead and stop some of this in their tracks. The only problem is, based on what we've seen from game 1 to game 2, Mythic Seal is just kind of pushing that factor of even the Mia alone. For Zippy, man, it's like, and I know I heard you say this earlier, like, you don't know, like, is this just a Zippy thing? Is this, just a Mythic Seal thing that they're trying to bring this to the forefront, if you will, in this meta? Well, if it works for Zippy and it's worked 2 games in a row, like, why not? Well, why not bring it? Because even if the Heart Guard is used on Zippy, that makes it even more difficult to take care of, even if you have all this, utility that you can throw at them and set things up. So this is going to be interesting, Mirko. I know we're having it in for game number 3. Once again, we'll see if they extend this series with a 3-0 record with another Mia pick here for Mythic Seal, or if Falcon Esports bring in this tanky lineup, the durability lineup, can do something about it. Maybe this is the answer here, man. Maybe this is part of the equation for them to solve.
Heavy CC, a lot of sustain as well for them with the Gattacacha. And yeah, this is a question that I wanted to ask in the draft itself. After the Lolita was blocked in, would he go for the Flicker, the Standard, or will he go for the Revitalize, just like the Hanabi, right? Usually it's the Hanabi plus the Lolita with Revitalize to get him HP, and already this is why I don't really like the Natan. It's great against the Alice, but in lane, it's not an answer against the Mia. We saw the Moskov go up against the Mia. Mia won that with the Inspire. We saw the Bruno go up against the Mia. Mia won that with the Inspire. Now we see a Natan, a hero that is significantly weaker in the early game compared to even the Bruno, right? And yeah, that's the Inspire. Mia winning out in the lane again. If Falcon Esports want to play for it, they need to rotate down below. Good steal over from Dax. This is what the Alpha brings to the table. You know, at least when it comes to clearing, you will have a significant advantage over the Alice.
Yeah, it's really scary how early you can be that big of a threat, even with just the Inspire alone, right? Like in the 1v1 matchup for most of the gold laners, like Mia's going to have some of that upper hand that you can work with. I'm not really sure how Benny plans to kind of approach this, other than just hoping that the team supports him through this, you know, even the early game. If that means then, you know, visiting that gold lane once in a while to try to at least put pressure on Zippy so he's not just kind of like, you know, freely hitting and then proccing the Warcry emblem as well. That's what they're going to have to work on here. And as they get ready for this first objective coming up in just a little bit, you know, these level 4s are going to be crucial for Falcon Esports if they want to answer this. So Turtle's already up. They do force Zide off of this, but it looks like they're going to try to make a play here too. I mean, it's the same thing. Look at the bot again.
Yep. Pops in Inspire. Benny gets zoned. Same story, but this time he's actually going to go for the clear as Ken. Already helped Yellow Flash earlier to get level 4. Dax is level 5, a significant advantage when it comes to the retro. Yellow Flash missing the final slash, gets caught by the Spear of Alpha. Good vengeance away, but the Avatar of the Guardian locks him down. Ken flowing blood to the back, looking for some damage. Back again onto PX7, the mobilization, plus some of those love waves, enough. Yellow Flash going for the resets. I don't know if he can actually survive this. Royal Milk just needs a few more shots in. And pops into Flowing Blood. Royal Milk will be able to get the solo kill, and Dax picks up the turtle. Finally a change, and Mythic Seal might not be able to go for the purple buff. Dax didn't use the retreat earlier. Spear of Alpha catching him as he goes in for the Flowing Blood, and now Royal Milk with the Vengeance locking him down. Ken still able to jump out with the Flowing Blood. Zide pops into Numenon, or rather the Guardian's Bulwark, to try to throw some damage back, and this fight has gone on for so long in the bottom lane. Zippy's doing damage. Zid is getting the kill over to Dax. It took so long that Yellow Flash could actually respawn and join the team fight again.
Hey, did I not say this in the draft? Like the extended team fights. Now that's about as extended as this early game team fight's gonna go, America. Like I don't know much team fights that play out like that. That was from the first turtle, by the way. That's where all of that started, with the heart guard that was used on Ken earlier on. And you can definitely see, right? They have great sustainability. They lack some damage in the early game, but if they extend a team fight, you know, they're most likely going to be able to reset things. And all the meanwhile, Zippy has been doing his thing on this Mia for the third consecutive time in the lane. So, you know, once again, Falcon Esports, great for them to get the objective, great for them to go and get these team fights that they need in the early game, because they don't want this to be how it has been the past, you know, 2 games up to this point. They need to be able to hit their power spike sooner than later. And right now, they're at least trying to keep things even with that little bit of a lead that they've built up. They got to be able to maintain that, hold things together. You're 30 seconds away from the turtle here. And the problem with this also is when this lineup is built up from Mythic Seal, these turtles are going to get even more difficult to take because of the fact that, oh, hold on, Royal Milk? Okay, he's fine, he's fine. Still has Vengeance as well, but again, these dealing with the sustainability. So one of those first items has to also be picked up before, obviously, this, you know, these turtles get out of hand. The Lord is up there too. There's the sweep.
And there's the Avatar to escape. Doesn't even need the Vengeance to escape. It seems it's just going to be a trade here, Naisu. Falcon Esports knowing that they have... Wait a minute. Never mind. Mythic Seal actually looking for a contestant. But Blast getting the stun over, but Dax so ever so reliant. Spear of Alpha into the Eternal Guard onto Justin. Zide popping in to revitalize. Royal Milk already very low. Ken walking up, going for the mobilization, but the Vengeance is still there, and Ken gets bursted down. Without the help of the hard guard, you're pretty damn vulnerable. Good disengage from Zippy. PX7 with a flicker and a Terrify to help Royal Milk get that double. Spear of Alpha to the front. Zippy unable to escape this time around, getting sliced down by Dax on the Alpha.
Okay. Falcon Esports. As we were just saying, you know, they're going to have to be able to go ahead and contest against that sustainability that was going to come through from Mythic Seal. They found it. I was actually surprised as you were. I know I heard the reaction in your voice with Mythic Seal you thought they would just trade it out, you know, especially with that way the previous skirmish went, but they actually got in the range of fighting that fight around the turtle pit, and then they got extremely punished for it. Even with Zippy wasn't sure if they were going to fight that or not. You watched him in that, you know, the way he approached that positioning, he was really hesitant, and then he ended up backing off and then getting caught from that re-engage, especially from Dax with this alpha. So great response here, and even looking at the items, you know, they're starting to work on those second items, fall into place here for Falcon. So this is Mythic Seal now at this point, first time in the series where they're kind of like, oh, how are we going to be the ones to adjust from this? You know, did we get a little too overzealous with maybe this early pick once again, this kind of lineup that we're going with? Because look at the control that Falcon has.
Luminal Blast charged up, getting the stun down onto Dax, but still Ken this time does have the hard guard. Royal Milk jumping in, going for some damage, but it's not going to be enough. The Avatar connecting on a 2 yellow flash, and Zeno will be locked down. Heck, even the Mia going to be locked down. Zippy this time bursted down by Benny onto Natan.
Oh, I don't know, man. I think this one, Falcon Esports is looking to get some revenge on those 11-minute games. They might be looking to get an 11-minute game themselves, or at least a sub at 15 for sure, as the third turtle is going to be worked on and secured by Dax after a huge team fight once again. And that's just the beautiful combination of the implosions and that Eternal Guard, and even the Avatar of the Guardian, man, whether that's used or not, just the implosion Eternal Guard is enough to right now keep Mythic Seal from even walking up. And so that is just a huge check, I would say, in the faces of Mythic Seal and how they're going to approach the rest of this. You know, I think when we consider how much time they need to buy to possibly turn this around because they're so far behind, we're talking about 8,000 gold at 7.5 minutes in. You know, that's pretty much shut out of this portion of the game. Oh, no.
Zidane trying to open up the map, pops into the Luminal Blast, finds the 3-man stun, but on the other side, Ken locked down completely and now just gunned down. PX7 gets the kill with the Curse Blast, and it's a buy one, get one special. You get the Alice, you can get the Angela too. Justin utilizing the Flicker to try to buy some time to give Zippy at least some more time to go for a turret up top. But the trade certainly isn't worth it here, Naisu. Falcon Esports will be able to get a tier 2 in the mid lane, in the bottom lane, and 2 whole kills for themselves. And hey, they might even be able to find Zippy. You gotta be wise with your ultimate. He pops it in, he runs the other side. I think Falcon can read it. Avatar of the Guardian, good read! Royal Milk reads him out, and he catches him. No Purify anymore. No more ult for Zippy.
They've had enough of this Mia, man. You know, they're having enough. They're going to jump right into that bush, even with the ultimate taken. So this is also going to be a tier 2. Falcon Esports are looking to get these holy shields down and work on these base turrets now already at almost the 9-minute mark. Lord will be up here in just a bit, and that's definitely going to be a free one now that they have this massive gold lead. I mean, Benny picking up the Holy Crystal at this point in the game, 9 minutes in, hasn't really had to do too much. You know, he's gotten a couple kills and assists himself, but really he's just been able to farm up. Oh, Ken could be in trouble here.
Yeah, he might. Pops in the Flowing Blood. Kid X goes for the conceal. Ken actually should be out. Yeah, with the Flowing Blood, the blinks here, getting him out. But Falcon Esports should be able to utilize that to say, all right, you can run, man, but the Lord is in the bottom side of the map.
What do you do in this situation, right? Like, you have to think, good attempt there from Zide, A for effort. But, you know, when you're down this much, you have this kind of lineup that, you know, wants to extend the team fights, but now you're in a position where it's such a massive economic deficit that you're not going to extend any team fights. Like, you're just going to get blown up. Even Zide, you saw what happens with the Implosion Eternal Guard. Like, it's just too much. You're overloaded now for Mythic Seal. So we have to look at, can they actually clear this push in with the first, you know, the first Lord? Can they handle the waves coming in here too? Because Falcon Esports is surely going to force a fight. Anytime like Gatakacha is there, they want to dive into the base and even follow it up, or, you know, vice versa with the Implosion here. So that's a lot for Mythic Seal to deal with. They might be facing off a quick game loss here as Falcon Esports preps and gets ready for the base push.
11 minutes the timer was for game 1 and game 2, and Falcon Esports want to try to beat the clock perhaps in game number 3. 10 minutes in, 13 seconds counting down, so the Lord will be brought back in towards that bottom side of the map. It actually does help Falcon Esports to set up for another wave. 3 base turrets already. Implosion from Kid X finding 2. Straight into the Avatar of the Guardian and the shot, but Zine is able to find the Luminant Blast to charge it over. Zine with an Inspire and the ultimate gets caught by Dax on the Spear of Alpha. And yes, they do. Falcon Esports retaliate in game number 3. Getting the game under 10 minutes, and Benny gets a Maniac to put the cherry on top. Falcon Esports finally on the board in the grand finals of the M6 Myanmar Qualifiers.
Hey, man, I'm glad we're not sitting at 3-0 right now, because this is the grand finals, and we definitely got to get more games in for this one. But, whew, 3 games now in a row, very quick. And this is always highlighting that play style that we talked about even yesterday when we first got on stream here. You know, the play style here for Myanmar, the Myanmar teams. And definitely high fives for Falcon Esports there off that one. You know, even willing to go ahead and face the Mia again, but just completely shutting it down with a combination of, you know, crowd control that they had. The Gatakacho was great. I mean, that plus the Tigreal that they had, the Eternal Guard from the Vexana. There's almost just too much crowd control that lineup that we saw, you know, Mythic Seal try to bring to the table. It was too much for them to handle. And so that's why I was saying they were very overloaded. They got pretty much overloaded at that point. So right now we're sitting at a 2-1, still in favor, obviously, of Mythic Seal. But I don't know. I don't think they go and do a maybe a Mia pick again. I think Zippy's going to change things. He was still bowling in the lane, though. Like, yeah, I mean, part of the fact here why also the Mia didn't work is just nothing was going to work in that case. Like, if you looked at the lineup, and that's why it was important. Like, that first turtle take was pretty apparent of what the game plan was. Like, it was to extend the team fights and then eventually get to a late game, but just a great counterplay in terms of like lineup and the approach coming out from Falcon Esports, because they're like, yeah, we're not going to let that happen, you know? And really, when you're talking about this kind of a lead, look at this, 3-19 at 10, almost 11 minutes at this one. Everybody just shut down, you know, pretty much in their lane. Massive, massive lead. And with a lineup like this, it doesn't matter how much sustainability you have. You're not gonna withstand, you know, just the difference in item power even.
Definitely not. I mean, take a look at it. I mean, we were talking about how the Mia, though it has worked, right, in the last 2 games, it's still a risky pick to go for, because if you lose out in the early game, if he doesn't get those item power spikes, and if he doesn't get as much space as he got in game 1 and game 2, it's still very punishable. And you saw it here, man. When they were forced to defend, they couldn't defend. And that's why maybe in Indonesia, when we saw the Alice plus the Angela, we always see it together with a very fast clearing gold laner. Usually it's a Beatrix. So you can actually have ways to, if even you lose out in the early game, if you get stomped like this, to defend, right? The Beatrix will be able to deal with at least the first lord, but here, no, Mia, you either fight or flight. Like, it's fight or flight very early on for the Mia if you fall behind. 0-4, still with the weapon mastery, still with the fatal. It's kind of the gamble that Zippy has played throughout the series. Game 1, Game 2, he made work of that gamble. He made profits out of that gamble. But in Game 3, yeah, it was not apparent. Maybe going for something a bit safer against a composition from Falcon Esports that can snowball really well might have been better. But here, Naiso, we have to talk also about the fact that for Falcon Esports, yes, they got the win in Game 3, and Mythic Seal lost in Game 3. But the same problems from their match against Zeno Esports and AI Esports is showing through here for Falcon Esports. The way that they get the win is through getting a better composition to go for these neutral objectives, to fight in the early game and get a lead. So far, we've only seen that from Falcon Esports. So for Mythic Seal, will the game plan still be to try to beat Falcon Esports in the early game, or will they try to shift their focus into, you know what, let's scale, let's trade on the map. If Falcon Esports want to fight in the early game, we try to look for other things on the map.
Yeah, I think it's I think so far between, honestly, from yesterday and today, and even taking a glimpse of the games that happen, you know, off the international stream here throughout the group stage, the general game plan of a lot of the teams and the way they approach this was, they just want to go ahead, be aggressive, full force, you know, end those games. And that's really, when you look at the majority of the meta right now, it's pretty snowbally. Like, that's where we are. You know, I just took a glimpse earlier while, you know, Game 1 and Game 2 were going on as well, over on what's happening in some of the other finals going on right now as well. And, you know, you're still seeing the Suyos, and this is distinctive to Singapore. Like we saw a mid
Yep.
Martez pickup from Kurtizi
Kurtizi.
again, you know,
Yeah.
that type of thing. But
Yeah.
the generalization here is that the meta we are in is very snowball based. There's room for, you know, those lineups that we've seen even yesterday where you are going for a little more slow burn approach to the game. You're trying to kind of just get to a point where, hey, here's mid to late game that we're really focused on, and we're just trying to like buckle up and hold on for the early game, because typically you're mostly going to see one team choose that aggressive route, even, you know, even in the regions that we are casting currently. Like that's what we see. We do see one of the teams either match it up where it's aggressive versus aggressive composition. We're talking about, you know, momentum based assassins and scaling through that. But then once in a while, you'll still see teams opt for more of they cover their bases, but really they're playing for the late game. You can't just, I feel like if you are going to a draft too, or a game and you're really expecting like, all right, we're just going to play for the gold lane though, like that's going to fall apart too. Like that's been proven, you know, for the most part. So I think that's the thing. If they want to go ahead and even out the series, because that's realistically the grand final, like that's what Falcon Esports and the fans are of them want to see. They want to get to that 2-2. But, you know, same thing. Do they just go and continue to go and lock in this momentum-based strategy? Do they pair it up? I think Gatakacha worked great in all of this, by the way. As you can see, Royal Milk getting that MVP. And even the variations of the Gatakacha, like we've talked about throughout the past couple of days, the Vengeance plus the Revitalize, even with the Lolita, man, like you already brought this up when the game started. You know, some of those changes, some of that variety between the heroes, the emblems, and the battle spells even really play a part to how fast they can build that momentum or that snowball they're looking for.
The Gatakacha is just such a broken hero in this meta, honestly, right? So when I saw the Angela first pick, you could already hear in my voice as well, like Angela first pick, interesting. When the Gatakacha is up for grabs, especially considering it looks like that's what they wanted to do. It looks like that's what they wanted to achieve too. I mean, with the composition, the Alice and the Angela, you want to have the Gatakacha together with him. If together with the Alice and Angela, if you don't have the Gatakacha, usually you go Belleric. And yeah, when you go Lolita, you do have a bit more sustain, but Lolita isn't as chonky as these boys, right? Like the Gatakacha, and we saw here good adjustment by Royal Milk. We've seen the Gatakacha for the most part usually just goes to Revitalize. Here, he goes for the Vengeance. He knows that for the most part, he doesn't really need to sustain for the team. The team can already sustain for himself, right? For all of themselves. All he needs to do is be that frontliner to deal damage, to distract, and to soak as much damage while also giving back that damage towards their opponents. Because against the Mia, yeah, the Revitalize would actually not be as good as a Vengeance. Mia completely, I mean, you saw that in the later stage when they went for the end, right? The 10-minute mark, when they went for the siege onto the base. Pops in that Vengeance. Mia practically killed herself while the Vengeance was on.
Yeah. And so that's why I'm saying, like, if your game plan the whole time for Mythic Seal was to just go with the Mia again, or maybe it wasn't, like, we don't know that right off the bat, but like you mentioned, you know, the Angela was there, the first pick, but then they went with the Mia. They know that there's a Gatakacha there. They know that there's a good chance that he could end up taking the Vengeance. So in a way, it's almost like Mythic Seal is just playing with some confidence that they had from game 1 and game 2 as well, you know? And I think this was one of those in a series, in a longer series, this is like one of those checks where it's like you're kind of, you know, put in your place a little bit, I would say, is what Falcon Esports did here against Mythic Seal. And so maybe, you know, again, this time around, we see a different lineup brought to the table for the next game. And I wouldn't knock it if, you know, Zippy even brings out the Irithil and Rafaela combination again if they get the Suyo. Like that ended up working really well yesterday. And we know that they have these options up their sleeve. So as we look at the highlights here, this is what we're mainly talking about, guys. Like the fact that, you know, these two lineups were built to do different things. And this first turtle take alone showed that there was promise there for Mythic Seal's lineup. You know, the way that they kind of extended this team fight even. They did lack damage early on, but, you know, they had a very difficult time on actually capitalizing on some of these kills. And Falcon Esports slowly but surely, then all of a sudden at once after this fight, built that lead up because of the crowd control that they had. And this is what I was saying. You see Zippy kind of hesitate there and like, I'm not sure if we should go for this. We might get, you know, sandwiched in, and that's exactly what happened here. Like fighting around these choke points, I always say, into the jungle and everything else could just be, you know, super detrimental to your actual timings on the lineup that you have. especially when you have so many ins, from Falcon Esports. I'm talking about the Spear of Alpha, the Implosions, the Eternal Guard, the jump that we say from Gatakacha, is just, he's so unreal in the meta right now.
He is. You have initiation, you have that healing with Revitalize. You can also just be a crazy tank damage dealer with a vengeance. It really is a complete hero here in the meta right now. And that's why the Gatakacha should be prioritized first, I think, for Mythic Seal, despite the fact that, yes, you want to have the Angela in your composition too. But I think the Gatakacha enables you to have that flex potential. Like we saw for Falcon Esports. They picked up the Gatakacha and then they flexed it. They put it into the XP lane. They went for a Tigreal very late. And that's what actually Mythic Seal were able to do in game number 2. Picked up the Gatot and then flexed it up. Picked the Mathilda later on as well. So, I mean, we saw this too. Really good read there by Royal Milk after Kid X already went over to the other bush. There can only be one other bush that you run into, brother man Zippy. And that's the bush that the Avatar comes in over with. Towards the end, man, this damage, you could see that Zippy just stood no chance, man. Whenever Royal Milk pops that vengeance, none of them stood a chance. Everybody who walked in, everybody who tried to deal damage back, you're going to be the one punished in that case. And that's what we saw. Let's see if Mythic Seal actually adjusts for this, right? Like, we have seen Mythic Seal adjust. So far, though, in this tournament, actually, at least in the playoffs, they have never been brought. They've never been taken down just yet, right, Naisu? They went 3-0 against Zeno Esports. So how are they going to bounce back from this? Are they going to try the same strat again? Are they just going to try to ego draft it? Or are they going to change it drastically?
It's I'm looking at Mythic Seal here, and I think, if I recall, like group stage, they only had one loss. When it came to the play-ins, I think most of their series were all 3-game series. Like, so the other teams did bring them, to almost the brink, I would say, like at least in a 3-game full series through the play-ins. So, there's been moments where Mythic Seal has definitely had some losses within a series. But it looks like usually, in those cases, and like what happens is typically they kind of readjust from there. They're able to kind of make the call from there and then go into the next game with a big enough adjustment, or depending on how the draft goes too, like that it ends up, giving them the upper hand again. I think everything that we mentioned even before this, where we were like, this is what Falcon Esports needs to do. These are the improvements that they also needed to make. And mind you too, these guys have been playing for a while now today, so they definitely have the reps in between yesterday and today here. And this was definitely a game that they needed, for Falcon Esports and all their fans out there. If they're going to win, this is what you want to see. You want to see them win in this kind of fashion, a very dominant game. And they went in with that game plan, and they were able to secure it very quickly. So I think nonetheless, this is where people see, like, does Mythic Seal adjust from this in a way where it's like, we're just going to go back to what they're known for and what they're doing? I think they've been rather dominant, like for the most part, for the past month for this whole qualifier. But it's good to see that, Falcon Esports isn't getting, in a way, like their wings kind of clipped at this point. Like, they still got that fight in them. They still got, I was going to say, they still got that dog in them, but they still got that Falcon in them, and they can make this end up, hopefully extend the series even further. Like I said, they're in a good position to have momentum in their favor. I think, while we wait for that next draft to come up here, really, like, when you think about this series with these two teams, man, like, I would hope, because I think between yesterday and then today, we only had maybe 1 or 2 games go past the 20-minute mark. I think it's only 2 games. We don't have that many games that go this like full distance, and where, it's down to really that mix of macro and micro play. Because so far, at least for this region, for Myanmar, they're ending games pretty quickly.
They are 11 minutes, and now another 10-minute game, right? Whereas yesterday we actually did get to see, well, not the Mythic Seal games. The Mythic Seal games were actually pretty quick too. I think game 2 went all the way to like 15, but that was it. Yeah. All the other games, game 3 was 10 minutes and 30 seconds. I remember that. So yeah, it was actually mostly Falcon games that could actually go past the like 20-minute, 18-minute mark when it got to the Evolve Lord. I think I want to see that level of Falcon Esports again, try to go for the late game too, because again, if Mythic Seal want to just double down on early game, which they have been doing for the last 3 games, Falcon Esports have more ways than just, also doubling down. They went the same route in all these 3 games, and in the third game, they got a better draft to actually do that, right, with the alpha. But in game 4, maybe we see a big shift here, especially if these teams want to go for that tunnel vision straight up into these hardcore early game comps. Before the head-to-head, though, let's talk about Benny and Zippy, because we've actually been seeing a bit of the opposite here. Zippy, team fight participation, 81%, GPM 804, right? And it's Benny who's been the normal, like for the team at least, he's been the guy to farm. He's been the guy that doesn't really participate in a lot of the fights early on, waits for his power spike and fights. But now it's the opposite. Especially with Natan earlier, we saw him so active around the map early. Meanwhile, for Zippy, he's just been on the Mia. He's been on the other side, just going in to the minions, farming, looking for turrets, trading on the map, and having a pretty bad team fight participation, but amazing GPM.
I think part of that too is like just in this series alone, like part of that that I like the way that Zippy's been playing anyways is also because he's been on a Mia. And I would say like Benny, for the most part, you know, we mentioned how we felt about the Nathan pick and how this can all, you know, usually you're like, yeah, you're picking up Nathan for that late game insurance policy almost to an extent, but he was able to actually hold his own. And remember, he dealt with so much pressure from Zippy, like in the lane in the 1v1 early on, you know, and he really had to kind of like keep it together. But you can see how much like even his gold per minute is like he's able to farm up relatively well throughout his stats here for the M6 qualifier. But this is why I'm saying I think for Zippy, as we looked at that head to head, you see him go in a different gold laner here, you know, and kind of go from that. I don't know if they actually want to go towards the option of having these magic, you know, the mage gold laners. We have seen him play the Harith in the past. He's mixed it up as well where, you know, like I said, we've seen an Irithel, man. He's one of the players that isn't afraid to still go, you know, beyond those means of the normal picks. And that's why we've seen the Mia 3 times. But at this point, you go ahead and you switch things up. Now that you're in that game 4, you know, as we wait for the draft here, I think that's part of it is just the adjustments. And also, I would assume they're going to switch sides. We had okay, here we are. Falcon is on the blue. Okay. Mythic Steel will be on the red side. So the band's already coming out. This is what we expected. I didn't think the chip would slip through, you know, at all. We only got a glimpse of that yesterday. So with this, they did ban out the Harith, so there's no Harith available here to be picked up in the gold lane. So right now, I'm actually surprised too. Do you think the Alice was good to ban out? Like, I think that was a good choice.
I think it is
Sports.
on blue side. I think it is. I think it's a good choice. Whoa! Gotha Kacha gets picked up. Is it?
We're just not seeing the
okay, what was the first pick then? Because I would have thought for sure it Juicin. Oh man, yeah, they went for the Juicin first pick here. I'm not a fan of the Juicin first pick when a Gatot Kacha is up for grabs, you know, but we'll see how Falcon Esports actually try to utilize this because we have seen them actually utilize this really well. But yeah, to answer your question, Alice, I like the Alice ban. When it comes down to the blue side, unless Falcon Esports wants to utilize it, right? I think banning it out is great because for Coach Zaya on the red side, he can actually go for the combos much earlier. He could just go for the Angela plus the Gatot Kacha, and then he could just fill in with whatever. But the Alice would be an amazing pick to get through. They still go for the Alpha and the Hylos, so still doubling down on that early game potential. It really seems like both these teams, it just comes down to whoever has the better early game composition will win the game. Doesn't it like feel that way from game 1 all the way to game 4? Yeah. It just seems like we're just going to double down on mid prio, double down on fast clearers, and double down on damage purely to go for neutral objectives.
Yeah, I've going for a whole lot there. And like I was saying, this is a similar thing. The Gatakacha was picked up. We did see the Eve and the Suyu combination from Mythic Seal yesterday. In game 1, I think it was. The change, though, here is they had the Phoveus, you know, and they were the ones that banned it out this time around. So I want to see what they end up going with. I don't know if they're going to... We talked about it quite a bit yesterday where, you know, when the Rafaela was picked up and locked in, but I just don't know if Mythic Seal wants to do the same thing because they still do have to worry about a whole lot of utility being thrown at them. And this has kind of been the answer, man. You know, like the Eve into the Jushin, like... Some teams, at least so far throughout the M6 Myanmar qualifiers, that's been their answer because I still wouldn't say like Jushin is what I normally would expect for a first pick on blue side, like you mentioned, whether or not the Gatakacha is actually available. But yeah, his value is so high right now. But the answer usually seems to be the Eve. They want to go ahead and fight that utility with utility in the box there. The Arlott and the 1-1 banned out. Claude and Natan. So gold lane right now? What are we looking at for gold lane here? Could it be, you know, we end up going, I mean, is Moskov still? Yeah, Moskov is still up, still open.
Are you going to ask Zippy that question? Are you really going to ask Zippy that question in the grand finals, Naisu?
Irithyll, Zippy.
Hasn't he shown you in the last 3 games that he's a Mia player?
No.
I'm not sure, man. Yeah,
Dude,
I don't know. Maybe
this
they'll
is a
do
Mia
it again.
4th time. No.
It might be.
No.
It might be, Naisu. Why are you such a Mia hater, man?
Could you imagine Zippy just locks it in the entire series? Doesn't matter. If we go 7 games, it's 7 games of Mia. Oh, there's a Rafaela. Okay. Hey,
Okay.
I was talking about this earlier too. This is what we saw yesterday, man. Are they going Irithyll? Let me ask you, Zippy. Are you going Irithyll?
Oh, I think the Bruno would have been a good choice for them to take, right? Yeah, good deny pick there from Falcon Esports by taking away the Bruno. So, I mean, honestly, right, Naisu, it's not a bad pick to go for Mia. Like, there's no one that can really... Actually...
Are you trolling me right now?
I don't know, man. I think the safe choice would be Carry, right? The safe choice has got to be Carry with the Hylos and the Alpha in here. Yeah. And the Juicing, to be fair, you want to just have some shred and... Ooh, okay, that CC definitely kind of stops the Mia, right? Yeah, the Vengeance would be too much. But even as the Carry, you're going to have to really be smart with your ultimate. You can't just randomly hit with the Vengeance there for the CC. I wonder if they want to go for... No. Oh, yeah. Oh, I was about to say it. If they want to go for the Ixia to counter the Bruno and then go for the team fights because there are no dive picks. But I even doubted myself with the Ixia, you know, saying the Ixia's name. No, they decided to go for it. Okay. Ixia is a good lane against the Bruno. This is one of the matchups against the Bruno that actually wins. The other one being Mia because we saw it earlier.
Yeah. But the CC stopped that Mia pick. So, you know, you go with the Ixia. This is still very... Anytime the Ixia pops up, still very glass cannon. You know, you're going for the obvious setup with that full barrage and to, you know, also rely on the fact that you're going to be relying on the speed that's there for the Rafaela, that sustainability. But this could actually be a pretty deadly death box. You know, real world manipulation with a full barrage, especially if it's Falcon Esports looking for those fights and setting them up because of a glorious pathway. So this might be enough for them to go ahead and counter into that against Falcon Esports. We'll see if it's enough. There's also going to be a Revitalize for each team here. Obviously, for the Gatakacha this time around, Revitalize and the Hylos are running it as well. So for Mythic Seal, they're going to have to make this work this time around. Rafaela once again in the hands here for them as they get prepped and ready. Game number 4 right now. Falcon Esports are looking to take it to 2-2 in this best of 7, the grand final. As we approach, we take a look. Emblems, setups here for all of them. Look at this again. Raphael is really going to help here. Anything sticking out here for emblems?
That's a sprint, dude, for Royal Milk on the Ixia. So not the Vengeance. I guess trying to adjust to, going up against the Ixia, right? Going for the Vengeance, you really don't get any value up against any of the members from Mythic Seal. So he chooses to go for a bit more mobility with the sprint to try to match what the Rafaela is going to get them. Can't already deal damage, though. You can see Dax rotating forward as well. The stun coming down. Not going to be able to connect. Yellow Flash walking up as well. Retribution from both, but Ken was able to steal it away. Yellow Flash running away. Royal Milk dealing some damage. Revitalize gets popped by both the Hylos and also the Gatakacha. Kid X, though, to get a bit more damage than Zide. It is going to be a trade at the end. Yellow Flash for Kid X. Ken, so want to go for the fight on the Suyo. Oh, the flicker forward from Justin to get that damage down. Dax, can he deal enough damage to stay up? No, Justin takes him out.
Oh, man, what a bloodbath. Just like we saw in the previous game, too. They want to fight out in the early. Kid X joining the fight. I think he's going to just force Zide back. That can't be a kill. Okay, he flickers. Oh,
and
Ken.
Stun to get the kill.
Oh, man. Zide got 2 of those kills, too. Like, that's the thing. Like, they want to fight it out. This is kind of what we expected, but Mythic Seal, you know, still keeping things relatively even, I would say, in terms of the economy. But this all happened before the first turtle. Yeah, that's the crazy thing. Like, there's 6 kills in total on the board, and all before the first turtle, and it's all going to happen again, guys, because they are prepped and ready for this fight now. A couple level 4s still to look for. Justin finally gets that real world manipulation available. Dax will go ahead and start up the turtle. And Yellow Flash just part of this front side. Look at that mid lane again. They got to contain Ken here.
Whoa. Crimson Beacon already. Royal Milk with a curtain call. The back spear of Alpha connecting over to Ken. Even with the Revitalize, it's not enough to keep him alive. And Yellow Flash will be forced to use the Avatar to back away. Defensive Avatar of the Guardian. Mythic Seal losing out in the first turtle. And the pattern is for the series, folks. Whoever gets the first turtle ends up winning the game.
That's the pattern right now. Zippy could be in trouble. Flickers.
Flicker. Lantern Flare coming in. Zippy still with a sustain. That's why it's so scary to go up against the Ixia. Might be an outplay here. Both members low. Zippy.
Oh,
no
no.
ultimate. Justin. Real world manipulation should be used up. No. He decides to go in for a bit more damage for Benny. Great flicker out. PX7 flickers into it. The Holy Baptism. Plus the real world manipulation. Enough to take him down. Now it's a 1-for-0 trade. Ken rotating up top as well as Kinex rotates too to provide some safety for Benny to soak in this wave.
Dude, I'm so surprised Zippy actually survived all that. You know, I think, did he get a little heal from the Quantum Charge? Is that what happened there? Like, he was able to, you know, get a little bit of health back and fire back off, but then he, you know, he also had to use the Flicker, but surprised he was able to withstand all the Lantern Flares, too, being dragged back, but great response and rotation as well. Benny will pick up the Haas Claws to help with that, that dueling that he's got to deal with in the gold lane for now. So Zippy as well. I'm going to be interested to see what kind of build path he goes on this Ixia. Some other first items being picked up here for Mythic Seal. So, you know, no one's got a clear advantage just yet. I mean, even in terms of turtles, it's just the one for Falcon Esports. No turrets advantage for either team. Look at this focus here. Mythic Seal.
Real world manipulation plus the Ixchia's full barrage and Ken with the slashes of that second skill utilizing the immortal form. My goodness. Kid X and Benny, I thought they would survive there with the help of the Revitalized Ken. Going for the stun again, doing some damage. Dax chunked low, another shot from that arrow from the immortal form of Ken.
Oh, PX7.
Is forced to use the Crimson Beacon defensively. Yellow Flash is already in position, by the way. They want to go for the turtle.
Yeah, they're actually going to fight this. It looks like Falcon Esports is okay contesting for this one, even though they just dealt, you know, a pretty big blow up top. But right now, turtle's up. Mythic Seal definitely wants to go ahead and secure themselves to this. They got a little bit of a lead to work with. And Dax will go ahead and start this turtle, tank it up. Royal Milk looking for an angle, maybe towards the backside, at least to put some pressure on Zippy. Zippy does have full barrage available as well. Justin waiting for the RWM.
Glorious Pathway, Ken trying to go for the steal. Dax still with the Retribution, even with the blink. Dax catches him with the Spirit of Alpha. Zippy, a mistap. That angle was definitely not correct with the full barrage, and Falcon Esports will take that win any day.
Oh, yeah, you don't, you know, let's just pretend we didn't see it at that point. Zippy, either way, objective secured for Falcon Esports, and right now, they'll go ahead and put pressure around the map, looking for more here. Kid X, though, takes a lot of shots. Should be fine. Pops the Revitalize, healing back up, but man, finally able to get a turret down. That's the first one they get down on the bottom side. And they'll look for more here. Yellow Flash trying to keep Royal Milk from pushing further, but this is relatively even, man. So far throughout the entire series, this one, at least for game number 4, is pretty close. Some of these fights are almost 50-50, but with Falcon Esports, the way that they're building this, the way that they're building a lead and now moving, as long as they avoid what we saw in the top lane earlier here, Miracle, which was that real-world manipulation setup into the full barrage, as long as Zippy doesn't whiff the full barrage, you know, they play around that. Falcon Esports can go ahead and then punish. Once those are down, they should be able to win the team fights, because those are major ultimates here for Mythic Seal.
And now you could definitely see the power of this CC2, right? Able to match in the side lane matchups. Ken's gonna be careful though. He's 2 levels down of Dax. Gets the shot down. I don't know if he actually revealed Royal Milk. Ken gets caught by the Spirit of Alpha. Royal Milk taken low, but still he's able to kite away just in range. Avatar the Guardian not connecting. Yellow Flash. It might have been a mistake. PX7 zoning them away with a Glorious Pathway. Yellow Flash now stuck under the turret. That's gonna be a turret take. And the Spirit of Alpha. Royal Milk surviving with 1 HP again, playing with fire.
Man, these are a lot of mistakes from Mythic Seal. I mean, even from, you know, Ken, he tried to at least get Royal Milk in it, but ends up getting punished. Yellow Flash moves forward, ends up going down in the exchange, plus the turret, and now this is most likely going to be, like, what, the 3rd turtle, unless Mythic Seal tries to do something about it, but there are no way to fight this. The last turtle is going to be worked on here. They set up
Uh-oh, Royal Milk with a flank as well. Able to get some damage on the Zippy, canceling out the full barrages. Ken is going to be CC in lockdown. Lantern Flare picking him up, throwing him back. Dax getting the red tree on the turtle. A 3,000 gold lead now for Falcon Esports. And they're going to look to go for the purple buff too. Nothing Mythic Seal can do at this point of the game. It's all Falcon Esports.
It's all them right now. You're going to be working on this tier 2 now at this point too. And it's just like the way they really kind of handled even Ken from scaling on the Suyo, which we've seen so many times, you know, just between yesterday and now today. Really good responses here from the way that Dax is even playing around the objectives. Part of it was just delaying, even taking the turtle to force Ken in a position where he's like, you know what, let me try to get this in zone. Doesn't get it. And so now, you know, this is they're finding themselves in a position where Mythic Seal, they're facing that snowball, man. Like it's rolling down the hill at this point for Falcon Esports. They're in a good position to take the Lord when it does come up. Knowing Mythic Seal, they'll still contest it. Real quick, let's take a look at the items here, where they're going. Again, for Mythic Seal, you know, you've got that Sea Halberd there, at least for Zippy, but I don't even know if that's enough. You only have a Corrosive Scythe. There just isn't enough damage looking at these items. Uh-oh.
Whoa, big combo Spear of Alpha. Justin to be caught the full barrage, does some damage back, but Falcon keep all their members intact except for Kid X. 2-for-1 trade. Falcon still going to be able to farm up and actually look for the sustain back again. Benny's back to full HP. PX7 was dealing a bit of damage onto that turret. Tier 2 for free. Man, what a combo. Was that a Spear of Alpha from a PX7 Lantern Flare?
I believe so. I mean, it was a good setup, but you know, as I was saying before that even happened, like if it wasn't just a Corrosive Scythe and a Sea Halberd, dude, like that would have been some converted kills. Like it was a good full barrage, like angle and everything else, but again, you know, they got to extend the game here. If you're Mythic Seal, you really want to buy a lot more time. Maybe even, you know, attempt that again for this Lord take, contest it, set that up. But if you don't get it, don't force this fight if you can't right now. Half health on the Lord.
Full barrage. Oh, I think that might be too early. Justin displaced Lantern Flare and then just ball down to the ground. Dax, Spear of Alpha, able to displace them, forcing them back and forcing the Avatar of the Guardian. This should be another free Lord to the hands of Falcon Esports. Not much Mythic Seal can do with Justin getting caught like that.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying. You know, like you gotta, the positioning and the ultimates are going to be crucial on how they approach those fights objectively. That's the whole reason you have an Eve. You know, you want to be able to fight around the objectives, but if you get taken out that quickly and then you're not even able to set things up, you know, there's nothing that you're going to be able to do. Zippy still needs a lot of time. Like I said, we got that item check. Still needs to get, you know, even in almost, I would say, another 2 items to really, you know, burn through this durability from Falcon Esports. So they'll find themselves on the defense here. They should be able to clear things out relatively well. They're probably going to lose even their holy shields on the base turrets, but they'll try to match up here down in the mid lane as the wave pushes in top side. PX7 as well. Just keeping that flare there, keeping the lantern. Could press this in. Glorious Pathway.
That's the full barrage and the real world inflation. At least when it comes to clearing, they will have a significant advantage over Falcon Esports. But even then, the siege from Benny is going to be really good too. It's a Bruno. Another mini wave coming down into the mid lane, and the Lantern Flare to zone them away. Ken still doing a lot of damage together with Zippy and Justin, keeping all the base turrets intact, and at least this time, not losing a single base turret.
Yeah, like so that's the thing, you know, they stay in the game. They still have a lot of work to do here, man. Like they're, you know, 9,000 gold behind. There still looks like Falcon Esports wants to potentially look for more, or just trying to, you know, even to a point where like they're trying to taunt Mythic Seal here to possibly, you know, get baited into a fight that they're not going to want. But at this point, they did hold on to the base turrets, right? Mythic Seal at least does that. They buy themselves another minute or so. And even then, with the way that they're able to clear, I would almost say that next Lord that comes up, you don't want to get wiped out there. You don't want to have a massive loss. We already know that Falcon Esports is going to look to punish with positioning, you know? But they want to go for this turret. It looks like Glorious Pathway dropped down.
Whoa! What is that damage? Zippy picks up the Sky Piercer as well. Avatar of the Guardian over to Benny. Benny able to go for the slide tackle, but now the real world inflation comes down. Yellow Flash diving into the back. Ken following through. Benny very low. Ken going for the shot, finding it. 2 big kills over the Mythic Seal. No shutdowns, luckily, for Falcon Esports, but Royal Milk is able to crack the base turret open. They're going to go for the mid lane, just like that. Yellow Flash set to defend against Royal Milk. Mid lane tier 1 taken down. Now they go for some invades. Is this the angle? Royal Milk's got to be careful. He does have the sprint, and he will be able to escape, but man, what a way to retaliate from Mythic Seal.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I hope we get a look at the items because I really want to see where Zippy is now. He hasn't died. He's been able to set up relatively well. They'll be able to get at least the purple buff here in the hands of Ken. All the meanwhile, Royal Milk.
Oh, he's got to be careful.
Not enough CC.
Has the sprint.
Okay.
There you go. The CC gets out of the CC.
He does. He even does enough to go ahead and distract them too. So this should just be a Lord going to the hands of Falcon Esports. So what we saw Mythic Seal do earlier, they've got to do it once again. But even with their good clear, man, they're probably going to lose these base turrets. They might be able to hold on to the bottom one, but you know, that push in from this next Lord could be a forced fight. And that's the thing. Falcon Esports, despite their lead, man, despite the 8K lead that they have, you saw the amount of damage that can be pumped out. Zippy's holding on to the orange buff as well, so they really have to make sure that they don't just get blasted down with that combination coming through here. Because Mythic Seal, there's still potential to turn this game around with the lineup that they have and the defensive that they have here. So now that this Lord is coming up top side, they're going to go ahead and get prepped and ready for this because, you know, this is where even the flickers are going to be available for this fight, for this defense, and that's going to be crucial for this. There's the Glorious Pathway.
To zone them away, the curtain call as well, actually. Already used up the Zippy and Justin. Royal Milk, he's already on the base right there. Mythic Seal have to deal with him. He's trying to deal with all the waves. Good blink away from Kent. Was here from the Severe of Alpha. Lord still at half HP. Going to be dealt with again by Justin and Zippy, who have amazing clear. So at least on that front, they're able to defend again, but they're going to lose every single base turret without getting a single trade. Royal Milk constantly just putting the curtain call to annoy Mythic Seal, it seems.
Yeah, Royal Milk's been doing his work, man. He's been doing the job. Like you mentioned, even with his sprint, like he's just going to be that annoying person to deal with for Mythic Seal. And sometimes he just wants them to chase him, you know, if he can do that. Because, you know, now that we wait for this next Lord to come up in a minute and a half or so, Mythic Seal buys himself more time. And they should be at this point where when that next Lord comes up, they have a decision to make. Like, do they actually want to go into that area and contest it with a potential to get pushed into the base from Royal Milk, because that's what he's been doing, and his job is just going to be sprinting around, you know? So Mythic Seal is almost in a position where it's like, yeah, we might not be able to actually contest any of the Lords, and we just got to hope we have a successful defense because of that pressure that's going to be put on here. Even PX7 getting a little more defensive brute force here right now, so we'll see. They got a full waves to manage here for now, but Falcon Esports, I don't even think there's, you know, obviously with their lineup, there's nothing that they can force. So it's almost in that situation where it's like they just wait for objective. Looking at the items, finally here for Zippy. He did pick up a Sky Piercer too. Does finish off his Gold Rose, so he's got that. Malefic Roar is what made him do so much damage earlier on. And then over even on the other side, you know, this is all falling into place. Huge gold gap between the junglers, obviously. Ken did not have a good time against Dax. Still working on his last 2 items for now. Ice Queen Wand, though, that's going to be a big valuable pickup for Mythic Seal on the defense. But Falcon Esports, you saw their items. They're exactly where they need to be to fight. And they'll go ahead and start this Lord up for now. But this is a little more, you know, even for them, a little more cautious situation. Royal Milk's still going to say top side because of the threat that he is. So, again, they can play around the pressure macro-wise, map style, and they'll just full send this Lord.
They're going to get it. There's absolutely no way for Mythic Seal to actually go for it. Royal Milk puts on the current call, gets caught with a Holy Baptism. Still able to escape with the sprint. Now the full barrage and the real world manipulation have been used up. Oh, that might just be the green light for Falcon Esports. It's going to be down for a while. Those are big ultimates, Naisu.
Dude, no, that's just too much. They got all those ultimates out, and the Lord's here already in the base. Are they going to be able to defend this?
I don't think so. Without the full barrage, without the real world manipulation, Falcon can just go brute force their way with a glorious pathway. Ken getting a two-man stun though. Massive stuff from Ken. They might have turned the game around. The Avatar of the Guardian coming down as well from Yellow Flash as they go for the holy healing to try to go for the chase. Clutch Ken with a stun onto 2 and PX7 dying. Save the game for Mythic Seal.
I can't believe they just did that without the ultimates that we were just talking about, man. How
Wow.
Ken just did that. And, you know, that's a successful defense. There's still a wave, by the way, pushing in there. It is going to be met by their own wave. So Ken's probably going to have to deal with that because they want to go. Whoa, they're going to push it down. Using the full barrage, too. They want to take this tier 2 in the mid. Dax is there. Royal Milk on the backside. Ken's still in the base, handling that wave, pushing in. So even with that defense, Miracle, I'm not sure if Mythic Seal, you know, got too much out of it, aside from the fact that they showed, yeah, we can still go ahead and fight against this. Once again, looking at the items here, Zippy does pick up a BOD, so now he's got that. Ken still hasn't finished that next item he was working for, so he might go, there it is. Okay, he goes War Axe. It's a little bit more there to work around. Still also, you know, part of this is, again, Justin's value, his value with the Ice Queen Wand and the Divine Glaive. This is crucial for them in these positions, in these team fights even. But I'm still surprised, man, that even without it, they were able to defend the base. So it makes me wonder how many times they can do that.
Oh. I think they can do that all day as long as, you know, the Lord stays enhanced, not evolved. The thing is, that's not how the game works. The evolved Lord is going to be spawning in the game now as we get into the 18-minute mark. And I think that should be enough for Falcon Esports to mount an end. I feel like earlier, too, if it wasn't for the clutch Ken two-man stun, it would have been over, too. But, yeah, Falcon Esports, they got to just be very, very careful. Playing with the front-to-back composition. Connected, and he bursts it down still. Under the back line, you can see Royal Milk going for the dive. Still with the Holy Healing, though. Yellow Flash escaping. Royal Milk baiting out some of the abilities. Now he's giving the Crimson Beacon to isolate Yellow Flash, who's still going to be in the midst of it all with a full barrage. Not enough to take anyone down. No flicker committed. Justin is still holding on to that RWM, and that's a 1-for-0. No Yellow Flash, no frontliner. That is a free Lord for Falcon Esports, it seems.
Oh, it makes me wonder, what if he flickered forward and got like at least a kill out of that, you know? What if they set up the real world manipulation there, but it was just so chaotic because of Royal Milk too. He went right to the backside, and now it looks like Ken, given the call, even without Yellow Flash, do they want to commit to this? Are they looking to fight this here?
This is way too risky. Ken stunned up, no follow-up. PX7 with the Crimson Beacon though. Walks up forward, no one can really follow up on that because of Royal Milk with the curtain call again. Mythic Seal, they're going to have to rely on that RWM, on the full barrage again in the 20th minute of the game. That is a big boy Lord.
Oh, big boy Lord. This is the 4th one of the game here now, 20 minutes. Hey, we asked for this earlier on. You know, we had 3 back-to-back games, 10, 10, and 11 minutes. And now we finally get this extended version. The late game is here, 20.5 minutes in, and we have to see if Mythic Seal can pull off a defense of a lifetime again. Here they go, dealing with the Lord.
Royal Milk on the other side of the map already with the real world inflation used up the full barrage only onto one angle. And now the Spear of Alpha to dive fully onto the back. Mythic Seal stand no chance against that dive with the Evolved Lord. It is the equalizer from Falcon Esports, 2-2 in a best of 7.
2-2. Oh, we got a best of 7 on our hands. We thought some people were saying 4-0 in the chat earlier on, man, when they were sitting on 2-0. That is not happening here, says Falcon Esports. Mythic Seal, even though with an attempt of a great defense, man, like they had a moment there, but even that last one, you know, you said it was a big boy Lord. Well, that one you're not going to be able to defend against without keeping things, you know, really in the base on the defense there. And you saw where the full barrage went. Like it picked up a kill, but they didn't have much of a choice. And even with the positioning, I think part of that whole equation, man, was also just utilizing the fact that Royal Milk with the sprint, like the CC was so annoying that sometimes even if, you know, Zippy was in a position where he's trying to think like, should I just set up the full barrage here? They also had to worry about Royal Milk, you know, bouncing around from the odd angles, just being annoying enough to then go and escape with the sprint. Like, hey, too much there. great job for Royal Milk. You're looking at here, right here, almost 21 minutes. You know, the amount of objectives, though, that Falcon Esports was able to go ahead and secure throughout the game was really, it showcased just how decisive they were in a lot of their approaches to these team fights early on. You know, and Dax had a hell of a game on the Alpha. Like, this was a great game for him. He was pretty much a tanky Alpha, winner crown even, but a good enough distraction with him and Royal. And then the way that they played into this worked out, and Benny, like, you see how farmed he was, but I think a lot of the eyes obviously were on Mythic Seal. The way that they turned some of the fights around and the way that it looked like, I mean, even down to where that last team fight before the last Lord take, it was good that Falcon Esports was able to actually go ahead and withstand the full barrage there, because I think if maybe the flicker had been used, that one minor decision change in that instance, which we'll see from the highlights later, like maybe that would have changed the course of even that Lord take or that defense. Maybe it delayed it enough, but nonetheless, big props here to Falcon Esports.
Really, really good pro. I mean, you got to give them props. You have to give them the props for actually doubling down on the early game like we were talking about, right? What do you want to do? You want to go for the late game or do you want to double down on the early game? And for Falcon Esports, the key is early game. Why? Because, I mean, you already said this too. Snowball has been the name of the game after the patch hit. And for Falcon Esports, as long as they were able to consistently utilize their advantages that they built up from the early game, there was not much that Mythic Seal could do, right? Falcon Esports getting those base turrets, getting the first few lures, getting those turtles to get the level lead. Those were all little wins that built up to that massive victory at the 20th minute of the game. You could see earlier some of the stats, and man, it looked bad for Mythic Seal. Falcon Esports got every single neutral objective, and Mythic Seal weren't even given the chance to contest. Ken, I think from Turtle 2 onwards, was never really in a position to actually walk up and go for the retry. It was always just free for Dax, and we know, man, Dax, with that killer instinct, even on a utility jungle, he was able to get those Spear of Alphas constantly, playing like an assassin, I would say, right? Being the one to go in last to get that Spear of Alpha to deal enough damage to execute some of the Mythic Seal members. And even with the Rafaela combo with the Suyo that we were talking about, the weaknesses of the Suyo, it was the mobility and also the sustain. And Rafaela kind of covers both, but for Falcon Esports, they were okay with that mobility. They were okay with that sustain too. They have a Bruno to counter that sustain, to just deal damage, more and more damage as the fight goes longer and longer. And they have a CC on top of that to match that mobility. Whenever Mythic Seal wanted to go front to back, there was always a CC flanking from behind. And when they want to chase Royal Milk, they can't. There's a curtain call that comes down and a sprint. Really good stuff from Royal Milk, man. The sprint was such a good choice to go for. Gotta shout out Mr. Royal Milk here in this. What an amazing performance from this guy.
Yeah, because I really feel like if it wasn't the sprint and it was a vengeance, like he wouldn't have had the same effect. Like he wouldn't have been able to do what he did, especially on the back line there, and bring enough like distraction or have that ability to be like, you know what, I'll force them to go ahead and respond to me in the base or around their, side of the jungle even. And he did that with the fact that he went with the sprint. So again, a really good option there, really good choices coming out from, Falcon Esports. And the way that this series is looking now that we've had 4 games in, we've had our quick games, we've had our long game. I'm wondering, where we go from this. I'm wondering where even Mythic Seal, now that they have, they're facing this 2-2 for the series, they've got a lot of kind of changes that they need to make. I mean, even with this lineup that they have, like, it was a good lineup. I mean, the Ixia alone was nice to see come to the forefront here. The Rafaela, I just feel like didn't have as much value that we saw previously when it was with the Irithil yesterday. I don't know how much of that game would have even changed if, for example, it wasn't a Rafaela, or if that was part of it, because, you mentioned this in some of the team fights, like the Holy Baptisms sometimes weren't landing the way that they probably hoped they were. Maybe they had to use them more for disengages, because even with the Gatakacha, like that was the thing, man. Like we always talk about when the Gatakacha is open, using that Avatar of the Guardian and getting those setups and everything else. Like it's all good, but if you're also half the time just disengaging with the Avatar of the Guardian, you're not going to be able to go and get those team fights you're looking for. So,
Mhm.
granted, all this, Mythic Seal had to do this when they were down majority of the game by how much gold? Like 8,000 gold. It was pretty crazy, the deficit that they were working up against. So again, a good performance here, really, to adjust from the series and the games that we've seen already from Falcon Esports. When we get a chance to look at the highlights, but first we will look at Dax here, game MVP. This is pretty much what we expected. Again, this alpha being picked up here, it really allows them to kind of go with the approach of, being able to not just completely rely on, hey, let's snowball the hell out of this with our assassin pick. Alpha still serves a great purpose, although he does fall off like later towards the game. It's more so of being able to secure and lock down those objectives early on.
On the alpha, it's really like a very linear game, right? The alpha makes it very linear. The alpha makes MLBB very linear. You just control the neutral objectives, you deal damage, and you initiate sometimes for your team. It's such a simple playstyle for the alpha, but if you're able to play it the way Dax does, it doesn't look like a simple kind of alpha. He actually makes it look very, very dynamic in the ways that he's able to adapt in these initiations as well, because it's a weird way to, I don't know how to describe it, right? But in these initiations as well, in these fights, it's not like he's always initiating. Sometimes he actually waits and plays like an assassin on the alpha, does damage on the side, and then suddenly catches you all with the Spear of Alpha. It's that little feint that he throws a lot of times towards Mythic Seal that creates such a big curveball, I would say, to throw over towards Mythic Seal. And that's why they were not expecting a lot of these Spear of Alphas. And yeah, he was constantly just able to land these Spear of Alphas on towards the members of Mythic Seal. And the honestly power of the alpha is the farming speed, man. You clear your jungle just so quick. All the way from the early game. You saw the lead already that he had against Suyo. By the way, this is also kind of a weakness for Suyo that we didn't really talk about yesterday because he was always up against the assassins. But when you're up against super fast clearing junglers like Alpha, you're going to struggle. It's going to be a level lead for the most part, especially in the early game for the Alpha. And with that level lead, he was able to translate it over to that first turtle. And then, like I said, these small wins built up to a big gold lead.
Yeah, and again, so, it leaves to question, like, what is going to be the priority for the next game? Because you look at the highlights here and, from start to finish, we saw a lot of action still, even though it was an extended game. Like, you see the damage with that Spear of Alpha, and then, of course, the true damage that comes to be a part of it. Like, that's enough to go ahead and just keep a team at bay from going for the objectives, and that's what works so well. Even this play here, defensive flicker, obviously, Zippy survives this 1v2, and the timing was a little bit off, of course, trying to respond to this. They weren't able to fully capitalize on some of these moments that they tried to respond to or rotate to, but again, for Mythic Seal, even if they go and decide, like Ken did some pretty amazing things with the Suyo, like early on too, like right there, right? The combinations and the game plan was very good on both ends. Like both team compositions had great ones, aside from that ultimate that we did not see from Zippy. But nonetheless, there was also mistakes made, and when we look at these highlights right here, this is where Mythic Seal made some pretty big mistakes, at this point in the game. And that's what really started to balloon the lead that Falcon Esports was building up to this point. And then so they were constantly, trying to fight against a gold lead and just an economic disadvantage, for a while for Mythic Seal, to the point where, they did successfully defend in their base multiple times. And even with this is when Zippy only had a corrosive scythe. Maybe if he had at least one more item and didn't have such a slower start in the game, almost at the 9-minute mark, that team fight would have looked different. And there were so many moments like that, where it's like, damn, if Zippy had this, or maybe he had this item, or maybe he was able to flicker, this or that, it could have changed the course. But still, the other apparent thing was Royal Milk was usually the guy holding things together on that back end. If he had to go ahead and push or at least show face to make them second guess that initiation, then he did that, and a lot of times Royal Milk doing work like that, pressing into the base, getting these turrets, keeping things together, that's what we were saying time and time again. Both sides are really fighting, but really when you look at it objectively, man, Falcon Esports took pretty much everything from this game. So, again, Mythic Seal, they're going to have to kind of adjust from this, even with the Gatakacha in their hands. This time around, Yellow Flash went from an amazing game with it earlier in the series to having a very difficult game, at this point.
11 minutes. That was the first 2 games from Mythic Seal when they were able to get a 2-0 lead. And now the lead is technically just gone, right? It's back to a...
Yeah.
Is it another best of 5? It's literally the last 4 games just doesn't matter anymore,
4 games?
right? Yeah, we have 4 more games to go. Actually, we have 3 more games to go. It's a best of 3 now. So yeah,
technically it's a best.
Now
of 3.
it's 2-2. Is that equalizer from Falcon Esports, and the way that they were able to do it, right? Game 3 was already very impressive. The fact that they were able to take the game at 10 minutes, really just out drafting and out executing the early game double down that Mythic Seal wanted to do, and also the double down of that Mia that he wanted to do. In game 4, this is where we can maybe throw out some concerns here for the side of Mythic Seal, because we were throwing out some concerns already for Falcon Esports.
Well, the concerns are not the players are going to have to go ahead and reset again. They're 4 games into this best of 7, so they are also going to take a little bit of a breather here, guys. Also for us casters here, Mirko is going to take a little breather. We're going to be joined once again by Mo after this break, so it'll be me and Mo bringing you the next couple of games, and maybe we get a game 7. Mirko will be back then, but right now, us, the players, and you guys watching are going to take 10 minutes to take a break. We'll be back after this for some more action for the grand final.
Unstoppable! Shut down!
Hi, Teggy.
Now is the time, there's no more waiting. Who will you be when the light dawns? Sweat on your palms and your pulse is racing. Who will you be when the moment comes? Will you rise?
Give me some fashion advice for the day.
Will you rise to be heroes? Blood on your knuckles, heroes. On all your shoulders, heroes. Giving everything you've got.
Pass me a book I read yesterday.
Pain is the price for something greater. Everyone else turns back. It's safer. Drown out the fear inside.
Want to hang out for a drink?
I'll be on my way.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. After the short break here, we did a caster switch up again. I'm still Nisu, joined here this time around. Mirko has left us, and we are joined with Mo. Mo, how we doing? Again, for some people that don't know Mo, because some people were asking, Mo is MPL Singapore's best talent, man. Congratulations, and welcome back for Game 5.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the introduction. And it has been an exciting series, right? Game 1, Game 2. I was planning to go to bed already because it looked as if Mythic Seal, they had this in the bag. The Mia was unanswered for, but Falcons, I like the theme of adaptability coming out with Team Falcons, right? That it's always about falling down and getting back up. And with this region, it seems as if they never fail to surprise us every single time, even though it felt as if, the Mia pick was not answered for, but still they found the proper tools in Benny. Putting him on the Bruno might not have been the correct answer during Game 3, but putting him on Nathan definitely did work. And on Game 4, Royal Milk, need I say more, man? That man was a menace in the background. I was watching the game, just lying down and just looking at the screen. It's like, look at Royal Milk. Look at what he's doing. Why is he not getting punished at all times? And the answer, like, I was looking at the Burmese cast as well on the main screen, and they were saying that was a extreme lack of lockdowns coming in from the side of Team Mythic Seal. They did not have any form of lockdown, any way to punish that CC at all. But to me, like, I thought, like, even if he killed the CC, it's like, what are you gonna do after that? It's still a very hard answer because CC has already dealt so much in your back line. It's just that threat of the CC coming in from the flank that they were so worried about. The way that Royal Milk was playing, it's just not just the split push alone. There was a lot of mentality shaking, right? Where you shook up team members of Mythic Seal, making sure that their back is always exposed. And even if it's not exposed, you need to think about it. You're worried. Like, is this he behind me? Yeah. Is there a yo-yo behind me? And so
Yeah.
worrying.
It's like the way that I look at it. I mean, Mirko and I were talking about how, you know, clutch Royal Milk was with the CC, and I think you know, when you look at it that way, it's a good question to ask. You know, Mo, like, even if you got it taken care of, even if you got rid of Royal Milk there on the CC, then what? Because there were still other issues that they were dealing with. You know, we're looking at here at head-to-head once again between Benny and Zippy. And we saw this, you know, earlier on as well. And I think if we go and look about, you know, we look at this again and we think about kind of what happened in the previous game. Like I said, Benny actually didn't have to do too much work in the previous one because the whole team was just covering their bases really well. You know, Benny got to shine, of course, like later on. His gold per minute is pretty insane. But Zippy, one of the gold laners, of course, that does have, you know, these kind of interesting picks, I would say, more interesting than a lot of gold laners that we see right now competitively for MLBB. He struggled, man. Like, the Ixia is great. Like, the full barrage was cool to see, but
Yeah.
I mean, even the ones that he whiffed, like, it didn't work out the way that I think they wanted to, you know. So now he's done what, the Mia 3 times. Now he's done the Ixia. Now I'm wondering what he's gonna do this time, because in a way Zippy's got to definitely step up. Like, if they want to go ahead and win this grand final, they want to win this series. They've got to be able to change things that they've done the last 2 games, because even in an extended game, Falcon Esports, they did their best there. They gave Mythic Seal a run for the money in that last game, and it was a long one. But I think that's still the thing that we have to look at. Like, even if you take care of Zippy, what other areas did they kind of lax in, you know, in the past 2 games here? Because just because Mythic Seal and their players, you know, are familiar names for a lot of people that might be tuning in that don't get to watch, you know, all the moments leading up to this. Like, that doesn't mean they're not prone to making mistakes as well. I mean, even the best players in the world are, you know, you see them make mistakes, but the problem is those mistakes built up into that previous game to the point where Mythic Seal, even with a good defense and one of that, you know, the base defense that they had with Ken getting a big 2 stun off with the Suyo, like, you know, you got to be able to change that. So mind you, look what happened here. They changed things up,
Yeah.
right? CC is actually going to be the ban out, and the Jushin. So they banned both these out this time.
The high priority picks coming in from Team Falcons. I feel that, yeah, Coach Zaya feels that really that CC is a problem towards what he's trying to pick against. Because if you look at how Coach Zaya has been drafting for the past 4 games, it has always either been about the team fight or it has always been about that late game mentality, having that Mia in the pool. And Mia getting picked off would be a very big issue. But it seems to me, yeah, on the screen itself already, Gato Kacha being already in the pool and Alpha being picked up as well. Alpha, I feel that, yes, denying it away from Dax would be a very good play. And of course, they have Ken as well, one of the premium junglers that they have on the team in the entire Burmese region. And with the Phoveus pick, it presents a lot of different issues, right? That Alpha versus Phoveus, because in terms of that mobility, yeah, you do have that mobility, you do have the Spear of Alpha, but look at the answer. It's our favorite, man. It's the bouncy castles coming out, Naisu.
That's what they're doing. We saw this earlier. We said the same thing. So, you know, this kind of lineup is pretty deadly. Mythic Seal definitely wants to go ahead and respond to this because, which they are. Like, the Alpha and the Gatakacha is already, you know, a good response in dealing with the crowd control that's going to come from these first 3 picks, like from Falcon Esports. But, you know, part of that is if they get set up on, I would like to see them take the Valentina. At least it gives them a Minotaur ultimate too. So I'm wondering, Mythic Seal, if they'll go ahead and just take the Valentina, so that it adds to their options in terms of their own crowd control. But instead, they're going to pick up the Nathan here. So first 3 picks, Mythic Seal, Gatakacha, Alpha, Nathan.
Yeah, they picked the Nathan, right? They picked the Nathan, and this gives room for Falcon to actually ban out that Valentina and to ban
Yeah,
out
ban it
another
out.
counter strategy that we've seen against the Vixana as well, right? Which is the Faramis to have that Nether Realm available. So it gives Falcon a lot of room to work with for their mid laner, kind of having that superior mid lane priority to speak. But Mythic Seal right now, if they are going to ban the other heroes that Falcons are available to pick, that gold lane, that jungle comes to mind, and yeah, they do take out that Fanny. There's still a lot of premier assassins in that pool, right? The Hayabusa, the Ling, the Nolan as well. Apparently very popular over there. But for FCON, yeah, I'm pretty surprised that they have not thought about this Valentina or Faramis possibly being picked up.
Makes me wonder too, what is Falcon Esports going to pick up for the jungle? A couple of the bands still. This is probably just a Hayabusa band too, the last one from Mythic Seal, I would assume, since they seem to be kind of locking down those assassin choices because, yeah, like this has been kind of the answer. Like the alpha in the jungle has been usually the answer for at least the assassins popping up. There's the Hayabusa band, like I just mentioned. So this leaves open what for Dax? That's what I'm looking for, you know? That what does he want to actually go toe-to-toe with against an alpha? He does have the safety of knowing, like, all right, our first 3 picks, you know, is pretty good. We can actually protect the buffs that we need to. We can protect around the objectives and fight that as well. But you know what I haven't seen here just yet, Mo? And I've seen a lot in MPL Philippines. A
What
jungle
is it?
bane. Jungle bane.
Jungle Bane. Oh my god. You know that
it works.
influence just spread. It spread to MPL SG as well. The Jungle Bane was pulled out in one of the playoffs for Rift Esports for SG as well, and yeah, it just dominated. So I gotta have to agree with you there.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, if I'm not sure if they're going to do it because it's one of those things that hasn't popped up yet. You know, at least here for the M6 Myanmar qualifiers. There's the Valentina that we talked about, by the way. Yeah, like so I'm surprised that it at least wasn't banned out. But I guess, you know, in a way, Falcon Esports is more so like, yeah, let's just deal with it. We're okay with that. We'll deal with the Valentina. There's a Roger. Okay, so a Roger comes through. So Roger locked in plus the Lunox. They get a lot of magic damage on Falcon Esports, man. But they do pick up a Roger. So that's what they're going to throw into the jungle. And this last pick here, what is Mythic Seals and Coach Zion going to think about bringing to the table? They've already got a lot of the bases covered. We're going to know, too, what they want to park in that XP lane to go against this Phoveus here right now. I think either way, though, when you look at this, is like containing those together. Yeah, the Lunox versus the Nathan is what we're expecting. What do they want to pick up here?
Generally, we see Lunox as an answer towards shields. Yeah, and they actually pick a Diggy, right? Lunox, I feel that, yeah, when you get that glowing wand, usually it's meant to counter out something like the likes of Inharif, something like the likes of something shieldy, right? You want to just burst down the shield.
This counters the bouncy house, man.
Yeah, the Diggy is just that ultimate just to counter it out. They won't go for that Faramis option. They go for that Diggy.
This is what I'm saying. This is the answer to deal with all the crowd control we coin the fun house, the bouncy house, like with the Minotaur, the Vexana, and even the Phoveus. So you go with the Diggy. And I'm just wondering if this is also going to be enough, like for like how ZINO approaches this, because you don't see teams pick up a Diggy too often anymore. So again, it's there to serve a purpose of helping with the crowd control with the Times journey, and they're going to be looking to set up the pace themselves. And they did get a Valentina. Like I said, the Valentina was a great pickup from Mythic Seals because it helps bring one of those key ultimates over to this side. And now we jump into game number 5 here, the grand finals. It's a best of 7. It's 2 for 2 right now. Let's see if Falcon Esports can get another one under their belt with this lineup against Mythic Seal, or they make the adjustments they needed as we get ready to fall into place here. ZINO is running the Impure Rage emblem set here on this Diggy. He's got a flicker himself. Dax went with a Warcry emblem against Ken's Imperial Rage. So, again, here we go. Falcon Esports, we'll see if they can play into this Diggy or not.
Yeah, and Yellow Flash, he does get the hands of the Gatokacha once again. He popped off in the first few games, but of course, it feels like Falcon Esports, they found that solution to that global medic presence of that Gatokacha, right? Having that sustainability with that revitalization as well. But already, we do see signs of a mid-skirmish going on. PX7 has to use that flicker to get away. That's 120 seconds off the clock right now. And this Royal Milk here, he looks like he's just getting piled on, but the rest of the team members of Falcon are falling in. It will be an all-out battle on this bottom lane here. Justin finds himself in a scenario where he can choose to go in, but decides to disengage. Make the seal. They're still wanting to keep the life of Yellow Flash intact.
All right, so no one going down. And, you know, previous game, like, this is what we were talking about. They love to fight. They love to fight before the first turtle. They love to skirmish things out. In the previous game, we saw 6 kills, I think it was, before the first turtle in total. Oh, here we go.
Spear of Alpha in already. Kid X with the counter initiation. Royal Milk gets the first blood. Dax in a bit of danger, but he survived. He goes all in on the damage, and that's what you want to see from your Roger player, right? Having that go button, having that killer instinct, and Dax really pulls it off right now, getting a 2-0 lead and the turtle for Falcon Esports. This puts them in a very comfortable position.
Oh, man. Dax, I'm surprised he was able to survive that. Literally 1 HP left. Had a little bit of the heal from the motivational roar from Kid X. But then they get the objective, too. So that's one of the best starts you can have for Falcon Esports, you know, dealing with this and playing into it. So, you know, it's going to give Dax even that little bit of an advantage right now over Ken. And that's something you got to watch out, too, man. Lunux, every time Lunux is picked up, here now in the hands of Benny, you have to be ready for that power spike later on, because the damage from those chaos balls are definitely going to hurt. And now, once again, both teams kind of just rotating together up here. Even when Kid X eventually gets the Flask of the Oasis, obviously that provides a lot of sustainability to this lineup. And, you know, Royal Milk's job is more or less this. It's like the same as what we saw from the previous game where it was a CC, but this time he's a Phoveus. And instead of like running around people on the backside, he's right here in your face, right? He's Infernal Pursuing right in front of you, and he's going for that. He even went with the Flicker this time as he goes and just goes 1v1 with Yellow Flash for now. So this is, again, another thing that's going to be important. Picking up the Thunder Belt early on, still duking it out. There's a Glowing Wand as well now for Benny, so they can deal with some of the sustainability that comes with a Revitalize in these team fights later. But they'll work things together. Nothing too much happening. You know, you're 30 seconds away from this turtle. They're going to walk into this.
Yeah, Eternal Guard being used. Infernal Pursuit as well, but very nice disengage coming out from Mythic Seal. In terms of having that initiation problem, right? I feel that Falcon Esports, they don't have any form of initiation problem. They can take any fights that they wish as long as they initiate it properly. Meanwhile, for Mythic Seal, if the Minotaur is not initiated on, or even if he is initiated on, if you don't burst him down in that first like 0.5 seconds, he's gonna get that Minoan Fury off, and then the combo begins, right? Eternal Guard into that Minoan Fury, and that there really lies the problem where, Diggy, do you pop that ultimate to actually help your teammate, or do you secure Zippy space here with that entropy, making sure that he's not jumped in the back line?
Yeah, and that's the thing, man. That's 2 turtles now, right? 2 turtles in the hands of Falcon Esports. No contest. Mythic Seal wants to fight. They have this Alpha. They're trying to get the Spear of Alpha landed here. Ken's not going to land it again. Benny just recalling because he's like, yeah, you missed that one too. So, you know, Mythic Seal is almost to a point where they might end up tilting a little bit because they're really trying to force these fights and these skirmishes. And if they can't find them and they get punished, Falcon Esports will continue this lead. This response up here on top, it might be just too much to commit, but they might dive this turret here, PX7, around the corner.
Yeah, ready. The Middle Blast being used with the Eternal Guard just to zone away the members because they wanted to get that top tier turret, but not enough minions So far, Zippy doing a good job of using the entropy to clear out the creep wave. Mythic Seal, they want to hold on to the slight macro advantage that they might have, but still, it's still neck and neck in terms of farm, right? 2.4k, 2.6k at 5 minutes in, still not too much of a big difference. Mythic Seal, they still have that initiation problem, but Spear of Alpha jumping onto Royal Milk might not be the target that you want to be jumping on, because Infernal Pursuit provides that iframe followed with that Eternal Guard. Just disengage. Falcon Esports, it's all according to plan for them.
Yeah, that's a good enough peel, Mo. You know, like you can go ahead and use that Eternal Guard if you need to. Peel things forward. Kid X even jumped in there as well. Didn't overcommit though. They had enough. They understand the lineup, that they have enough crowd control without even sacrificing, you know, all the ultimates, like maybe just the Eternal Guard, to go ahead and disengage in some of these fights. Again, you know, it is a 3k gold lead. You know, at this point in the game, this third turtle is up here. If Falcon Esports secures this, oh no, Ken. Yeah, he's fine.
Yeah,
but that's but because a Ken just went out, this is another turtle for them.
Yeah, still, that's the third turtle of the game, but Infernal Pursuit being used by Royal Milk. Falcon Esports, they're happy to take these skirmishes where Mythic Seal is disengaging, right? Because they're getting the win con hit out of the way. They're getting that macro gaming out of the way, and slowly but surely they're just racking up the gold lead. Meanwhile, already the top tier turret being taken out, that would mean that they have a lot of map control. And right now they have set their sights on fighting for this jungle, potentially taking out that outer lane turrets. We do see a jump from Yellow Flash, but it's not enough. Once again, it seems like they don't have enough lockdown. That Spear of Alpha being that only single tool that they need to use. They cannot find the follow-up on Justin with IMU as of yet. And Benny gets that turret in the bottom lane, but Zitty gets destroyed instantly. Falcon Esports, they continue to rack up this dominance in this early to mid game. Just before the Lord is spawning in 60 seconds, they want to get the tier 2 turret, but Mythic Seal, they can defend this now. They have Zippy in that back line.
Man, I don't know. Like, it's just, how many times have we seen Mythic Seal try to, you know, initiate a fight, a skirmish, whether that's a Spear of... Look at Ken. How many times has now he had to defensively Spear of Alpha out? You know, this is not good for Mythic Seal. I don't know what happened to them. I know earlier on in the series, we were like, man, they were trying to clip the wings of the Falcons, but right now, the Mythic Seal is being locked up. I don't know what we would call that, but they're being held together at this point. Falcon Esports is soaring high at this moment in the game, this moment of the series. This is very dominant of them. Look at the pressure they're putting here around the turret.
Yeah, Mythic Seal want to hold on to the tier 2 turret, but Ken gets instantly destroyed with the Spear of Alpha. Avatar the Guardian going in, but not finding its mark. Infernal Pursuit still dealing a lot of damage in the backline. PX7 does find the finish. Benny gets the finish on to Yellow Flash as well. Falcon Esports, they look completely dominant. Already to 0, 7,000 gold lead. That's 1,000 a minute, almost, right? 8,000 gold lead at 9 minutes in.
Oh, this is looking dire here, Mo. I mean, for Mythic Seal to turn this game around with the lineup that they have, and now going to be facing against a Lord push in just a little bit here because they can't do anything about this one. You're really wondering what can go right for Mythic Seal. They're still putting pressure here on the purple buff of Ken. Ken's going to go ahead and grab it, of course, with the Retribution, but you know, still they'll clear out this Lord, but you know, even at that point, the Holy Shields will be popped. Falcon Esports could actually still go ahead and, you know, they could force a fight if they wanted to because Royal Milk's got a flicker and he's got the Infernal Pursuit, but unfortunately for Kid X, he doesn't have the flicker because they might actually press that one in, you know, and try to get something, but at this point, they can just be happy enough to get the Holy Shields down, maybe a turret here. But Mythic Seal, going back to the question, they have not been activated at all. They've missed so many initiations, so many skirmish fights earlier on in the game that now they find themselves with their backs against the wall completely. Zippy hasn't died, that's great, but does he have enough damage to actually help defend this?
That's really hard for Zippy. It's now put to the test right now, 10 minutes in. He does force the entropy out. The Lord is being whittled down. Eternal Guard already being used. Mythic Seal, all they want here is to hold on to this inhibitor chart, right? If they do hold on to this, they suddenly, their lineup looks slightly better because they have Nathan on that gold lane. Meanwhile, Falcon Esports, they don't have that traditional gold lane. For Mythic Seal, the win condition here is to drag as long as possible. Just don't force any fights because Falcon Esports, you're just waiting to run into these Eternal Guards. You're waiting to run into the Minoan Fury. You're just gonna have a lot of airtime. And then Dax might potentially jump your back lines as well. So Mythic Seal, you just have to hold on, wait for the power spike coming in from Zippy, wait for the power items coming through. Hopefully when he gets his Holy Crystal, there's enough damage to burst through that front line at Falcon Esports. They're boasting right now.
Yeah, it's almost to a point here, Mo, where they got to get the Ken's got to land that spear. Like, and when I say that spear, it's got to be the one that's in the base when they're defending, most likely against the next Lord, whenever that's taken up here, because look how far they're behind. Right now, Zippy only has the Feather of Heaven, Starlium Scythe. He's still working, obviously, on that Holy Crystal. So far delayed, even picked up a little bit of magic resistance there to help with that. It looks like they're even itching to fight, despite being down 10,000 gold. Like, look how much, they're even testing the waters here. And, what do you have over here on the other side? Justin's only got a glowing wand. Ken, again, just trying to force them outside of the jungle. He's had enough. But anytime a fight breaks out at this point of the game, you're just going to lose that fight for Mythic Steel. So you have to always ask yourself, how do you get back into this game if you're this far behind? And it's just time. Radiant Armor is going to be picked up by Yellow Flash. Gets a little bit more defensive against that magic damage being thrown at them from Falcon. But ultimately, you might even just let this Lord go. I'm surprised once again that they're playing this far up front. They might get clashed down on, but even Ken trying to get some type of vision on this, but that's a Lord already secured very quickly. Zippy did pick up a Holy Crystal, so maybe at this point in the game, 12.5 minutes in, second Lord push in 11,000 deficit for Mythic Seal. They're gonna have to pull an amazing defense and almost a miracle defense with this lineup here as they wait for this push in from Falcon Esports.
Yeah, this is the fight here, right? This is the culmination of the fight here. They're looking for that Dream Spear into the Dream Avatar of the Guardian, and Justin steals the Minoan Fury or the Eternal Guard, but ready Spear of Alpha used defensively once again by Ken will not have that available, but it is a short cooldown. But still, the Lord on the bottom lane marching into the base right now as we have a split fight from the top turret. But Falcon Esports, they just want to clear these inhibitors. They want to get these lane advantages as much as possible while poking in the back line. Infernal Pursuit, it's go time now. Firmly being used, Minoan Fury as well being stacked up. A counter coming out from the IMU, Avatar of the Guardian, on that back line. Entropy, is it available? It does not need to be used. Zippy is dealing damage in the back, but Justin, he gets taken out. Already 2 members of Mythic Seal down. They're trying to hold on for now. They do manage to get Royal Milk. That's 2 for 2. Dax brawling it out with Ken right now. Spear of Alpha, not enough as Dax survives once again. Benny, PX7, they are trying to finish the game right now. Crystal half HP, but no minions for now. Zippy and Zitty, they have to defend here. 2v3. Dex dangerously low. They can find a pick. They do find it onto PX7. And going all in for Falcon Esports. It is so low. It is so low, Naisu. Oh my god.
Mo, that was about as messy as it could be, about as chaotic a defense could be. But Mythic Seal stays in the game. Nearly a quarter of the health left on the base, but man, Falcon Esports really wanted to end it there. They just couldn't, unfortunately. And, as much as they tried, you saw the amount of damage that even Benny was putting out, but Mythic Seal stays in the game. They'll go ahead and play around the fact that they stay in the game. Look how much they're trying to move around this map and possibly get some turrets to work with, because right now they have none. They have no space advantage at all. Yellow Flash just walking around.
Yeah, he might be in a lot of danger though. Infernal Pursuit being used on him, but he pops the Revitalization. Entropy being used. Avatar Guardian being used defensively, and Zippy gets jumped because there's no peel for him. Dax go with that killer instinct, and Zitty does not save his teammates because he is down himself. Falcon Esports, all 5 members are left. and Mythic Seal. They are only 2 members.
That's it.
All looks to be done as Falcon Esports clear things out. They will get the advantage onto Mythic Seal. A surprise events here, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my god, nice.
Oh, you can see their reaction, Mo. You know, they're feeling pretty good about that one. I feel like even in this moment, like Mythic Seal, it just felt like even with that defense, they saw how far behind they were and how much work and how messy that was, that they're just like, you know what? Let's go see if we can grab anything. And then they're like, yeah, we can't. And even Yellow Flash, like he was leading the front of that. And then he's just like, yep, I'm out of here. When he just avatar the Guardians out, leaving the team. Oh man, like this is, you know, that was not that's 2 games in a row where Mythic Seal just was not it for them. You know, it's not the game that they wanted. It's not the way they wanted to play. But look at, you know, Falcon Esports, these guys feeling really good. Like I said, they've played a ton of games just today, coming from the best of 5 earlier on. Now they're in the grand final, this best of 7. They are at match point right now to qualify for M6. And that's what we're talking about here. This new legacy, man, the new legacy being built here, of course. And this has been a great series so far. I mean, a great showing for Falcon Esports here.
Yeah, indeed. Falcon Esports really rise from the ashes, right? First 2 games, I really counted them out because it looked like they had no answer for what Mythic Seal was bringing to the table. Meanwhile, now it's like the shoe is on the other foot. Falcons, they completely swapped their strategies. They put Benny on a Lunox, and it somehow works out in game 4 because of the fact that they have the Phobius, the fact that they have that kind of control available. And it seems like there's a lack of initiation. It's all reactive coming out from Mythic Seal. If you look at their lineup, right, IMU from the Valentina is meant to react because you steal away the ultimate and you want to use the Minor Fury on them. Diggy, by right, it's a reactive hero where you are trying to heal. But the only form of initiation coming out will be the Spear of Alpha, because Entropy, you can't really use that to engage. You can't really use that Avatar of the Guardian to engage. That's very big telegraph mark on the map right there, where Falcons will be able to spot that out.
Yeah, again, you know, you see that breakdown there. It's just like, I don't know, when you look at the way the draft went, even you see what Mythic Seal was trying to do, but right away with that the first 3 picks that we knew was coming from Falcon Esports. I mean, Mo, we casted that combination earlier in the best of 5. The combination between, you know, having the Minotaur, the Vexana, even the Phobius, right, part of the equation there. Like, there's just too much to handle, and you know, because it was one of those things where the mistakes just built on themselves, like the missed initiations, what almost seemed forced. Like sometimes it seemed forced from Ken, like he wanted to fight, but he wanted to land the Spear of Alpha and he wasn't. And then they would get punished for it. Like that was that was really tough for them to come back to the point where it just ended up building into a snowball anyway for Falcon Esports. Like they got a massive lead ahead of them and it was too much to deal with. And you got to remember too, Dax had so many of his heroes obviously banned out. And then he goes with a Roger pick, where before Roger was the top pick. You know, he was always picked up, especially in the first phase, even back when we were in MSC, right? Even the early weeks of some of the MPLs, like Roger was still the go-to all the time. But you saw the breakdown there. Mythic Seal got nothing. They had zeros in all objectives. They didn't get to do anything that entire game. Like they got completely shut out. I think that's really the surprising factor here after seeing game 1 and game 2, where it was like, 11-minute games. And then now they had a really long extended game, was a game 4. But now in this one for game 5, they get completely shut out. Like what happened there, you know, for Mythic Seal? They got a lot to adjust before the next draft.
Yeah, it's like a long way to fall, right? Given that 2-0 lead for Mythic Seal, I feel that their mentality must be so affected right now in terms of best of 7s. it's always about the stamina as well. It's about the mentality of the players. And Falcons riding on that high, riding on that momentum, right? They won Zeno Esports, and afterwards, right now they're looking to reverse sweep the the Mythic Seal. And Mythic Seal really looks like they were poised to be the champions. They had that aura. They had that.
People were saying
Yeah, we
4 and
can
0
pick
earlier.
anything. Yeah, we can pick anything. We can pick Mia. We can
Mia.
pick Ixia. We can make it work. But I feel like Team Falcon, they have found a flaw in Mythic Seal strategies, because the lack of lockdown is very apparent, right? When you take a look back into Mythic Seal's lineup. So there is no apparent stun unless they go for that Vexana Minotaur, right? But if it's on the other foot, then they suddenly find themselves lacking a lot of ability. And oh my god, my man Dex right there, he was how does he have 0 deaths, right? He is in a situation where he's always in that sliver of HP. What do you think,
Yeah.
Maisu?
I don't know. There was that one getaway that he got, where he barely got away with 1 HP. That was, I think, before the first turtle. But the thing about Dax is, like, how many MVPs has this guy gotten? Just in the past 2 days here on the live stream. And I think, again, that's why a lot of teams do kind of focus on trying to take his heroes or ban them out. And, he brings out one of the picks like this, the Roger, that, naturally you don't see too often anymore, but clearly still works. And Dax played it to a T in this game. A lot of it had to do, though, again, like, the way that Falcon Esports is playing as a team is really apparent. Like, in their draft, the way they execute it, even to an extent where, again, they have a Minotaur, for example. Like, the heal isn't anything insane in the early portion of the game before the Flask of the Oasis is picked up, but it's enough to keep them together if they want to go ahead and push and pull in some of these team fights and how they approach them. Push, start initiation, see what you can get out of Mythic Seal, and that's exactly what they did, and then pull back, for a little bit, try to bring them in a little bit more, and then re-engage. And that's what we saw so often. And that's what Roger does really well too, So not surprised here. Maybe he should have had 1 death, but he got away with 1 HP earlier on. But, just props to everyone here from Falcon Esports on playing this lineup that they had to just perfection.
Yeah, and really the itemization mentality coming out from Dex right there, going for the damage items first, right? Then realizing that, at this point, because we need damage, because the Mythic Seal, they are initiating on us, so we need the damage to be a deterrent factor to make sure that they cannot actually get away scot-free. That Spear of Alpha is being used on us, so why not we just kill the Alpha? And Max did a great job of doing that. And in that late game, they realized that, we have the upper hand. We need to become that initiation factor, having that War Axe, having that Thunder Belt, being able to slow the opponents and jump in and having that sustainability at the same time. It's so important, and that itemization really came out on top.
Yeah, this is I don't know, when I think about it, I know we're going to get a glimpse of the highlights too, but I'm trying to, like, jump ahead here. I'm really trying to think how they can adjust from what they just did, because, looking at highlights, you're going to see this is where Dax survives, by the way, with 1 HP, picks up a kill on Justin. But this is my thing, is like Mythic Seal, they do so many of these initiations. I mean, at this point of the game, they're already down 6,000 gold, right? So it was a bunch of, like, moments within the early game where, if they weren't getting, collapsed down on like this, but between tier 2, tier 3 turrets at under the 9-minute mark, like, they would go into these skirmish fights where they almost look like they wanted to initiate, but then it would just get stopped from Falcon Esports, So even looking at this, it's just, this is a defense that they kept together. They managed things despite being down big leads, but ultimately it wasn't enough. Falcon Esports, the way that they kind of juggled things themselves is what was really highlighted to me on these, throughout this game itself. And even with the lead that they had, they still had to be kind of calculated in approaching this because of the heroes that were chosen by Mythic Seal. But, even when we were talking about Zippy, like, is Zippy's damage where it needed to be in these moments. And it just wasn't. Like, he didn't get to a point where he was online fast enough, you know, and it was a little bit too late by the time he finally did have some items. And this is where Yellow Flash gets spotted out, and then he's like, yep, I'm out of here, right? He Avatar of the Guardians out, and the rest of the team just gets crunched on. Even Dax with the Lycan Pounce jumping in towards Zippy. And yeah, from there it was just a push in and everything else. So very difficult, I would say, for this game, and there's got to be a huge adjustment coming out from Mythic Seal.
Yeah, in terms of like game decisions, having that mid game to late game decisions as well, I feel that a lot of these decisions they felt disjointed from Mythic Seal. I wonder if it's the games that are getting to them, whether the losses are getting to them, because it felt like when Ken is going in with that Spear of Alpha, there was no follow up at all. There was no existent follow up, and when Yellow Flash exited that team fight, it's like the rest of the team weren't on the same page, right? They looked like they wanted to fight. And the Avatar of the Guardian could have been used something like an Infernal Pursuit, where you kind of take that iframe, take that fight, take that knock up, and kind of provide some form of appeal for your team for Zippy to deal damage. And with the Avatar Guardian, we saw that, right? When it's gone, Zippy just instantly just got collapsed on.
Yeah, again, a tough one there for them to kind of deal with. They're going to have to do an adjustment here if they want to get to a Game 7 for Mythic Seal. But right now, momentum, full force in the wings of Falcon Esports. But right now, we're going to have to give the players also just a short break here, guys. We're going to take a break ourselves before we get to the next game, potentially the last one, Game 6 ahead of us. Again, I'm Naisu. This is Mo. We'll be back after the break.
Hi, Teggy.
Now is the time, there's no more waiting. Who will you be when the light dawns? Sweat on your palms and your pulse is racing. Who will you be when the moment comes? Will you rise?
Give me some fashion advice for the
Will
day.
you rise to be heroes? Blood on your knuckles, heroes. On all your shoulders, heroes. Giving everything you've got.
Pass me the book I read yesterday.
Pain is the price for something greater. Everyone else turns back. It's safer. Drown out the fear inside.
Want to hang out for a drink?
I'll be on my way.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Before anything, I'm your caster Mo, and joined with me is the one and only Naisu on my left as we bring to you the potential last match of the M6 Myanmar qualifiers. So far, Falcons and Mythic Seal have been duking it out, with Mythic Seal getting an early 2-0 start, but getting reverse swept in the same fashion. We did have an extremely long match, 120-minute match, but all the other matches so far, they've been below 12 to 13 minutes, and they've been kind of just going back and forth. It's like watching two just boxers in a ring, right? Just going at it, and they're going for speed rounds. They're going for super fast, super heavy TKOs.
You know, Mo, we've only had, what is it, one game, I think it is, in this series that went the 20-minute mark. The 20, I think it was like 22-minute plus mark. So that says something. And also the fact that, again, after game 2, people were saying, yeah, this is going to be a sweep for Mythic Seal. And then boom, look where we are now, right? 3-2 match point here with what they're facing, right? Falcon Esports match point right now. They need one more win. And I don't know, like I'm wondering, I'm really curious what people are thinking. Like if the general audience from Myanmar specifically really thought that this, for example, was just Mythic Seal had this in the bag or not. Again, because this whole thing started about a month ago, from their group stages to where their play-ins were, and then of course like their playoffs, and then for us here on the international stream, we've only had 2 days, right? We've only had the 2 days to do this over the stream. So I'm really curious, like the fans out there from Myanmar, because we saw the glimpses of the stadium, by the way. I know you guys don't get to see this all here, like on the stream here, but their stadium on grounds in Myanmar is absolutely packed. I'm just curious, like, what is the vibe in that audience where it's like, yeah, are they rooting more for Mythic Seal, or is Falcon Esports the team that this, like, even the audience is rallying behind? And then now we also have to consider the fact that now that it's match point for Falcon Esports, let's say they do end up winning here, then we have to look at, is this playstyle, is what they're doing here going to be competitive enough, whoever qualifies for M6? Because the picks and the picks and the bands, and you know, there's still that variety, there's still that specific flavor here that's happening for Myanmar, but I'm just wondering how this will fall in place. And I know too, like once we wrap everything up, because if you guys have been watching MLBB just today, there's a ton of tournaments happening and concluding, right? So even for the M6 qualifiers here for Myanmar, this is going to conclude very soon. And we still have what? It's still 2 months or so before M6. So things could change before then. Yeah. But I'm really wondering, now that we're looking at this and we've seen Falcon Esports rise against a lead that was set very quickly, 2-0, two games, mind you, that were like 11 minutes. They've done some great things here to get it back into the series.
Yeah, and I feel that just as a general audience, like if I weren't casting this series, but yeah, just looking at the head-to-head stats once again, just as a general audience, Mythic Seal versus Falcon Esports, right? Mythic Seal, technically, you have not been on that international stage as much as Falcon Esports have, having that exposure, having that metal. I mean, to the general audience, they have been tried and tested, and I feel that Falcon Esports, yes, they've shown that metal so far, they've shown that adaptability so far, and who do you want more to represent your entire country in that M6 stage, right? In that global stage where we're moving towards that Swiss group stage. And Swiss group stage is not an easy stage, mind you. It is the battle of the fittest. It's the survival of the fittest. Whoever gets more points fights with whoever gets more points. So essentially, the best are facing against the best. And meanwhile, if you fall to the bottom, you are trying to scrape your way back up. And this is the type of metal. This is the type of adaptability, that stamina that you need. And I feel that Falcons, they went against Zeno, right? Best of 5. And now best of 7, despite getting 2-0, they now have that 3-2 scoreline. They are at match point. This, if I were a Falcons fan, I'd be like so elated for them, because it has never been closer. And this will be the draft that might potentially decide everything. And going for that Matilda band, going for that Harif band, going for that Alice band. This is the exact same band that worked against Coach Zaya so far. And meanwhile, Mythic Seal, you got to ban out the chip, right? You got to ban out the 2 Shin. You got to ban that Alpha. That leaves that Phobius in that pool. And once again, Royal Milk on that Phobius, but now they're trying something else. Gato Kacha, yes, we've seen a yellow flash multiple times. It works, but it has been falling off. Can they find the reason why it's not working against Team Falcons right now?
It's so
hard, Naisu.
This is difficult. Yeah, this is very difficult, especially for Coach Zaya here on, you know, not wanting to get to a point where they get taken out, reverse swept here, really. And they go with the Suyo, they go with the Ganakacha, good picks. They went with an Alpha Ban and the Jushin. And like you already mentioned, Chip, that's pretty much their duty, right? They have to go and take that out. But here it is.
Here
it's
we go.
Happening. I know you guys can't see me right now, but I am literally just kind of shaking my head, because this has been the first 3 pick combination from Falcon Esports that they love to go with. They go with this crowd control lineup, man. And the best way to explain it is just, yes, again, it's the bouncy house. It's the fun house. You spend half your time in the air, and it's just so much crowd control. The answer, I guess, from Mythic Seal earlier on was like, yeah, let's think about drafting a Diggy. But my guy, that didn't work. You know, it was no value at all, really. Maybe a couple of times during here and there, but this, I need to see Coach Zaya come up with a solution to deal with this time around, man. Because if anything, even with banning out the Alpha, and most likely Coach Zaya's probably going to go with the same bans. He's probably going to ban out Fanny and Hayabusa on the last ones. If that changes, great. But I don't know if it's going to happen, Mo.
Yeah, you know, this banning and drafting pattern, it's very similar to what was happening in Game 1 of Mythic Seal versus Falcons, where they showed the Moskov on that 3rd pick, right? And
Yeah.
I'm just feeling dread at this moment for what Team Falcons might do to Mythic Seal as a taste of the old medicine. And they can potentially just bring out the Mia again. Like, I'm not even joking here.
You think they should?
it's
Is it the
so-
play?
It's so good right now because if you think about how Falcons is playing right now, they have that frontliner available, right? Royal Milk
Yeah.
and Kid X on that Minotaur Phobius combo. And for Mythic Seal, there's no way to jump the back line. So if they just hold a pick and go for that Mia last pick, I'm not even kidding you. I'm convinced Mia is a good pick right now. That's
Oh
what Mythic
man,
Seal
we'll
did
see.
to me,
Okay.
also.
Okay, and also they left open the Fanny's open, the Hayabusa's open. We could potentially see one of those picked up. Aurora's going to be slotted in here for Mythic Seal. So this is a change of at least options available. Bruno, what's going to go in the jungle here for Falcon? Is he going to go the Fanny? There's no way Dax actually wants to go with a Fanny with this, unless he's that confident to go and play into this. It looks like, there's even a pep talk going on here, of course, with the coach of the team. What was it? Oh, they went with the Nolan. Okay, Nolan picked up. Again, good choice. It's an assassin for an assassin matchup. Hylos, the last option for Mythic Seal. So in order to go ahead and, deal with this, with the crowd control coming out from Falcon Esports, I think this is about as good as it can get for Mythic Seal to go ahead. You have a Gatakacha. This is actually going to go in the hands, it looks like, of Zeta this time, unless they do a last-minute switch. So instead, Yellow Flash won't be playing the Gatakacha like we saw him do earlier in the series. He'll be the one playing the Hylos in that XP lane. And there it is. Yep, Zeta is going to be the one on the Gatakacha this time around. So we do have some changes here, of course, in their options and the playstyles here. This might be enough for Mythic Seal to take it to a Game 7, Mo.
Yeah, this might be enough, right? In terms of that early game momentum, I feel that Gato Kacha with that Suyo, you bring in a lot of that early frontline mentality, having that sustainability as well. And what does Suyo bring with him? He brings damage. And meanwhile, Justin, Rao, he has a lot of lockdown with that Frigid Glacier available. And now he does not need to worry about getting picked off too early. And let's go, Naisu. It is that Game 6 that we're seeing.
It's going to be the Game 6 here. Match point right now. Falcons Esports. They can do it all here. They can start off with a victory once again, winning the grand final off of this. Same lineup nearly that we saw in the previous game. The bouncy house, the crowd control lineup. But this time around, Benny is going to be on that Bruno. Dax on the Nolan. And still that same three heroes that we saw previously. Can Mythic Seal take this to a Game 7? They have to get the start for Ken. Ken has done this. We saw this yesterday, man, with the Suyo. The Suyu.
Yeah.
If he can pull off a snowball effect, that's going to be great for them.
Yeah, that snowball effect is very pivotal for Mythic Seal at this point. Because on that Suyo, right, you go for that lethal ignition. You expect some form of dividends. And already you see that Suyo, he's in that enemy jungle very early. You want to get in before Nolan hits that key level 4. But Nolan, you're going to be slightly faster in terms of clearing those creeps.
Oh, they want
and
this.
once that fracture is through, Ken, he has to worry a bit, but Justin is available.
Oh my goodness.
First blood.
Hey, that's what they needed. Justin gets the kill, but Ken with that shot. And that's the range shot we were talking about, especially early on. So they'll punish Dax. That Mythic Seal, that's exactly what they need. They played into that too, because Justin rotated up there, ready to support that play from Ken. So now they're going to find themselves here in this position. Again, Dax, no buffs available for him. I don't know if they want to actually fight this out. Still in the gold lane, though, the battle between the Bruno and the Moskov. Now they're going to go for it. Zidane could be in trouble. Get some of the heal back with that Revitalize. This is going to be a double Revitalize lineup from Mythic Seal. So Turtle being worked on. They're going to zone them out the best they can. Royal Milk jumping to the backside. There's the Infernal Pursuit once again, but Ken will get the Turtle. And now Zidane jumps on in, able to find Dax with the Avatar of the Guardian, but the fight's still breaking out. Royal Milk looking for Justin. Justin still has the passive. He's trying to at least proc that, but won't be able to. Spirit Destruction not going to land as well. So right now, Mythic Seal grabbing the objective, grabbing some kills.
Yeah, extremely good segmentation of the fights that you see from Mythic Seal. Fighting the fight on two fronts, using Ziddy as kind of like a distraction tool, right? Peel away the damage. Royal Milk at this point, with that Infernal Pursuit, yes, he's doing a lot of damage to Justin. He's kind of just pushing him away. But it's all for nothing because Justin has that passive. And with not enough damage to come through from the rest of Falcon Esports, this is the MO that kind of the Phobius players wants to play, but Dax, he is still getting kind of crunched upon by Ken and Ziddy here. And this is what I was looking forward to see, right? Ziddy and Suyo on Ken. This is going to be one of those very, very choky heavy Mythic Seal lineups that you want to take away as much map advantage, make Falcon Esports unsafe in their own jungle even.
That's what you're going to go for. I mean, there's already a gap happening here. Ken, going to go for Dax. Using that Sever there does bring him low. A third of his health already. You know, that's just how much damage Suyo does have early on. Even just with the Soul Sever already, you know, this amount of poke is dangerous for Falcon Esports right now. But if they can bring this game to the late game, that might be where their lineup shines a little bit better here. But, you know, this is a comfortable lead being built up here by Mythic Seal. Almost 2,000 at this point. They'll see if they can find anything else before this turtle comes up.
Slowly but surely, right? They have to rack up the advantages. And it's just not a good look, right? Dex using all his abilities on Ziddy, and that's only half his HP. And Revitalization not even popped. Meanwhile, the difference is Suyo is kind of just bodying Dex at the moment. The Yellow Flash, he kind of wants to start things here.
Yo, Flash could be in trouble. Double Revitalize going to be used. There's the crash in once again, though. Eternal Guard already dropped down, and Dax goes down again. Now Zippy trying to pop off with the backside. Will be able to find Kid X. The fight. Ken still gets the turtle, cleans it up. Zippy unleashing. 3 members already down for Falcon Esports. Meanwhile, Mythic Seal takes everything further in the lead they build up.
And this is what I was worried about for Team Falcon Esports lineup. Yes, they do have the bouncy castles, they do have the control, but now with that Nolan being that only source of damage, it's not enough right now. And I just feel like Mythic Seal, they can take these early game fights for days. But of course, when we translate it into that mid game, translate it into that late game, they are going to get a lot more tankier on that Minotaur and more damage on that Vixana. And that's when the key items that kind of sustain damage, it pops up. And whether that Revitalize is enough, it might not be so for Mythic Seal. But still, Falcon Esports, they need to get as much advantage as possible. Get the farm on Royal Milk, get the farm on Dex. And now, Royal Milk, he's in danger though.
We're going to fight for it. Frigid Glacier, Royal Milk, even with the Infernal Pursuit, won't be enough. Again, I'm surprised Royal Milk even went for that. So right now, that's turret down. Zippy securing that one. More space to work around with. Here's the pressure. Purple buff, making Dax work for it. Oof. Spirit Destruction won't be able to connect. So no follow through that. But the purple buff going to be taken from Dax. So that is damage done. Mythic Seal playing with a huge momentum in this game number 6.
And we're only 6 minutes into the game, right? It's at a point where there's 5k gold advantage, 6 minutes into the game, and this is where Suyo, he just thrives. He just wants to be. He's the terror on the map. Without the purple buff, Dex, he does not have that 5th energy bar, and that just means less damage, less mobility for this Nolan, and this is just Mythic Seal just once again.
Royal in trouble again. He's going to get whittled down. The team just going to be able to watch him. There was nothing they could do, even with the Frigid Glacier. And this was a quality pick from Justin in that draft. Being able to secure themselves the Aurora here. Dax even trouble under that tier 2 turret. Bottom side, Mythic Seal will take a couple of shots, but they're going to be happy to get that tier 1 top side, plus the 3rd turtle of the game. There's nothing that Falcon Esports can do about this one.
Yeah, that's all their primary defenses already shredded through, right? No primary turrets to begin with. That means that your entire jungle is exposed. And what does that mean? What does it translate to? Nolan, he's not going to be able to get that farm. And once Nolan doesn't get that farm, Mythic Seal just slowly rack on the advantages. What Falcon Esports, they've been trying to do, get the farm onto Royal Milk, get the farm onto Ben and Dex. But now Dex is shredded. Royal Milk in danger.
Yeah, he's not getting away, man. That's 4 deaths that have been like that for Royal Milk. What is happening? Every single time Royal Milk getting caught, and then Justin is there on the rotation to be able to get the freeze off. It's just too much, Mo.
Yeah, Falcon Esports, they're trying to get the farm, right? They're just trying to get the farm as much as possible because they know that in No Man's Land, they can't fight this 5-on-5. As we see in the middle lane, Glorious Pathway, they want to just disengage.
Oh,
Zippy.
Zippy goes in. All this to secure that tier 2 turret, and there's a whole lot here converting, Mo, for the fact that there is no major objective to take aside from the turrets, right? The Lord's not going to be up for nearly another minute. Well, right now, Mythic Seal looking to take this to a Game 7 the way they're playing this one already. Tier 2 mid going down. They've got 1 Tier 2 to work on in the bottom, but they're also going to take some resources, and then they'll get a possession for this Lord here. And I just think Falcon Esports finding themselves in what they did to Mythic Seal earlier on, just games ago. This one's just not looking good, even with that first 3 picks that we were talking about. But with Royal Milk having a game as he had, he's sitting on 0-4. Man, there's nothing that you can follow up through, because every single time we see him going in with the Infernal Pursuit, as a Fovea should, he gets frozen. And there's enough burst damage, enough itemization already from Mythic Seal that they can even burst someone like Royal Milk down. So, and mind you as well, he's got a Flicker, not a Vengeance, right? That's one of the changes, or the variations, I should say, of a Foveus. So, but even then, even if it was a Vengeance, I think it'd still be the same story. There's just too much damage already at this point, overloading Falcon Esports. And that's going to be a Lord also just freely taken for Mythic Seal. We're talking a huge gold lead at this point as they get ready for this base.
Yeah, the Lord is being called out right now, but you don't have that lane priority, right? Falcon Esports has been doing a good job of creep control, have been doing a good job of handling that lane pressure. Falcon Esports, even if it goes into late game, yes, they do have the high ground defense. They have the Minoan Fury and the Vexana who can rain that magic damage from the back. But Nolan is still extremely squishy with Glorious Pathway being used.
Glorious Pathway already used. Kid X takes a lot of damage. Mid turret's going to finally go down. Half health on the Lord. Eternal Guard dropped as well, but Mythic Seal will go ahead and just now focus on the rest of the base turrets here. Zippy unleashing with 1 cannon minion. There's the jump in from Zide. Not looking for a fight, though. They just want the objectives, and right now, Falcon Esports, they're just going to have to watch the base turrets go down. They still hold on to 1 top side. Holy Shield's going to pop here, and now Ken down to the front. They might be able to hold down on this one unless they force the fight again. There's the flicker from Justin. He flickers forward. Frigid Glacier drop down too. They get the knock up into the air. Still fighting under the turret. Royal Milk goes down. Kid X going to be next. It's Zippy unleashing on the backside, looking for Benny. Won't be able to find him though. Still, Dax trying to turn it around, but the Wind of Nature comes in clutch for Zippy. They still have the minion there. Full force. They're working on the base. 11 minutes in, and Mythic Seal will do it like they did in the previous games. A quick victory to take them to a Game 7.
3-3. We are tied up. Now winner takes all, right? We were at 2-0. Now 3-2. And now 3-3. Come on, man. Which team is better? I can't tell at this point. It's like Mythic Seal took that 10 minutes of break time. They had the pep talk of the century, and now they come back. They are on form, and the way that they're playing, they're hungry, right? They're hungry for more. And it's not like Team Falcon's draft was bad. That was an even draft by all means, right? Having that Nolan, having that bouncy castles line up with the Vixana, that Minotaur, their team fight was all but set. And this is the power of the Aurora, because I feel that Justin, he was not targeted because he had that passive up at all times, the way that he uses that passive. And in that last fight, he's like, yeah, you're not going for me, so I will use my passive as a way to engage. So he just flickers in, lands the freeze, lands the frigid glacier as well, and
Yeah.
he just uses his own life to just start the fight.
Ah, man, it was a good. Like this series is good because you have a mix of, the mix of the series happening here is like these quick games, and then you had maybe one or two longer ones, but this is the mythic seal that we saw in game 1 and game 2 throughout the series, right? Like they came out very decisive, very just confident in the lineup that they brought. And this was, mind you as well, this was against a composition with the first 3 picks anyways, that gave them a hell of a time in game number 5. Like, Falcons Esports made this lineup originally work. Yeah, there was a little bit of different jungle and everything else with that, but still the Nolan, like Dax was completely shut down. Royal Milk couldn't do anything. You know what I mean? Like there was just so many answers for Falcon Esports from Mythic Seal. Look at this, like 0 and 12. They have no objectives. This is a total 0 game for them. Like this is not the game you want to have when you're at match point if you're Falcon Esports.
Yeah, and on that Nolan, right, you want to get that early game objectives going, but it totally just counteracts. It's totally counteracted by what Mythic Seal wants to do, right? Having Ziddy and Ken on that roamer jungle duo, and Justin having that passive, that mid trio could just play like as aggressive as they wanted because they had so much sustainability. Justin could not die, and Ken was dealing so much damage to Dex. They were half the time. It feels like their own jungle didn't feel safe at all for Team Falcons, and that's the entire name of the game plan for Mythic Seal here.
Yeah, they couldn't. Just looking at the breakdown of the stats, like it shows you that they couldn't move around the map at all. Like there was no opportunity for them to really find a winning window at all, like from early to late. And when you look at it that way and you kind of break things down, the lineup this is a lineup that should work. Like it's not that it's a bad lineup or anything like that. The value of the lineup is actually great. It's just the problem with it is like, when you're fighting against this, and Royal Milk was even trying to force some of the situations where, he's trying to be that front line and tank things up so that Kid X didn't always have to do it, but Justin he also played his mind out in this game. He had a hell of a game here with the Aurora. It was such a good pickup in the draft too, because I was really wondering like what would the answer be against that crowd control lineup that we have been talking about ever since we've seen it. And the Aurora ended up being one of the clutch picks for it. Not only that, but the double revitalize. And I'm so glad that they also switched it up because Yellowfash did have a good game on the Gatakacha earlier on in the series. Then he had a not so good game, right? He got shut down. And then we have them switch things up where Zeta ends up taking it. And then, Yellowflash ends up taking the Hylos, right? But it's still also that double revitalize, which helped them also withstand like the crowd control setups coming through. So it was a better answer all around with the approach here from Mythic Seal. So, I know we had that like time earlier between the games. Maybe that was a plan. Like they got out the whiteboard, they drew up a plan like, you know what, if we see this again, these compositions, here's what we're going to do. And part of it's the double revitalize with switching things up where, again, Gatakacha going into the roam and the Hylos going into the XP. And that's why I like still, Mo, like where we are. Once again, I'm always going to say this. We're in a very healthy meta. You still have great flexibility between certain heroes, and room for the Mias and everything else. But it makes me really curious, like, what is going to happen for Game 7? It all comes down to one game.
It all falls to the one game, right? It suddenly becomes a best of one. All things on the board. All strategies shown already. Are they gonna bring out the Mia for Game 7? We don't know, because these teams, they've been surprising us time and time again, and they look like different teams every time they play. Once the drafts are refreshed, once the heroes are refreshed, the way that they pilot them, their versatility is really unmatched, right? Like, you think that they're gonna play this play style, but No, Royal Milk suddenly changes it up where he's no longer the tank. He becomes that CC in that back line, playing that split push style that Zippy was playing. Like, it felt like, yeah, Zippy took over Royal Milk's phone. They're on different teams, but they just are so versatile at this point, and you never know what they're going to expect. And especially when it comes down to drafting, when it comes down to picking. I feel that Justin, yes, he is the MVP, but he was the key to Mythic Seal winning those few fights right there. I feel that the factor that he had in that immortality, that passive that he has, with having that second life, right? It just drew away so much attention, and he had so much crowd control to begin with as well. He didn't really need to be present, but he was always there as well. His positioning is unmatched, and yet he does not die.
Yeah. It's part of this, again, like Justin had a clutch pick with this, that he went with the Aurora. This is always a great answer when it comes to like crowd control too, and just kind of lineups that want to really engage like quickly off of everything else there. But the main thing is Aurora, the Frigid Glacier is enough to even lock down that Phoveus, for example. And that's why I said Royal Milk just did not have a good time. He did not have a good time at like really trying to engage the way that we saw him do it previously. So the Aurora was a big, thorn in the side of this lineup that we've seen have success before, even on other teams, and great adjustments. So whether it was Justin, whether it was the rest of the team, whether it was the fact that even, they went with that first pick, which was the Gatakacha and the Suyo. That's why I'm saying, like, I'm really wondering for Game 7. Both junglers are I feel like they're so momentum based, like both Ken and then, over on the other side, like Dax, both of them have gotten a lot of MVPs up to this point too, because the way that they play, the way that they approach the game with, with the heroes that they have, it's really up to them. I feel like because of how early centric these two teams are, not even just these two teams, like Myanmar in general, how early game centric they are in the meta that we're in. This is a time where now when you come down to one game, you have to have that start you're looking for. And I'm talking about the junglers. Like, that was not it for Dax. Like, getting first blood and going to the hands of Justin was what started all of this, and what really got things going here.
And they really brought it to the faces of Falcon Esports, right? Royal Milk in this back lane, he's trying to get Justin, but he still had that passive up. And even with the Spear of Destruction not being utilized, Zippy, he does not need to be here, right? He's kind of dealing negligent damage to Kid X. It does not matter, but Mythic Seal, they would have won that team fight regardless. And meanwhile, I'm just curious, right? There was 0 turret damage from the side of Falcon Esports. There was no form of macro plays going on. It felt like they threw all macro out of the window, and they were trying all hands on deck. Emergency, Mythic Seal is in our base. We need help right now. And even when they did try, they sent Royal Milk, who does not have that mobility. I feel that it's better to send someone along the lines of Dax and Benny to go for that macro play. Perhaps you can get that spacing off. And even Minoan Fury, not enough. That was on 4 units. That was not enough control coming out from the side of Falcon Esports. What do you do then, Naisu?
I mean, even this Smo is like, it's 11 minute a game again. And they went with the tempo that we were talking about back in, game 1, game 2. And it makes me wonder, like, what happened in those, those changes of games between the series. But you can't discredit Falcon Esports and what they've accomplished getting to this game 7. Same thing with Mythic Seal. It's a grand final, man. I hope, MPL PH grand finals when we get there is also 7 games, because I didn't like the sweep that we had last season. So let's hope for 7 games for all the grand finals out there. But, I know this is going to be my last moment to cast here, because Mirko is going to be joining us again. So real quick, before we both take a break here before the last game, just want to go ahead and thank you guys for joining us on the stream here, the international stream for the M6 Myanmar Qualifiers. Thank you for having me, of course, as well. It's been an honor to go ahead and cast this with you from yesterday with Mirko, and now you today, Mo. And you guys can bring it home for Game 7, you and Mirko, because I'm going to be watching, and I can't wait to see who's going to be the winner here.
All right, man.
Shut down.
Welcome to the land of God.
And we're back once again, ladies and gentlemen. Game 7 bound for this matchup in the grand finals for the M6 Myanmar qualifiers. And how poetic is it that we get this grand finals that is already super poetic, the new Falcon lineup that were literally the ones to kick out the old Falcon lineup that are now in Mythic Seal. And we get a 3-3, 2-0 start to an equalizer, to a 3-2 match point by Falcon Esports. And then Mythic Seal, the old Falcons here, they don't want to go out without a fight. And now we have Game 7 under our belt. It's time to see whether it's going to be Mythic Seal or Falcon Esports. Who's going to represent Myanmar at the M6 World Championships? Now, for Game 7, you guys are going to be accompanied by me, Mirko, and still with us is Mo.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm still here. And Game 7, right? Game 7.
Game 7.
How long has it been we had, when I can say that, right? Game 7. Not every region gets the chance to go the full way. Like, not everybody. And M6 Myanmar qualifiers, it's happening. We fall down to best of one. And best of one, speaking of best of one, right? The Swiss stages that they're going to, it seems like it's going to be a best of one. So they are all but prepared for this. It all falls to the line here as Mythic Seal and Falcon Esports. I mean, definitely both teams, they look different every single time they play a different lineup. And it's a rock, paper, scissors, man. One wins the other. And every single time, it feels like one team has the read, it's always just read by the other. And 4D chess between Zaya and Myocho, it's happening right now. It's happening right now. What do you think? Will the Mia come out again for this last game? Because yeah, game 7 Mia is gonna be amazing.
It literally will be amazing, but honestly, I don't know. I don't know if they want to risk to go for the Mia again, right? The first 2 games, honestly, the first 3 games, the game 3 Mia pick was already kind of weird. Looking at a very early game-centric composition that Falcon Esports had. But hey, if the composition actually enables that to happen, if the composition lets that happen, then why not, right? I really feel like as long as they're not scared to pull off picks like that, it should still work out for them. I mean, just earlier to equalize the standings, it's so weird. The last 2 games that we've seen, it was a stomp and then another stomp, right? It was a stomp from Falcon Esports and then another stomp from Mythic Seal. And if we take a look at the pattern here, the first 4 games are actually, the first 2 games were a stomp by Mythic Seal. Then game 3 was a stomp by Falcon. And then we had a 20-minute banger to equalize the series. Now it's back to the same thing, right? A stomp from Falcon, a stomp from Mythic Seal. I really hope it's not anticlimactic. That's what I'm hoping, right? I don't care what you go for. You want to go for the Mia, you want to go for the Gotcha, just the heroes in the meta or the non-meta heroes. As long as we get a certified banger, 20-minute plus for the final game in the Myanmar qualifiers, I'm going to be happy. And I think a lot of the viewers back at home here are going to be happy as well. And I've seen a lot of the comments, over the last 2 matches, actually, the last 2 games, and everybody's been talking about the draft, how big of an impact the draft has had on the game itself. And I have to agree with this, right? I think in the 4 total games that we have seen that has been one-sided has mostly been because of the draft. When one team has a way better draft for the early game, they just stomp around. And this is, again, due to the snowballing nature of the meta that we have right now. If you don't have something that can actually go toe-to-toe, if you don't trade, yeah, it's going to come down a lot of these games to that draft.
Yeah, and really feel the importance of the draft as well. Like in MPLSG, we like to say, right, the game is 70% draft, 30% playing, right? With whatever goes on in those picks and bans right there, they decide the tone of the game. Execution, yes, it is important, but whether the heroes or not win you that team fight, whether the heroes or not win you that macro advantage, if you have something that can go for macro and you're not doing the macro play, that's a skill issue. But it's most of the time for this level of gameplay, it's always those drafts that matter. But for the last game, like you said, right, I want to be able to see the drafts and go, I don't know who's going to win, because it's not a drafting issue. It all falls down to gameplay. And that's going to be when it's going to be the best time to cast. And we don't know who's going to win at all.
Yeah, we really don't know at this point, right? A lot of people were throwing around the opinions of like a 4-0 possibility with a 2-0 lead for Mythic Seal. It was me and Mo actually who were like, all right, this might be a 4-0 after that 2-0 start. And yeah, no, that didn't happen. Falcon Esports were able to come back, and then in game 3, after they were leading 3-2, everybody was already jumping ship, right? Everybody was saying, all right, Falcons got this. It's over for Mythic Seal. They're chokers, Mythic Seal. They've done this twice. This is the 3rd time that they will fail to qualify to the international tournament. And then we have a very unexpected game 7, a very unexpected game 6, a very stompy game 6 to qualify or to force us to this full 7 series match. And I got to talk a little bit more about that, the story behind Mythic Seal even, because after this old roster of Falcon left Falcon Esports, joining Mythic Seal, they've never qualified to an international tournament. The last international tournament they qualified for was the M4 World Championships, and that was still under the banner of Falcon Esports. So after leaving Falcon, it seems just like that luck, that shining light that this roster had disappeared with the Falcon Esports name. And then Phoenix Esports took on, which is now, again, the new Falcon Esports lineup, together with Dax. That's the only change that they made. Some of the changes with the departure of Fei Yan. But 3 times they will fail if they don't make it to the international tournament this time, right? They've already failed twice. It was for M5 and it was for MSC. Now it's time, man. This is their shot. This is their time to go and finally maybe bring Myanmar back to the top, because the last time they were there, the M4 World Championships, that was the highest placement for Myanmar in the last 2 years since M2.
Yeah. And every time we see them, they always bring something new to the table, right? In terms of setting a new standard of having those meta picks as well. We see Ken, he brings a lot of new things to the table. And speaking of Ken, right? Speaking of Ken, there's someone that's like him on the other side, which is Benny as well. I think he's the one that actually like stylized the Ruby Gold lane as well. That we see it so prevalent in the meta right now. I'm feeling the consequences of what he has done because Ruby Gold Lane is kind of just going crazy in my ranked games right now. And
Yeah.
it's just, yeah, these are the legacies that they have set. And right now, today, they're going to set a new legacy. And we are looking at Coach Zaya. I have a feeling this will be the final draft. We might be going in really soon, man.
Oh, Coach Zaya, so much pressure for Nyo Chao as well. Both these coaches, all of their players, even their coaching staff there next to them, can't believe, just can't imagine how much pressure it's sitting under their or on top of their shoulders right now as we're waiting for the final game to commence, the final drafting phase as well. Especially now that, the drafts, like you said, are 70% to 30%. So having that 70% edge in the game itself, just to have a little bit of an advantage when it's, again, pro play. When it comes to just pure mechanics, these guys are toe-to-toe, man. You need every advantage you can find, every advantage you can get. And you can see that some of these players, the way that they're dealing with the pressure is very unique, For Zide, he's closing his eyes, just trying to feel the moment. For Zippy, it's all about looking at the camera and still saying, it's all up to God here, man, whether we qualify or not. Meanwhile, for Falcon, it looks like all of them are just locked in. None of them are going to miss out on an opportunity like this again. They've missed it out once already. Back when they were Phoenix as well at MSC 2023, bombing out of the group stages. And a very unfortunate performance for them, but they've learned through that mistake, making it to top 8 into the quarterfinals of this year's MSC and hoping to maybe do what the previous Falcon Esports lineup can't, win an international tournament at the M6 World Championship.
The amount of pressure must be crazy right now because it has been a culmination of an entire month, right? This is just not the playoffs alone. For those of you that are watching the English cast right now, this has been going on since September 13th. This is the equivalent of having the MPL in Myanmar, the M6 qualifier for Myanmar, and whoever wins here is not even a wild card. It's a secured spot in the M6 playoffs. And that means that, yeah, there's so much pressure to just represent your entire country. It's not just for yourself anymore. It's the glory of an entire region.
It's the Burmese glory that they'll be carrying on, right? Whenever they play on the international stage. And the storyline is just insane for even Mythic Seal here with the entrance of Zaya again in the lineup, right? Zaya has always been an amazing coach back when he was coaching Falcon MSC 2022 and even at the M4 World Championship. But after that, he made his move to MPL Indonesia, where he stayed there for 3 seasons, actually, just departing the previous season after Arki Hoshi's loss in the playoffs. But now, bringing all the experience that he learned, or all the lessons that he learned as well through, coaching internationally back to Mythic Seal. We saw some of those drafts actually come around, the Diggy, that in a way makes when you look at it, you're like, oh, it makes sense. But in this meta as well, it's just very tricky to go for these risky picks, right? That's why we don't see a lot of the Diggies. But we get the idea of what he's going for. We get the idea of what he wants the players to be able to execute. It just comes down to the communication of the team, and it comes down to Zaya also having to trust his players. Yes, the Diggy is a good counter. Yes, there are going to be good cheese picks here and there. But sometimes in a game like this, Game 7, to qualify, to represent your region, your country, your nation, you need to give him comfort picks. You need to just let them play their game, man.
Once again, for the final time, we will be seeing this head-to-head, right? Benny versus Zippy. The way that their playstyles have shaped out doesn't really match the stats so far. And this just goes to show how much of an evolving meta that we are here at MLBB. The state of the game has changed so much. Just from watching this pro plays alone, it has really defined what people are picking, what people are going to pick in their region as well, and what they are thinking about next. When you go into that batting drafting for that ranked game, you all always looking at what your favorite pro players are playing, right? And now today we have seen such a multitude of heroes being picked out. We saw the Yin, we saw the Mia, we saw the Ixia. These are heroes that never seen light of day in other MPL regions, and Myanmar is doing it, man.
Even the heroes that we've only seen in certain regions, like the Belleric for MPLPH, like even these strategies from the Alice Angela together with the Arlet from MPL ID, they've been able to actually utilize it really, really well. And honestly, for me, it's kind of a cool flashback to when, again, Myanmar was at its peak when it comes to MLBB, right? It was at the M2 World Championships where they were really shining with their own meta. And I guess we'll see if they could actually try to replicate that kind of meta making. I think with the players that they have here, the coaching staff that they have for both Falcon Esports and Mythic Seal, whoever does represent Myanmar, we'll get a good taste of Burmese MLBB at the end of the day, right? We're going to get to see that at the world stage anyways, because I think both of these teams have already kind of shown that, yeah, they both honestly deserve an M6 slot. If only there was another slot for the wild card, perhaps for Myanmar. I would love to see both teams actually compete at the M6 World Championship. But unfortunately, we only have one slot, and it comes down to whoever wins this one game. It's a best of one. That best of 7, all the games that they played to get to this point, it almost seems like it doesn't matter in a way. But it does. They have to learn from every single loss, every single mistake they made. Whoever does that better, whoever adapts and improvises better, will win out in the drafts. And ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Game 7 of the Grand Finals of the M6 Myanmar Qualifiers. Alpha banned straight off the bat after seeing what Mr. Dax was able to do on that Alpha, and the Harith band too. Chip and the Juice in. Falcon on the red side and Mythic Seal on the blue side, both just like their colors.
Yeah, fun fact, right? Chip, when leaked out of the pool, so far has a 100% win rate. Even in my region, right? Chip, once he gets leaked out, it's 100% win rate, regardless of skill issue. So you don't want to lose that 70%. Now, a very interesting ban coming out from the side of Mythic Seal. That CC, right? Being banned out. I mean, that hints towards Mythic Seal wanting to play that high lows, because it feels that they are using that CC to actually counter out the high lows. And the way that Royal Milk has been playing that CC as well, when there's a lack of lockdown, Royal Milk is going to be in your base.
Yeah. The lack of CC is definitely a big issue when you're up against the CC. And we have seen that multiple times. Royal Milk has really been able to abuse the fact that the CC actually does really well up against these very healthy members, beefy boys, I would say, the Hylos, the Gazet Kacha. We've seen it even against the Khalid. I think it was up against AI Esports where they were able to really abuse that fact. So let's see, first pick for Coach Zaya, it's going to be the Phoveus pick. Ooh, no Mathilda ban, but they're going to go for the Phoveus. I get it now. Yeah, I forgot. Alpha was already banned out. They didn't ban the Mathilda. They can actually get their own combo, Mathilda Phoveus, and this technically just forces Nyo Chao to take the Mathilda away, because if they don't, the Mathilda Phoveus, I don't know about in SG, but in ID, Phoveus Mathilda is still standing at 100% win rate, that combo.
What? Oh, okay. I've never even seen it in fruition, because in SG, yes, Mathilda, Phoveus, on paper, very strong, but Phoveus is 100% like ban rate.
Okay. That's the Gadakacha and the Hylos actually responded over towards the Phoveus, leaving the Mathilda open. Now, you know, that's another fun fact. Gadakacha and Hylos, that's a pretty good combination too that I've seen in MPL ID a lot. But usually, in Myanmar at least, whenever you see the Hylos and Gata, you see that as an opening to go for the CC. But seeing that Mythic Seal have actually already banned it away from themselves and have picked up the Phoveus, I think they got to double down on the Phoveus Mathilda, but they got to have a way to deal with this Hylos and Gata. And I really wonder what that's going to be. There's so many different heroes that can go shred, but remember, like for the carry, the Lunox as well, you shred one member and then your cycle of skills are done, right? Your ultimate for carry, your duration, the duration for the ultimate should be gone already. That's the Mathilda and the Suyo, so they are doubling down indeed on that combination. Mathilda Phoveus plus the Suyo. Meanwhile, for Falcon, it's really all about building this front to back at this point, right? Up against the Suyo, you need to get some more CC. Not that you don't have enough CC already, but I think you need a bit more to lock the Mathilda down together with the Suyo and the Phoveus. Maybe Vixana?
Yeah, and in terms of hard lockdowns, they don't really have it, but still, yeah, the Vixano pick would be very good as well, but they go for the Fanny, actually picking it in the last match of the game, right? We have not seen this. It's either been banned out or they choose not to go for it. Now, we will see the likes of Dax on that Fanny. I was hoping that he would go for it on game 6. He chose the Nolan instead, but now the Fanny is out and about. And with these next stage of bans here, right? Mythic Seal, they can take out the gold laners for the side of Falcons, but of course, that's limiting their cells as well. But then again, I kind of want to see what Coach Zaya is cooking, right? He has always defied my expectations so far with these drafts, and it's very original. And he might go back to basics here and go with that Mia pick. And already, Falcons taking out one goal laner, which is the Moskov.
One of the gold laners that can actually do really well up against the Fanny. Good displacement with the Spear of Misery to stop the cables from going too crazy in a lot of these skirmishes, to catch her in these skirmishes. And man, what a crazy setup for the Fanny pick. Just, I mean, I did say you want to give your players comfort, but in a game like this, Fanny is already a very hard to execute kind of character. You know, very, very difficult to execute at the highest level of MLBB, and the fact that he's bringing it out in the grand finals. If we've been seeing the Fanny from game 1 all the way to game 4, then sure, he's had warm-up, but we haven't seen the Fanny at all in this best of 7, and he decides to bring it up in the final game of the series. Oh, this is a risky move, man. Lunox ban as well from the side of Mythic Seal. An interesting Lunox ban. I wonder what they're going to try to go for there with the Lunox ban. And with the Fanny and Hylos Gatot Kacha, okay, so the Lunox ban more to deny what Falcon Esports can do together with a physical damage assassin, right? With a Fanny, usually you want to combo it together with a magic damage in the gold lane, whatever it is. It can be a Harith, it can be a Lunox, could also be a Natan, but I think in this game, Natan won't really be too good up against so much dive from the side of Mythic Seal. Exactly. So the 1-1 actually gets banned out. That's an interesting one. Usually when you have the Fanny, you would actually leave the 1-1 open, trying to abuse the fact that you can go for the kill pressure on that, especially considering Falcon Esports do have the last pick on red side, so they can go for the Iritha if the 1-1 gets picked up.
Yeah, they can't go for that counterplay. And you talked about the magic damage coming through from the side of Team Falcons, right? They can still opt to ban out the Natan altogether, so that they do ban it out so that they won't have that magic damage coming out from the side of Team Falcons. And right now they are struggling to find these gold laners right now. And what would be the most viable pick? Carry? Yes, but there's not enough AoE damage coming out from the carry. The Claude, yes, it's a viable pick indeed, but still, you have to be worried about that Phoveus jumping your back line. And as a Claude, that back line is all that you have.
So they want to go for the Claude here. I think the Claude would actually be a very, very safe pick to already have a Fanny, Hylos, and Gatot as your, up 3 players, up 3 heroes, the top portion of the map, going to be controlled for sure by the Hylos Gatot. So you want to just have a weak side matchup here, a weak side matchup that can survive in the lane. If he gets ganked, they go for the Bruno that has found a lot of success, but a lot of failures as well throughout the series. Mythic Seal has been able to deal with the Bruno, but also sometimes they get bullied by the Bruno. We'll see what the response is from Zippy, though. Gold lane and the mid lane, those 2 picks left to go for. I wonder what they're going to go for here. Honestly, when it comes to just beefiness, I don't think they can compare to Coach Nyo Chao's Hylos and Gatot Kacha just yet. There's so much shred that you need to actually deal with this much HP. Hylos and Gatot, it's not just their HP bars, it's their revitalizers too. And they go for the Aurora. Oh, man. Really relying on damage. Okay, there you go. They needed something like a carry. But you can see from the win rate, it is pretty darn abysmal right now. 2 times picked up in the Myanmar qualifiers, a 0% win rate. And also, not really the best of matchups against the Bruno. It's going to be the Farsa lock-in, though, for Falcon Esports going all in BX7. Trying to zone the carry away to give Hylos and Gatot Kacha space with the ultimate, banking on the fact that they'll have enough of dive to actually stop from the dive from Mythic Seal to get it from getting to PX7. Oh, man. When both these teams leave everything on the line in the drafts, that's when we'll have a very, very good, very, very crazy game. What do you think, Mo? What do you think of the drafts?
Oh my god, this is just amazing to watch, right? You have that early game combination coming out from the Matilda, Suyo, Phoveus, the Shred coming out from Carry, the Aurora as well. Meanwhile, Falcons just threw completely everything against the wall, all in on that Farsa. That's the most exciting pick I've seen all day so far. This hero has not been picked up, and already with that Fanny in that front lines, that Farsa would have a lot of work to do in that zoning factors.
Well, I guess we'll see in the game itself. How will these players be able to execute the game plan set by the coaches? Because for the last time today, ladies and gentlemen, who will qualify to be the representatives of Myanmar for the M6 World Championship? Will it be Falcon Esports or Mythic Seal? Let's get into the Lanadon for Game 7.
Game 7, here we go. Indeed, I really want to see the aggression coming out from the side of Mythic Seal, right? They have that Suyo pick already lined up, so you want to get that early snowball going. And yeah, I don't see Suyo really being viable other than you being aggressive, right? I feel that Suyo just needs those kills, needs that advantage, and then he starts to choke you out.
You really got to get the snowballing going for Suyo, and that's unfortunately the good part and also the bad part. It's the positive and the negative of this hero. When it comes to clear as well, you should actually be able to clear it quite well, especially considering this is a Mathilda Aurora that can get you all around the map. And right now, Suyo is already doing that, utilizing the faster clear speed to start getting a level lead onto Dax, and that will definitely help a lot. If he's able to deny level 4 from Dax, oh, he actually isn't. Dax decided to go for a full clear up top. I didn't realize that before going for the purple buff. That's why it looked like he was clearing a bit slower. Good punishment still from Ken, though. Despite that, Justin, oh, gotta be careful against the cables, man. Oh.
And fast hands coming out from Dax at the moment, but the answer from the side of Ken, he is able to find the damage on the PX7, but he is able to scoot on away. But Dax, he is full HP and potentially can join this team fight on this middle lane, but 4 members of Mythic Seal are waiting here, lying in wait, hoping that Dax might actually overextend.
Yeah, really good pathing by Dax. Now looking at it again, right? He started with the orange buff, went to the purple buff, so he'll still have the purple buff after taking it for the turtle. But it all relies on Mythic Seal actually also going for the turtle. Zine!
A lot of early game damage coming through from Dax. Infernal Pursuit already being used from Yellow Flash, being popped out a bit slightly too early. Farsa is able to pop the ultimate, but Vengeance being used. Ovius is still alive. Yellow Flash, he's on the sliver of HP. Finally, the first blood given to the side of Falcon Esports. They are low though. Farsa falling to Ken to the back lines as Justin, he is able to zone the rest of the members of Falcon Esports away.
Oh, well played from both these teams, man, for the first turtle of the game. But when it's a fast take, it would definitely favor Falcon Esports as, again, Dax still had the purple buff. But because Mythic Seal were able to utilize the sustain and the maneuverability of the Mathilda, it creates more of a room for Mythic Seal to go for the turtle, knowing that that window will surely close for Falcon Esports. Well, where Dax actually has a purple buff. When he has to go for the purple buff again, that leaves Mythic Seal open to go for that. And also, super crazy props to Zide for already getting locked down early, but still staying in that skirmish, just providing guiding winds for healing and to get them out of there. He baited so many of those resources because of the guiding wind, and now it's a lead for Mythic Seal. 2-level lead for Mr. Ken. Oh, what?
We have Kid X. Yeah, he was getting jumped on by Justin in the background while all this was happening. And that Frigid Glacier actually finding its mark. But Zippy in a lot of trouble. He has to flicker away. Dax is providing so much threat to the side of Mythic Seal at this point. Wants to find the Constellation Prime. But Benny, he is under threat right now. Ziddy still trying to usher him away. But PX7, he has that Feather Strike available. Can use it to hold on to this turret.
Well played by Mythic Seal, really trying to utilize this early game, which is great for them because they need to utilize their early game. This composition is really built for that early game. The Suyo, as we've been talking about, needs that snowball. Unfortunately for Falcon Esports, the snowball is already done, but you can see Dax up top, ready to go for an assassination. Zide bringing Justin in.
Yeah, Kid X, first one in, but Zide will fall down during that circling eagle as Justin does eventually go down, gets the counter kill onto Benny as well. That's very surprising, knowing that Benny, he did have the second skill to scoot on way, but still, Justin, he does go down. 2 for 1. Falcon Esports, they kind of lose out. Ready? We're seeing these kind of, early engagements, right, from Mythic Seal. They want to kind of choke out the jungle, try to deny away that purple buff from Fanny as much as possible. And that's going to be the name of the game here, right? If you can deny away that purple buff, Mythic Seal, they are looking dandy because they do have that Suyo advantage. Now, Infernal Pursuit, already a very messy team fight all around as Royal Milk is forced to pop that glorious escape. And that's not really a good sign from the side of Falcon Esports, especially since they lost of that turtle zone. But look at that freeze coming out from Justin at Frigid Glacier. Just connects, and two of the members of Falcon Esports, they do go down, and Mythic Seal secure the turtle for themselves. What a team fight.
What a team fight indeed. Ken trying to survive there. Will be able to. PX7 gets caught.
Yeah, PX7 able to get away with a sliver of health. Mythic Seal, they are looking like they are in full control of the game. Justin on Aurora, he has been impeccable since last game.
This is a disaster for Falcon Esports, Mo. Falcon Esports, with the Hylos, with the Gacha, we expected them to contest for the early objectives much more, but maybe because it's with the Fanny. It's not someone that can actually be together with them. It's someone that has to come in from out of nowhere, look for the assassinations, and then run back away. So Falcon Esports haven't really been able to capitalize. Again, Yellow Flash up top.
Yeah, he will be the target, which is surprising to me. Given that he has that Infernal Pursuit, the rest of the team will be able to fall in. Ken is in the back line. Justin flickers in with the Frigid Glacier, catches on to 2. What an amazing play coming out from Justin as he secures 2 pivotal kills for Mythic Seal and Kid X. He has to be on the run here, but he will not be able to escape the purple buff. Being challenged down Dex, he goes in. It is able to secure himself for now. But still, Falcon Esports, they need to stop the bleeding.
They've been trying to. They've been trying to stop the bleeding. Now they go on to Zippy, but he's not going to be able to pose a threat to Zippy with a Mathilda standing around there. Falcon Esports, I feel like they were trying to stop the bleeding a bit too early. They went in for very desperate measures way too early in the game. Yes, Mythic Seal, it's not the best, situation for Falcon Esports, having Mythic Seal getting a 3,000 gold lead, but it certainly is better than the 5,000 gold lead that they got now because of those desperate maneuvers from Falcon Esports. And now you can see that they are finally trying to trade on the map, but I don't know about that, man. With a 5,000 gold lead from Mythic Seal, they might just take it. Free turtle over to them. No trades on the map, only just a few turrets up top, but Mythic Seal will be happy to trade a tier 1 for that final turtle of the game. 3 turtles all going to Mythic Seal, and look at the way that they're utilizing this lead. They're utilizing the advantages. Ken right now is still 2 levels ahead, and with the help of the Mathilda, he's getting so much room, so much vision given to him to actually go for the steal here, even without the Suyo. Suyo is in the mid lane. You can see that Dax is in the bottom. He can't go for his own orange buff. And Mythic Seal are going to be looking for another siege. How do Falcon Esports respond over to this?
Yeah, their airstrike being used as a defensive measure for now. Mythic Seal, they are still trying to push on the advantage, choking away Infernal Pursuit being used, but Glorious Pathway in response, and we have the Avatar Guardian going in as well. Frigid Glacier not really connecting onto too many. Royal Milk does get the finish onto Yellow Flash. Might have been a bit overzealous coming in from Mythic Seal. Falcon Esports, they do secure a consolation, but Falcon Esports, they have a long way to fight upwards.
Good discipline. Some really good discipline from Mythic Seal there. A good pick from Falcons. But now Ken?
Yeah,
We'll be
not able
it.
to secure that purple buff, right? Yeah, just Dex at this point. He did not get the purple buff.
No. Unfortunately not. I think the purple buff was taken by one of the other members. Was it actually Ken who took it? I think it was. Wow. I thought the retribution came in a bit late, but doesn't matter, I guess. He still was able to get it with the level lead. Now 3 levels ahead, by the way. So an even bigger problem for Falcon Esports is the fact that, sure, you can be 5,000 gold down, but with a Fanny on your side, having a purple buff, you can still look for the trades around the map. Now that the Fanny doesn't have the purple buff, it seems it is going to be very easy for Mythic Seal to actually match up against that Fanny side lane threat. And they are going to go for the Lord instantly. Yellow Flash already zoning them away.
Yellow Flash has been doing a great job of peeling for his team, securing this objective, so to speak, as Ken does pick up the Lord. Glorious Pathway already being used. I feel that they've been popping that Glorious Pathway a bit too early in these team fights, right? And Falcon Esports, they've not been able to capitalize on this Hylos at all.
And now it's back to this the slow build-up for Mythic Seal, right? That's why I said it was good discipline for them. Losing Yellow Flash isn't the end of the world. That's your main frontliner. So if Falcon Esports commit all of those resources towards him, it's actually fine as long as you are able to back away and reset up again. But Dax, it's very unfortunate for him. He can only just, look for these minions. There's no way he can get to this purple buff.
Yeah, we're going to be looking at an ultra late game Fanny here if Falcon Esports way is met, right? They want to go for this late game here. And Dex, he's getting chased down right now, circling Eagle on by Ziddy, but yeah, it's just Grand Theft Auto. You see Tokyo Drift at the bottom. Ziddy just trying to catch up to the cabling Fanny.
Really good wave management, though, for the side of Mythic Seal. For Falcon Esports, they can really just only wait. Oh, Dax, yeah. Side lane pressure, you're going to be able to match that up, but the fact that they are building a big slow push down below, that's going to be a big wave actually crashing down towards the base turret, and they might be able to build up 3 waves up top, as now they're looking for the siege in the mid lane.
Yeah, they do hold on for now. The Feather Airstrike good enough to survive, but a very nice freeze coming out from Justin. That Frigid Glacier could have been the end of Falcon Esports, but luckily they managed to disengage for now, but the threat of the Lord is still there on the top lane. Mythic Seal, they are looking for an inhibitor turret out of this, but if Falcon Esports, they can hold on for now. They do have Dax falling in. He does get the cables in, but not the damage through. There is too much sustainability coming out from Mythic Seal at this point.
They baited out 2 revitalizers too for the price of the Frigid Glacier and the Flicker earlier. So now for Falcon Esports, they got to be really, really careful. They still have good clear, honestly, inside of the base with the Bruno and also the Farsa, and have ways to actually cut the waves, stagger the waves a bit with Dax. But still, that pickup potential is ridiculous. If Mythic Seal can constantly just bait out those 2 revitalizers from Royal Milk and Kid X just with the Frigid Glacier, it's always going to be a favorable trade to them, because then they could actually look for a chance to all in again. And at this point, it all comes down to discipline, really, for Mythic Seal. All they need to do is wait for the waves, freeze it up, and go for the Lord. Once they have the enhanced Lord, they can continue to push in towards Falcon Esports. And for Dax, it's going to be troublesome. Look at the way that they're trying to cut him off. My goodness. Almost there from Ken with the hold of the first skill, that stun. And Falcon Esports, they can only really just react to the maneuvers of Mythic Seal. Down below, it's Benny looking to get farm. Finally gets the Melfic Roar at a 12-minute mark. And for Mythic Seal, they might have to trade something here with Dax up top for the Lord. Royal Milk caught.
Royal Milk in a bit of danger here and will get taken out of the game. We do see that Falcon Esports, right? Having Dex on that split push, he is going to be able to deal significant damage. If not, take down that inhibitor turret here. But the catapult is already very low. Yeah, the creep to work with. But this middle lane turret will be finally taken out. Dax has fought a needed space. Now he's up 1v1 against Ken right now. We see the moves coming out from Dax, but he does not have enough energy. That purple buff denial coming through from Mythic Seal. But first, now they go for this Lord. It's slowly getting whittled down. They're fighting a battle on 2 fronts, and Dex cannot be there at the same time. He has to recall away, coming back into the space. Feather Airstrike, not able to find any value so far at Mythic Seal. They secure the Lord. They want to go to fight, but Falcon Esports, they take the clean disengage.
That's a hidden value of the Suyo. He already used the Retribution in a lot of different situations. You would probably think, all right, the Suyo already used the Retri. You can look for a play onto the Lord. But Ken, he knows that second skill is basically an execute too. Even though you don't deal as much damage as the Retri, you can still go for the execute on the Lord without the Retri. And that's why Mythic Seal still went for the kill onto the Lord. Bottom lane, you can see Dax again trying to put in that pressure down in the laning phase. But he's unable to stagger the waves this time around. Mythic Seal should be able to get these waves to crash down onto Falcon Esports at the same time. They're actually going to be able to build up the wave in the top side as well. Going to build a big slow push there as they shove the rest.
We see a Feather Airstrike coming through, right? Just clear out that creep waves, but the lack of purple buff is really affecting Dex really negatively here because the Fanny cannot be where he needs to. Now, with the Lord crashing through the base, they want this inhibitor turret, Mythic Seal. They at least want to secure all these lane priorities. But so far, no creeps. They get one for now. They take advantage of that, and Dex, value is slowly falling shorter and shorter as we have Mythic Seals slowly death falling as 5 right now. Are they going to initiate into the team fight? Ziddy does go in and get shut down, but Benny, he is in no man's land as Royal Milk is able to land that Frigid Glacier. Benny finds the double kill onto Zippy, and they do come back. The damage is enough. Benny is dealing balls of damage right now, and they're all critical hits. He's cycling them extremely well. PX7 in that backline onto Justin, wants to chase him down, wants to force out that passive. Infernal Pursuit is being used, and Justin eventually falls. But now Yellow Flash, he's the only member left from the side of Mythic Seal. Falcon Esports, they found the magical team fight, but they have to worry about the creep in the base. This might be a case of win-ins here as Falcon Esports, they want to end things now, whether the creeps do get it or whether Falcon Esports are able to finish it off as they secure the championship. We have your M6 champions. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to Team Falcons for beating the odds, for getting the representation for M6.
One team fight was all they needed. All the way from the early game, it was Mythic Seal's game. All the way to the late game, it was Mythic Seal's game. 3 times they have failed. Add one more to the list. Falcon Esports says as long as they are here, Mythic Seal won't be the ones qualifying to represent Myanmar. We've got the best of the Burmese, and unfortunately, for the 4th time, it won't be Mythic Seal. It'll be Falcon Esports again, back-to-back, representing Myanmar. At an international stage, Dax staying calm, composed. At one last skirmish where Mythic Seal could have pulled back. Mythic Seal could have stopped that from happening themselves. Congratulations to Falcon Esports. What a performance. What a show of composure. The patience necessary to find a comeback victory like that while being 7,000 gold down. No neutral objectives. Falcon Esports fly high and they aim high. Next up is the M6 World Championships. And to see them answer some questions, we're going to have some interviews here as they celebrate on stage in Myanmar. There on the stage, offline, you can see Nyo Chao down on his back on the stage, just celebrating Dax, his 2nd international tournament now. After qualifying for MSC earlier this year and now qualifying to M6, the passion of the Burmese people, Falcon Esports, they're back at the world stage.
Yeah, and there is no denying their efforts here, right? There is no denying the path that they took to get here. It was not an easy one. They were down 2-0, and despite the fact they fought back 3-2, even things up. It was all up to this best of 1. And even in this game, we got exactly what we wished for. The game where we could not tell who was winning. And at the last moment, Falcon Esports, they decided, yes, we will be the representation for Myanmar into M6. What a game.
It looked over. It looked over, Mo. One base turret, the second one in the mid lane, very low. The performances of both these teams, it was phenomenal. And again, Mythic Seal, they were one step away from qualifying for the 4th time. And 4 different qualifiers for the international tournaments. Unfortunately, they won't be able to get it done again. But what a performance for Falcon Esports. I cannot believe they had that composure to hold on all the way for that one blunder to happen. And for Mythic Seal, it's unfortunate that they have failed to qualify for 4 times, but we will have to give them the send-off here. Round of applause for the people watching back at home as well for Mythic Seal for a phenomenal performance. After being up 2-0, being down 3-2, equalizing again, and having the performance that they did earlier in Game 7, just with the lack of composure to close out the game. But still, an amazing performance from them. You can see the applause, and now the Falcon flag given over to the coaching staff to try to raise on the stage.
Yeah, and I really love the interactions between the players. Like, even though they are the winners, they went over and gave Mythic Seal a hug, right? It's like, you might be enemies in the game. Yeah, in the Land of Dawn, we're pitted against each other, but when in real life, we are all just athletes in the same esport, fighting for that representation, fighting to be that M6 representation here. And Team Falcon Esports, they pull through. They are champions. Our first runner-up, Mythic Seal, I can't say enough about them. They have pulled through such an amazing game as well. They brought strategies that nobody can think about, right? Pulling out of Mia in the best of 7 series in the first 2 games, getting a 10-minute finish. But Falcon Esports, they persevere. They are the stamina kings themselves.
Truly are, man. We've talked about how they've downloaded every single one of their opponents, and the pattern stays true even in the grand finals. Losing the first 2 games, it was just downloads against Mythic Seal. In the first 2 days of playoffs, we saw just how exactly they were able to play the game, losing game 1 in both their first and second series, and then continuing their run 3-1, reversing it completely, 3-1, reversing it completely, and here 2-0 down, reversing it completely, throwing and destroying all the expectations of maybe a lot of the Mythic Seal fans and a lot of the fans in general who saw that game as a one-sided victory to Mythic Seal. It looked like it was over. It looked like it was just done with Dax not getting purple buff. He didn't get a purple buff all the way to the end. He did not have purple buff when they won the game. And I'm pretty sure they were down in goal when they won that game. That was literally a one straight push situation. One push ended the game for them. Crazy stuff.
It's like, if there was a purple buff counter on that Fanny, yeah, that would have been a nice little graphic to have at the side where you put it down there, like, how many purple buffs has Fanny gotten, right? And there was like, I think I can count it on one hand, like how many purple buffs that he got. And the amazing comeback that he did, he not only was he the factor that they won, he was that factor that they had to think about for the split pushes as well. They had to answer for him. And every single time they weren't able to catch him, we saw Ziddy. They tries time and time again. It's not like Mythic Seal is not trying. They are trying to handle the Fanny problem. But Dex is just too slippery for them. And he goes to show why he can play that Fanny in that last game, right? We were saying that if you pick me in that last game, you better be the best Fanny we've ever seen. And so far, at least in Myanmar region, and whether or not he brings it to the international stage, we'll be on the lookout for that.
We'll have to be on the lookout for that, man. Dax, even in the previous tournament, everybody was already talking about it. Everybody was already talking about how Dax is, the youngest jungler at MSC 2024. He's going to perform in the Assassins, but it was his first international event, so man's definitely got jitters. But after learning from the loss at MSC, after getting knocked down in the first round of the qualifier, or the first round of the quarterfinals, he learned, definitely did. I think the 2 Fanny picks that we saw from Dax in the playoffs were 2 comebacks. The first one against AI Esports, it was that comeback as well. It's always funny to see, the Fanny who should be the one snowballing from the early game, being the one to actually carry the game in towards the later stage of the game. At least for the AI Esports match, that was what happened. Dax, he was able to stay consistent in the early game. Though, yes, his purple buff was stolen, he used the base as a way to get energy to defend. And then later on, he carried. But here, I got to give props to Benny to get extra royal milk to everyone, right? Give props to Dax as well for getting turrets, for getting trades on the board so that the lead didn't snowball to a point where it was out of control. But still, the final clutch moment, it was Benny as well with a flicker forward. Crazy clutch gameplay, man, from Falcon Esports. Because fundamentally, when you have a 7,000 gold lead, when you're able to build a 7,000 gold lead, Mythic Seal were the better team in that final game. But the clutch factor, the composure, everything else were on the hands of Falcon Esports. And that's how they got it done, man. The heart and the mentality of these players. They're so young. If we're talking about experience, Mythic Seal have all the experience in the world. They got Justin, they got Ken, they got Yellow Flash. Zippy, too, who's been around the world. Just last MSC was representing the Mekong region for Zeno Zenith. Wow.
Yeah, just wow, man. I'm just so glad to have been part of this because
Me too.
just watching history in the making here. Because Falcon Esports, I feel that they had an extremely hard road to get there, right? They had to fight against AI Esports as well, and they weren't any easy opponents. Yes, and afterwards against Mythic Seals, they went into that game after taking out Zeno Esports in a best of 5 earlier. So they had to play a best of 5 and then go into the best of 7. That shows amount of stamina that they have, amount of composure that they have, despite the fact that they've been playing how many games here? Like, I can't even sit down at home and play 5 hours of MLBB without feeling tired. And they just went through an entire 12 hours of grueling competition pressure. On top of that, needing to perform from behind.
They played, from behind, coming back from behind. On a Fanny, on a composition with a Hylos and a Gato, a composition that technically needed the early game, right? The Farso was the only one, and the Bruno that could scale up to the later stage of the game, but wow. They didn't just play 7 games today. If you guys don't know, there was a lower bracket match before this. It was a lower bracket finals that they had to go through up against Zeno Esports, where they won the game 3-1. So it was 4 games coming into the series, plus another 7. They played a total of 11 games today, folks. Total of 11 games here for Falcon Esports. And we were talking about how playing in the lower brackets, it could be a buff, it could be a debuff, it could be a nerf as well, because obviously some of your strats have been read out there. Playing in the lower bracket finals match, you're going to have to throw out all your strategies in the window. And technically we did get to see that. Mythic Seal were coming in way more fresh into the grand final, showing up with the picks that we didn't expect, those Mias, to perform so well. The Alice Angela combination. And then in game 2 as well, Suyo just dominated through. But slowly but surely, Falcon, even though it took them a bit longer than just one game, like in the previous series, they got it done. They read through Mythic Seal's strategies, read through Mythic Seal's game plan in 2 losses. And here it is. They're going to lift the championship check there. Falcon Esports are your champions of the Myanmar qualifiers, and they'll be your representatives for the M6 World Championship. 4-3. It's a pleasure being here, man, with Mo 2 casting for the Myanmar qualifiers. Hopefully in the future we can get to cast maybe in the venue there, right there with the players, congratulating them and shouting their names right there in the venue. A phenomenal performance for a phenomenal team that I personally have a lot of hope for at the M6 World Championship.
Yeah, they represent hope for me, and to see those happy faces, right? I'm very emotional right now seeing Coach Nyocha actually cry on stage as well, and now the elation that it just brings so much joy to see. Like, how much adversity does this team have to go through to prove that they are your champions, right? There's been a lot of comments out there. There's been a lot of haters saying that Falcon Esports didn't represent in MSC. But in the truest sense, they won it. They fought tooth and nail for it. And how can you deny them of that opportunity? How can you deny them of the chance? They are really undisputed indeed.
Well played to Falcon Esports. Congratulations. I believe we are going, if you guys want to see the interviews going on, I think you guys can actually check it out in the mainstream for the Myanmar M6 qualifiers. But yeah, we won't have the interviews here going on. I think it's also in Burmese. So unfortunately, I won't be able to understand it either way. But still, if you guys actually do speak Burmese and you want to check it out, go ahead and check. Oh, you speak Burmese?
Dude, my name is Mo, bro. I am Burmese.
Oh, I didn't know that, bro. That's actually... Damn, that's a fun fact right there. All this time, man. I thought you were just Singaporean.
Yeah, Singaporean in terms of location, but ethnically I'm Burmese. So, yeah.
All right, so we do actually have a translator. I'd love to get that interview now if we have Mo to translate for me, man. Hey, that's really cool. Damn, that's actually a fun fact at the end of the night, you know? The more you know for everybody back at home. This is Mo from MPLSG, a caster at MPLSG. Best caster, by the way. He just won that award. And he's also Burmese, speaks Burmese. That'll be cool. Are you going to be rooting for Falcon or for Nip Flash then in F6?
I'm always in these kind of situations, right? When during Snapdragon Pro Series, when people ask me as well, like when other tournaments, are you rooting for like Burmese Ghouls? Like, are you rooting for Burmese Ghouls or are you rooting for NIP Flash? And I'm like, oh man, they're both such good teams. They bring so many different things to the table. But that's a talk for another time, man. That's a talk for another time.
It really is. And for Falcon Esports, we're just going to enjoy this moment, you know, bask in the glory of winning again back-to-back international qualifiers for MSC and now for M6. Benny, PX7 there, now on the mic, is having some heartfelt words thrown out towards the crowd back in Myanmar. Definitely a full crowd here that's supporting Falcon Esports. Every single member, man, they really do deserve this spot. It's unfortunate to see that it has to come down to just one slot because both of these teams really deserve it. But at the end of the day, Falcon Esports, we're the better team today. We're the better team at this tournament. They will be the ones to represent Myanmar at the M6 World Championships. Now, I think one by one, they're going to have their moments to talk in the mic for the crowd, to thank the fans here in the building. I actually have a Falcon varsity myself, so I'm somewhat of a fan myself here for Falcon Esports. I'm actually a fan of both these teams, so it's sad to see. It's bittersweet. It's so bittersweet, man, to see both these teams battle it out 4-3. I'm sad and happy at the same time.
Yeah, it's just crazy to see the culmination that they have went through. They found themselves in the lower brackets even, and still, if you think about it, they weren't on a golden road. It was not an easy road for them at all, despite what the majority was saying. Everybody thought that they were washed, and now they come back like this in just such a convincing fashion, just sweeping everything under the rug, their feelings, all your emotions into that game. And Dex, with that mic at the moment, yeah, take your moment, my friend, because you performed so well, and so does the rest of the team, right? They just did such a great job in showing why they should be your representatives.
And it seems we're going to get a few more words from Dax. I believe maybe he got the finals MVP title here. I'm not too sure about these flowers. Maybe it's just for everybody because the PX7 is holding it as well. A few last words here from Dax. Again, to Royal Milk. It seems we're going to get another round of these mentions towards the crowd. No, Royal Milk doesn't want to do it. He's good already. He's good with the one time he got, the one chance that he got to speak to the crowd here. Oh, man.
And I always love these chances, right? I always love these chances to explore the personalities behind the IGNs, behind the in-game names, because they're people too, right? You want to know what they're eating, you want to know what they like to play. I mean, MLBB might not be the only game that they play. Who knows, right? But definitely, of course, MLBB on their minds. You want to find out what their favorite itemization is. What they play in this league might not even be the hero that they like to play. And it's so interesting to find out because, like, when you find out a lot more about these personalities, even in your own regions, right? Even in your own regions, like let's say PH, like let's say SG as well, you get to talk and you get to find out about their worries, you get to find out about the issues, and you know that it's a lot more than just a game to them. It means so much and it represents so much. And to win this, yeah, it's got to be momentous for them.
Absolutely. Absolutely it is, man. That's where we're seeing them really just bask in glory here on stage, just thanking the crowd as many times as they can. Because without the supporters, without everybody there backing them up, cheering for every single kill, every single neutral objective, what is it all for anyways, right? It's all about making the people that support you proud here, for Falcon Esports especially. And now for the Burmese, they'll be looking at the World Championship, the M6 World Championship with that Swiss stage. And even though Falcon Esports won today, they can obviously celebrate, and they will probably celebrate for quite a while, weeks. They're going to have to prepare for the M6 World Championship. A new format awaits them. A new format awaits all of the teams that are waiting to qualify to the M6 World Championships. And it's not a format that you can take lightly. It's a different format, completely different to everything else that we've actually seen in the MLBB esport landscape. So they've got to do a lot of preparation on all of their opponents, because there's no more, cherry picking. There's no more group stages where you know exactly who you're going up against. Every single round will be different. Every single round will be unpredictable. So you got to try to make those strategies come out, man. If Falcon Esports learned one thing, in the best of 7 here is maybe they need some of those cheese picks too to survive in the Swiss stage. They need some of those cheese picks to get those dubs in the Swiss stage at the M6 World Championship.
Yeah, and that's the evolution of the meta that I love to see best. When you use the strategies of whoever that defeated you, and you can use it too. You know, it's like, yeah, we lost to this, but it's not like we can't use the strategies ourselves. Like, we have Benny, and we can play Amia as well. Like, we can play that Yin as well, and maybe they will find new strategies, new ways to incorporate into their own personalities, into their own play styles, and the team taking a bow right there. That's just a heavy felt bow all around Myanmar, right? This Burmese squad would be our representatives. And now, with all the knowledge that they've learned, with all the losses and wins that they have faced, now they bring with it them all this experience into the M6 League.
Congratulations again to Falcon Esports, man, to represent Myanmar at the World Championship. And again, to Mythic Seal, GG, nice try. It was a valiant effort, man. It was really an amazing grand finals to watch, an amazing grand finals to cast for here. Me and Mo definitely enjoyed casting the grand finals all the way from game 1 to game 7. Mo was casting all the way from the first match to the grand finals as well. Lower bracket finals plus the grand finals. Shout out to Nice Sue as well, who was casting with us throughout the day. And yeah, I think we've, unfortunately for you guys, we have got to the last portion, the last segment of the day. It's about time, you know? Every good thing must come to an end, but don't worry. The M6 World Championship will be following through very, very soon. And we'll have so many different playoffs for you to watch. MY, PH, ID. We got Cambodia as well. So many different qualifiers out there still waiting. We're all waiting to see who's going to qualify, who's going to represent each region, each nation in MLBB for the World Championship.
Yeah, I think that's going to be it from us right now over here at the English cast. All love from me and Mirko. And this is going to be us signing off for the rest of the cast.
Welcome to the land of God!
together with the sun, even though your back's to the wall. One strike, go cut the monkey mind. Your blade swing one time. When clouds have cleared, sunlight can shine. One time, the fight is yours. Now fill with your sword. There's endless power once you start. Never lose your heart. Tonight is dark and the shadows are deep. Who can protect the world? A light of hope shines in the dark. One strike, I swear by people's side. Keep faith just one time. I'm gonna light up all the fires. One strike for my desire, a light up so bright. Inside the power in my heart, I'll defend the world.
Hi, Teggy.
Now is the time, there's no more waiting. Where will you be when the light dawns? Sweat on your palms and your pulse is racing. Who will you be when the moment comes? Will you rise?
Give me some fashion advice for the
Will
day.
you rise to be heroes? Blood on your knuckles, heroes. The one on your shoulders, heroes. Giving everything you've got.
Pass me a book I read yesterday.
Pain is the price for something greater. Every last turns back. It's safer, drown out the fear inside.
Want to hang out for a drink?
I'll be on my way.